Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox All In channel hosted of ever. All In podcast. A little bit of an early stream today. Couldn't get it off last night because I had stuff to do, and it was a bit late. And I want to go to bed, guys. I was tired. It was kind of a crazy week for me. And crazy week news, man. Sorry. Just wanted to make sure it's streaming on the channel, and it is, so that we're good to go on the YouTube side. Uh, Let me adjust this real quick. Let me go to my channel and yeah, there we go. Okay, we're live. Yeah, but I did have a chance to do it last night. I wanted to get some sleep, man. I was a bit tired. I want to actually get some gaming in. I wanted to play Modern Warfare 3 since it's in Game Pass. Um, the only problem I had was that the game wasn't downloaded. So, and in fact, I got to go check my Xbox because I think I ran out of space on my external hard drive. And then, of course, I think it's like 313 gigs. I don't know. It was some ridiculous number that I saw. For those of you guys who are out there that say that I'm a pro Xbox channel, I never hit Xbox on anything. These are one of the things that I think they need to work on is storage space, especially I've said that before on the channel, right? And it reared its ugly head for me last night. I am one of these Xbox guys that try to utilize Game Pass, utilize the service, play the games, um, and not to just get my money's worth. Because to be honest with you, I think the price that I pay is more than enough, or is more than reasonable. As a person who games like I do, I like to have variety. I like to do it on my own time, and I like having options. So if it checks all the boxes on my list of how I like to participate in gaming, and that's why I like the Xbox ecosystem. But one of the things I'll be honest I do not like is the fact that storage space is a premium for the console. Um, I don't know. I understand um, having a hard drive with more terabytes is going to cost a lot more money. The price is coming down, but not fast enough. So if you guys are in the same boat that I am in, and you guys know what it's all about, I have multiple external hard drives that I have to switch between, and it's becoming cumbersome, right? One of the things I was hoping that the cloud would alleviate that because sometimes you don't have to download every game if you just want to try it out. But with the way the service works for me, it's not very well. It doesn't work well for me, so I don't have that option. There's been several times that it worked, and when it works, it's awesome, right? Because there's this game called Short Hike that's going to be leaving the Xbox soon. I did not have a chance to play it. My daughter played it. She thought it was a really cute game, really liked it. But I never got around to doing it. And then at the end of the month, it's going out. And there's this other game, a cooking game that's leaving. And so this weekend, what I plan to do is at least try them out. And Short Hike it looks cool, man. It looks like something that's kind of up my alley, so I'll just probably pick it up. But the problem being, of course, is I'm gonna have to shift space around, especially if I'm trying to get Modern Warfare. I just didn't think it was gonna be that big of a game, and it's absolutely ridiculous, especially with all the other stuff you got to download, which is great, right? I mean, kudos to Microsoft. They're putting it in Game Pass, and you're getting everything as a subscriber, and that's amazing to me, right? And I think this is one of the reasons why Xbox consoles are selling. I think it's one of the reasons why people are coming over. And that's a good thing, right? Because they're going to see the value in this, and then it benefits all of us. And I'm talking about all of us on the Xbox side who are in the ecosystem. And you don't have to be bleed green or be hardcore. The fact that you're a consumer, you'll benefit from it. We talk about this stuff a lot on our channels. Me, he bought Sega Man, the usual crew, Unlimited. And this is why, because once people start coming over and using the system, and then I can see some people maybe not finding worth in it just for the simple fact that you're paying a subscription service and it all boils down to how you use it, right? If it's because it's no different from Netflix. It's a little different, just in that you're playing games as opposed to watching movies. There's time and stuff like that could be considered. That's why I always thought like Microsoft should buy like um, well, I shouldn't say. I mean, well, some of the studios that I think they should buy is like the ones like Telltales and stuff like that. But they do a good job of working with indies and publishers to get their content on there, so you can have a lot of different variety. So you can have games like Mutant Chronicles or some of the RPGs that they have on there, some of the legacy titles that they have there, like Mass Effect. These games you spend hours in, you spend hours playing. And then they have like games that you could just pop in, play for a little bit, enjoy your time, and then pop out. Right. But the one thing that they need to work on is how to solve the storage space issue. That's my biggest gripe with the Xbox ecosystem right now. And again, if they can get the cloud off and running, and I'm talking like I'm for certain games that I play, like I would definitely just cloud game some of the indie titles, right? Instead of downloading it, some of the games that I'm not sure about, I just want to try out, and then maybe come back later to play while I'm trying to finish up other games. That would be a great. I think that would be a good thing if Microsoft figures that out. I think it'll be great for their especially for Game Pass, especially since you're trying to get like a lot of people to come in, dude. I always say this on my channel: lowest common denominator. It matters, right? The barriers, as Phil Spencer they realize that, dude. They see it. Right? They talk about it, so obviously they know, right? They keep up with this stuff. But lowest common denominator, easy access. Take down those barriers so people don't have a hard time, right, getting into your ecosystem, because that's what it boils down to in the end of the line. This is why I don't know if you guys seen this. We'll start. We'll kick off the podcast with this. And I'm not sure if any of the guys will be able to join. Hopefully they will. I will not be on long today, guys. I have to. I am going to go watch Wolverine and Deadpool today. And I know some of you guys are like, wait a minute, I thought you were done with Disney. I thought you were not going to be watching Marvel. And you're right. I honestly had no plans to watch this movie at all. But then the reviews came in. Comicon's kicking off. We'll talk about that a little bit. And I've been enjoying watching Comicon, surprisingly, 2024. As it seems really cool. Seems a bit chill. Like in the content I've been seeing, and one of the big shows, one of the big movies of the show was, of course, Deadpool and Wolverine. And kudos to Hugh Jackman. Kudos to Ryan Reynolds, man. They've been doing the circuit tour. They've been doing the heavy lifting, man. This is what I love. When they do stuff like this, man, they're doing tours all over the country, showing. And what I mean by that is they're going on the talk shows. They're doing the spots, right, promoting the film. They're over in South Korea. They actually did a couple spots there, which was really cool. Hugh Jackman's pretty popular in South Korea. Of course, he's from Australia. So, but they did a collaboration with JYP, one of their groups. I'm sorry, I can't think of the name right now. I'm so lost in K-pop right now. But they did a video. This group did a video for the movie. I'm not sure if it's going to be on the soundtrack on the American side. I don't know how that all works out. All I know is I thought it was pretty cool. And they're putting in that legwork, man, and they're talking to the fans. They're very personable characters, both of them, and they work well together. They are a dynamic duo. They play off of each other so well. And but the way Ryan Reynolds goes out there and appeals to fans and tries to sell this product and the way he sells it, dude, he's a very respectful guy. Very funny. Right, they do feel like these little skits when they go around. Some of it's a little bit on the raunchy side, but I just appreciate it, right, dude? It reminds me of what movie stars used to be in this country, right? They realized that they had to get people to see their movies. They would look at things when it came to promotional and stuff like that to actually go out there and meet the fans. Because at the end of the day, dude, a lot of, at least when I was growing up, stars wanted to be seen and heard. But they wanted people. They wanted people to come see them, but they also wanted fans, and they would go out and meet the fans. I think it's a personality thing. I don't know. Whatever it is, and not every celebrity was like that. But there was a formula to Hollywood back in the day that's totally been. It's gone. It's gone. And where we're sitting at right now, for me at least, watching movies and stuff like that, I'm not in a mad rush to go watch any movie. So if you're wondering why I'm going to see Deadpool and Wolverine, one of the things I heard about the movie is that it really destroys Disney Marvel. So I told you all, man, on this channel, I told you guys, man, I'm petty. I'm just being honest with you. I told you guys I'm petty. That's just the way I am. Hold on, guys. But that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be heading out to watch that movie. And Go cruise with my friend. Haven't done anything in a while, man, because we've both been busy. And man, I know he needs to get away and do stuff. I need to get, dude, you just have to have a day with just dudes, man. Just cruise, man. Cruise with your boys. And probably get something to eat, then head back here. Hold on. Let me see if. Yeah, sorry guys. Please bear with me. Yeah, but if you're wondering why, just to answer your questions, man, because you guys know I'm very anti-Marvel, and it's not anti-Marvel just to hate on Marvel. There are people like that are out there. For me, it's for them to be better, right? And it was funny because I did see a clip where they show Kevin Feige. I won't talk into detail due to some spoilers. Some of the spoilers that you just kind of look, dude. If you don't want to be spoiled, just stay off the internet. Spoilers doesn't bother me per se, right? But when I saw, what was going on at the con, I was like, oh my gosh, I gotta go see this, dude. Kevin Feige was there, and I thought it was funny because this dude has such a big head, and it was humbled a little bit on that panel, right? Because look, at the end, the Marvel's not doing well. Star Wars is not doing well. Disney is doing atrocious. I would not be surprised if they go bankrupt, especially in this economy. For all the people out there talking about Xbox and how the Xbox is going to die and Microsoft is going to die, or Xbox division is going to die. Right? There's actual companies out there that are suffering right now, and they continue to do what they do, man. That's what blows my mind, man. I have no sympathy, guys. I'm going to be honest. I have no sympathy at all for these businesses. Hold on. Let me switch to Instagram. Again, I don't know if everybody can join, man, but I will send out the invites to everyone if they have time. Again, I'm doing this like out of the blue in the morning. I'm not sticking to a schedule, which I apologize, man. I am sorry, guys. Don't need to do that, but did I send one to? Close on the wrong thing. See, when you get old, man, you can't really think. And then what I'll do, guys, is I might actually do a review of the movie, and then I'll post it up on the channel. I said I would shoot. Here's my boy. Okay. I should shoot Zobi. Well, maybe not. If Zobi pops up and he wants to be on, I have no problem. But I actually watched a couple of Zobi's. I watch Zobi's channel, guys. Zobi70, man, check it out, dude. If you want a different perspective on stuff, I recommend checking them out. I mean, his perspective is off the chart sometimes. I'm actually thinking of doing like a political podcast since it's an election year. And I kind of do it like I do these, man. Have people come in and give their opinions and talk about it. I don't know. I'm still debating it. There's so much stuff going on in the world right now, and everything's so interconnected, which drives me nuts, man. Because I don't like that it is that way. I like putting things into boxes. And for the men out there, dude. If you're men, I think we need to go back to doing that. I think it's a good way to deal with issues. I think this is why I don't stress out about a lot of stuff, aside from my faith and everything like that. But just every day-to-day routines and stuff like that. I think it's important because by doing that, you can process things. Think through things, look at things clearly, right? Regardless of what it is, something as minuscule as doing a movie review or something as important as your career. Because you're always having to deal with people, you're always going to be in situations, and there's things you can do to avoid certain things, but there's just things that's going to happen. And for me, at least, I know I like to have time to process stuff. Right? And sometimes you don't get that, so I tend to like to put these things in the boxes, man. Look at things a certain way, kind of dissect it a little bit. And like I said, with this movie, as I go watch it, man, I'll probably do that with the movie and then do a review because I like I said, I'm a huge Marvel fan. I hope the course correct, man. There's a lot of stuff that they can do With the universe still, man, there's still time. They're running out really quick though. They're right at the precipice of going over the deep edge. But for me, it's still a possibility if I'm being honest, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? So hold on 1 second, guys. What is that doing? Yeah, and then I'll send that. All right, dude, we're good to go. We're good to go. If people pop in, fine. If not, we're good. Like I said, I'll probably run this for like maybe a minimum. If it's by myself, dude, it'll be fast. If people pop in, I gotta keep it to like 2.5, maybe 3 hours. Yeah, maybe 2 hours today, 2.5. Because I gotta, like I said, I gotta go check out that movie, man. I'm hoping it's not busy here, but where I live, dude, it's weird sometimes, man. Sometimes you go to the theater, dude, you expect it to be packed, and it's not. And other times you go to the theater, dude, and there's like nobody there. I mean, sometimes you go to one movie, you don't think anybody's gonna go, and it's packed up. Where I live is weird, man. People do it like it's not a movie thing. It's just something to do thing. I think that I've seen. Now, when it came to Marvel movies, man, you just book it, dude. You have to set like a schedule of when you're gonna watch it. I know some people that want to go watch the movie. I was talking to them at work, but they don't want to deal with the crowds. They're thinking there might be crowds, so they're gonna wait. And sometimes that doesn't work, right? You go to second week and there's even more people because they waited from the first week. I don't know. I just want to knock this out, dude, because I'm caught up in the moment, right? With Comicon and everything that's going on. Comicon, um, number one, it's going on right now. If you didn't know, I had totally forgot about it, man. You guys know if you guys have been on my channel or hung out with me on social media, you know who I am or know how I am when it comes to this kind of stuff, dude. You guys know I'm always on it. I mean, I've fallen off sometime, I guess, because of, you had the pandemic, right? Everybody's on lockdown, and the content hasn't been great. But at the end of the day, man, I still keep up with this stuff, man. And it kind of caught me off guard. I'm not gonna lie, just because of the way Comic Con's been for the last couple of years. In fact, I don't think it ever closed down, dude. But when you have a convention and like a lot of the big names don't show up, right? Which could be good actually, right? Because the reason why I would want to go to Comic Con, right, is actually for the comic books, not really for the entertainment. And look, I have nothing against it. Because look, I'm a pop culture channel, so I just mean if I had to go in person, dude, I wouldn't want to deal with all that stuff, dude, and then go there and not even get to meet the artists I wanted to meet, or get a chance to look at like Artist Alley, the collectibles and stuff like that. It's yeah, I can't. The way that Comic Con is, dude, there's a lot of people that just go there to get collectibles. I do it as a collector. A lot of people just gonna go there to grab it and put it online, right? It's become that. It's become that kind of culture, right? And it is what it is, man. I mean, I'm not complaining about it, but that's why I wouldn't necessarily go or rush out to go. In fact, I had an opportunity to go, but it just felt weird to me, man. It's just like Comic Con passed me by because the reason why I always wanted to go, I don't collect comic books anymore, dude, at all. So I can just watch it from afar, watch it from a distance, kind of reminisce about the good old days. But I have to say, man, for this Comic Con right here, dude, it's probably been um, one of the best Comic Cons I've seen in a long time. Anyway, from what I see, dude, I'm not live and in person there, dude, but I am watching a lot of videos. I'm watching a lot of content. There's some guys putting up some good stuff out there, and the fact that their videos are good, like when they're moving around, they're not getting bumped into, they're not having to switch real quick or lift the camera high because it's so packed. One of the guys that commented on his videos, he said it is busy. He said it is busy, but maybe it's the way he edited it. But I mean, I watch his video, man. He's walking through and not really having a lot of problems. Now you can see there's certain booths that are busier than others. Like, of course, for example, if you look at the Funko booth, but even that seemed to have died out. And I don't mean that in a bad way for Funko. Like I said, one of the things as a collector, when you go to these kind of conventions, it'd be cool if I was standing in line, whether it's Mondo or Funko or um, I think Kenner was there. Whatever brand I'm collecting on, whatever uh, lineup that they're bringing out, stuff like that. It'd be cool, like to stand there and talk to people that are actually there, that are fans of whatever, you know, whether it's a Funko fan, Kenner fan, Mattel, right, DC, Marvel. You're all collectors and stuff like that, and you have that type of culture, right? So for me, it'd be kind of cool to go, hang out, talk, just like I used to do at the comic book store, man. A lot of times you go to comic book store, I'll go to comic book store just to hang out and talk to people, not necessarily buy a comic book. Have my pull list and stuff like that. So, you know, guys, comic books when I was growing up, that was like 30 pages, 29, 30 pages. I mean, it's easy to rip through those things, man, and read them multiple times, man. A lot of times you read through the comic book, the story was great, but then you go back to just read certain parts, certain panels, do some research. I was a real big comic book fan. And then you go hang out at the comic book store, dude. It's right down the street from where I live. And you spend hours there just talking to people about it. Like, that's the culture when I talk about this stuff. So, I mean, when I'm watching this dude's video, man, it seemed just so chill, man. It just seemed like I wouldn't mind being there. Like, you see people happy, you see people smiling, dude. A lot of these people feel it looks like people that just got out of prison, if I'm being honest, right? You got people with their cosplays, man. They had some like really nice, super nice cosplays, but then you just had average people, man, doing cosplays. Right. And I'm not one of these purists when it comes to cosplays, man. On either side, there's people like, oh, it should be better, and people like, oh no, it's too professional. I'm like, dude, man, do you, and just enjoy yourself. And that's what I saw, regardless of how the person looked in cosplay, man. Because I know even cosplay has become somewhat of a business. A lot of these things have been infiltrated by models and stuff like that, which I don't complain about, because what ends up happening is a lot of them become nerds as well. I mean, they get into the culture, which I think is cool. Right? I think that's a good thing. But I mean, I ain't gonna lie, dude. I was watching it, maybe because it's been so long, right? And because stuff have fallen off, dude. Marvel does not dominate anymore, dude. There's studios that are there, but they're not as prevalent. And I talked about it on the channel before, man. A lot of them were going to the cons, but the return on investment was not worth them going. You know what I mean? They put up these elaborate booths. They do these special events. It was getting bigger, like basically like E3. And then things would get bigger, grow, all that stuff. And then what ended up happening is they looked at their bottom line. And, hey, Gogo, did I shoot you? I want to shoot you one, dude. Well, hold on, dude. Yeah, we can talk about that. That's under the boycott part. I was going to do that. If you want to jump in. Where are you, bro? Oh, I did not. I am so sorry, dude. Here, I'll send you one. I'm old, man. You gotta forgive me, dude. I can't remember anything anymore. I sent you it on. If you can pop in, I sent it to you on Twitter. If you want to talk about it. Yeah, because I did see the opening ceremony. Yeah, it was absolutely atrocious. And then that's what I was going to talk about with the boycotting part, right? And it was just to kind of close up on Comicon. And if you jump in, dude, we can talk about Comicon too. But for the Olympics, man, yeah, that was, dude. I don't know, man. Everything's just out in the open to me as I look at everything, dude. People have no fear. People have no fear of God. They don't care anymore. That's a sign of the times, right? If I'm being honest. Cool. Did you see? I sent it to you on Twitter. The link if you want to jump in. Hey, man has no fear, bro. No fear of anything anymore. I had put on Twitter, man. I don't know if you saw this on Twitter. I had wrote, if I wake up tomorrow, which this was I saw this yesterday, of course, and then being Saturday. So if I woke up today, and I saw reports that France was hit with fire and brimstone, I wouldn't be surprised. It was bad. It was really bad. And of course, everybody's called for the boycotting, and I felt bad because I can't boycott because I wasn't planning to watch the Olympics anyway. So I put that on my X page as well. I personally don't do boycotts just because I don't think boycotts in that way work a lot of times, right? A lot of this stuff is based emotionally, right? And then some people got to remember though, if you have a certain type of mindset or like a certain type of ideology and stuff like that, that there's people on the opposite end, and then there's people that don't pay attention to stuff at all, right? And so you can find yourself in a quagmire when it comes to boycotting stuff. For me, I think what really works, dude, is just not to participate and hurt them where it hurts the most, which is in the pocketbook, right? And that's all I do now, dude. And maybe it's because I'm an old man, but I'm just like I just unplug and don't participate. So that's why I couldn't boycott even if I wanted to, because I was not planning to watch the Olympics, dude. The Olympics to me, It's just a shell of what it's supposed to be. It's been like that for decades, in my opinion. Right. I mean, the only reason I would watch it maybe is I wanted to see some athlete. But even that's not, there's really nobody I'm interested in watching. Um, uh, if Caitlin Clark would have went, I probably would have tried to find a way to watch the games. But again, I don't have cable either, so I'm not going to go out of my way to watch it. Man, I'm a product of the '80s, man. So, okay, yeah, just jump in, man. Yeah, do that, bro. Add an avatar. Um, that's how I got mine set up for baby metal, as you can see. But yeah, dude, I just think it's become so vanilla, man. Like some one world, like new world order, right? Because you watch the Olympics, and it's been like this for the last couple of decades, right? It's just like all come together. It's about world peace, which is one of the reasons why I mean it was kind of started, right? But I mean it's left everything behind. There's no nationalism anymore. There's no there's no nationalism. There's no borders, right? Did you watch the Japan team, right? And then it's just like you watch, or like, so basketball. Certain countries are going to dominate certain sports, and then when you watch the countries participate, I'll be more impressed if the people are actually from of that country, right? And I know that's rich coming from America, but America is different, guys. We are a melting pot, right? And that's what I always say, dude. That's the model I grew up with. I think it's the best model. I think it's very important to be a melting pot as opposed to. I remember when I was in the military, man, in the 2000s, dude, they started to. Well, I got out of the military in the late 90s, but I'm affiliated with the military in another way. And so they started switching to the salad approach. I seen that with my kids when they were going to school, right? And the salad thing is like you have a salad, like the melting pot. Of course, you grow up, it's like all these different flavors and ingredients in one, and it forms a stew, right? And but the thing with the melting pot thing, right, and why it's important is because you still have a base, and the base is like being an American, right? But then all the flavors and stuff that melt together, right, so that it can incorporate parts of your culture. Like y'all know I'm Hawaiian, right? So I still eat. Being from Hawaii, I eat rice, we eat spam, poi, right? We listen to certain types of music. We do certain types of functions. Do family is important. Not everybody's like that, dude. You have generational families that live on the islands, dude. So you can live you be in a Hawaiian house or just a local house, in fact, right? Where you have like the mom, the dad, the three kids, the grandmother, grandpa, uncle, and maybe his kids, right? Whereas when I was in the mainland, dude, a lot of my friends, once they graduated, they're out, man. They moved out and they went to do their own thing. That's just the cultural stuff, and that's what I'm talking about. Everybody's different. And then they went to the salad module, right? Where like, oh no, you can be a part of a whole, but then you have your own different perspective, which is not going to work, guys. It's not going to work. You need a base. You need a base, and that's why nobody likes salad, by the way. I'd rather have a hearty beef stew than a salad any day. And then for some of you guys, like, well, it's probably healthier for you. I'm like, dude, I just wouldn't eat at all. I'd rather not eat than eat salad. I have no problem with salad. I can eat salad, dude, but I'm just not. That's not my. If I had a choice, that's not my go-to. Just being honest with you guys, and that's the problem I had with the Olympics for a long time, dude. I have no attachment to it, dude. Again, like what's that girl, Simone Biles, man? There was an Olympics where she was like, and you can watch the clips. You don't have to watch the entire Olympics, dude. And that's the problem with a lot of productions are having right now, right? People don't have to watch the product, right? They can just wait till it to get clipped and put on YouTube. Hey, what's up, Gogo?
Oh, hey. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in. Maybe turn your mic up a little bit.
Turn it up. How about now?
Yeah, perfect. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, you know where I
Yeah.
live, it gets noisy. So
Oh, yeah. I just don't want to put it too close to my mouth because then you hear my breathing.
that's fine, dude. I don't care. as long as you get your voice out there, bro.
Yeah.
Seriously. Yeah, dude. I
Yeah.
love that opening ceremony, right?
Oh, it was beautiful. It was awesome. Oh my gosh. It's so creative.
I know.
Dude, it's so it's gross. It's like, come on, man. Gee, show some respect. I mean, they're doing it in obvious. It's so obvious.
Yeah, dude, the thumb in the eye.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even have to be religious to be offended. That's what bothers me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If this was like, if it was doing it for any other religion, I'd feel the same way. Is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean?
Well, I guess they didn't bank on. There's just regular people coming out and saying, "What does this have to do?" You know, because from a secular perspective, there's people like, "Okay, what does this have to do with sports? What is this?" I was watching this with my kids.
Exactly.
You know, there's a lot of people posting that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was surprised actually. If I'm being honest, but I was surprised. It kind of
Yeah.
reaffirmed my faith in humanity a little bit.
Well, it shows you that these people they're in their own world. I
Yeah,
swear.
yeah,
They don't understand. I mean, like a lot of if you watch it on Twitter, people are saying they're like mocking yeah, I think they are. I don't know if they are, but I
oh,
think they
definitely, yeah.
yeah, they're mocking. But it's like like you said earlier, I don't understand what their end game is. Like what do they hope to accomplish by mocking
Well,
a
you
whole
know, the
religion?
politics of it, right? There was a big scare in France because the representation for France in the European Union is slanted right now.
Hmm.
Um, and
Oh.
it's slanted right. So, and what I mean by right, the right in Europe is way different. The right and left dynamic in Europe and even in England is
Hmm.
different than in the U.S.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you have to watch out. The media will just plant you with all kind of titles and stuff like that. So I would say that the parties and the representation for them in the EU will be more nationalistic, and by nationalistic is they want to put like France and the business of France first, and that scared a lot of the liberal side in France. So the pushback is when they had the local elections, and then the liberal side took a lot of seats. So to me, this is like in the eye because when you talk about the right, dude, and nationalism, right? Of course, they love Christianity and definitely the Catholic Church, um,
Yeah.
and that was that. Then that's what that was all about, you know. So if you
Yeah.
guys did not know,
Oh no,
there's layers. Like Doc Darko says, there's layers to this.
yeah, there's. I mean, there's. Yeah, I know their left and right is like their left is farther left in some ways than in America.
Yeah, their right is actually more liberal
Yeah, it's
than
more
America.
center,
Yeah,
I
it's
would
more
say.
center. Yeah, center a little bit
That's
center left. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, those labels don't mean anything. I mean, these days I'm starting to think it doesn't even mean anything anymore.
Well,
You
the way
know?
people use it, right? They weaponize it so
Yeah.
much, you just get numb. You know, like with Xbox,
Hmm.
they call us Xbox. We're like, yeah, okay, fine. We don't
Yeah.
care.
They're
Where's my
trying to.
Modern Warfare 3 and Game Pass? There it is. Okay, I'm good.
I mean, like in the '90s. Remember, we're going out. We're about the same age. It's like
Yeah,
it was the politics then was really it was all about like how government ruled. You know how that did you spend more money or spend less money? That was it. It wasn't culture. I mean, culture was a part of it, but it wasn't like the whole thing. You know, now it's like religion is like a huge part of it now.
yeah,
Well, not religion, but what to accept and what not to accept. They
yeah.
keep pushing it. It's
Well, I'll say this: it's been infiltrated
yeah.
by the activists. So at time, activists would beat their drums and sometimes do their protests. Sometimes they get violent, but very rare. Do shoot a couple people every once in a while, and and it would be and that's where it would end. But what ended up happening is these guys they got smart. Well, by their measurements, right? So
Hmm.
they actually got involved. They got into government, and that's what you see now, right? And you see a lot of people who are activists um, that are politicians, and so they're trying to change the dynamic from the inside, and in some aspects, it's working, dude. It's the country that there's a great meme with Britney
Hmm.
Spears, and it says the country I
Yeah.
grew up in, and it's Britney Spears when she's young, and it's the country I
Yeah.
live in now, and it's her knife wielding version of her. And I think that's true, man. That's apropos to the way the direction of the country and how far the country's fallen, in my opinion.
You mean France or just the world? I
No,
think
I mean
it's
the U.S. Sorry.
oh the U.S.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But France has a history. France has a record of. I mean, they revel
Yeah,
in
they have
revolution.
avant-garde
Yeah,
stuff. There's a
yeah.
lot of that. I
But
mean,
the sad thing about it is, right, is there was
CERN.
nothing. There was nothing like. If you guys know anything about France and their art and their literature and their style and
Hmm.
their stuff like that, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
but when you watch that, dude, they're like what they presented at the Olympics to me was just a slap in the face of all their true art.
Hmm.
and what makes them who they are, dude. When I was growing up, dude, people like okay, I'll just say I grew up in Florida, right?
Hmm.
So a lot of people come to Disney World, and I meet people from France, dude, and they just had a certain way about them, you know. And they felt like they were better than everybody else. You know, I heard the stereotype about France, and I'm not saying everybody's like that, but the majority of the people that I met, they had a certain air about them, right? It was so bad one time. I was talking to this lady, and she was like offended that I couldn't like understand her.
Hmm.
And then this other lady comes behind me, and comes behind me because I worked at the grocery store. I was bagging groceries. And then this other lady comes behind, and she goes, "Don't worry about it, love. They're French." You know, she's British.
Oh,
Yeah, she's trying to explain to me. I was like, "Oh, I'm not."
froggies, not.
Yeah, basically, right. And I feel
Yeah,
sad now because I would gladly take that now over what that country's become. So it's
yeah.
sad.
I mean, I don't care if they're liberal or. I mean, that's fine. It's
Hmm.
just that like in the biggest stage. Yeah, let's do some. Let's like rip a whole religion. I mean, it doesn't. I'm not surprised, but it, it's kind of not because when you say shocking,
Hmm.
it's kind of giving them credit. You know what I mean? Like it's saying, "Oh
Uh,
wow," it's like that's what they want.
oh yeah,
It's
yeah,
like even for being
definitely.
shocking, it's kind of like, dude, you know what I mean? It's hard to explain because they're obviously trying to push that on the people, but that means that they're assuming they have this idea probably of like religious people or people who are faithful, or at least believe, that they're against homosexuality. I mean, most are. I mean, you know what I mean. But they
Uh, yeah.
accept. They have an acceptance of modern life. They understand what life is. They're not like stuck in. I'm saying in my point is that they have this broad, you know, you could tell that what they're trying to do is shock everybody. When we've seen this shit since the 80s, 70s. It's not like it's shocking anymore. It's just that you have to do it on a big stage. You know what I mean? Like it's not, and they've been doing. It's not just this. It's like this. The Super Bowl. They've been doing that. Like that one with what's his name? Uh, they do the mid the s- uh the halftime
Oh, the halftime
singer.
shows. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like the last one was the same thing. It was what's his name, and it was like a satanic another satanic thing. It's like, dude, what do you, yeah. I had a long discussion about it before um with some friends, and I was like, I mean, I don't know why they keep doing it. It's like it doesn't. People who are at least paying attention know it's like, what are they trying to do? Like, yeah,
Well,
that's what I'm curious. Like, is it trying to break down people's acceptance? Do you know what I mean? What
I
do you
mean,
think?
that for me, it's like that's been their mantra since the '70s, even in the '60s, '70s, and '80s, right? It's just they wanted to be accepted, right? And then what would happen is like I remember there was like this show, these talk shows they used to have like Phil Donahue, Jenny Jones, Ricky
Hmm.
Lake, and the mood of the country at the time was very different when it came to that. People did look at it as a kind of a lifestyle that was a degenerate lifestyle. And that was
Yeah.
the opinion of the public. You could tell because when they talk about it, right? And then over time, and so what it is like, well, we just want to be accepted, we want to live our life. And then as a person, right, regardless, you don't want to see people attacked or physically
Yeah.
assaulted, stuff like that, or even killed in some senses, right?
Hmm.
And so you see that there was a little shift, and people will be like, yeah, that's wrong too, right? Just I might not agree
Hmm.
with your lifestyle, but that's wrong too. Nobody should be assaulted. And so there was a level of acceptance that rolled into normalcy,
Hmm.
and then I like to use the phrase of the slippery slope, right? And so
Yeah.
over all these decades, right, it's gone further and further. I'll use a biblical term. It's called a reprobated mind.
Oh yeah.
That's the problem with all this kind of stuff, and whether they're aware of this or not. I mean,
Hmm.
this is why you see people online now talking about demonic influence, powers and principalities, right? Because
Yeah.
if you look at the end of the day, right, there's two sides, right? You're either going to
Hmm.
be
Good and evil.
good
Yeah.
and evil, and what happens is when you're on the side of evil, right? Is you be, I mean, it's patterned, right? You can see it. These guys were just wanted to be accepted. Then when they were accepted, then they were like, okay, there's nothing wrong with this. Or why life isn't fair? Why do you get this? I don't get this. We should all be equal, right? It starts going down all this thing to the point where we are now, where they're very militant about their
Hmm.
lifestyle, like to the point where like they either you accept my lifestyle or you're a bigot, you're a Nazi, you're a racist. We're gonna shut your business down. How dare you not
Or
buy make
or
me
we're
a
gonna
t-shirt?
turn your kids. That's what
Yeah.
they say.
Well, that's what they're trying to do,
That's
right?
that's the
And
chant.
yeah,
Your kids are next or something. It's like,
yeah.
dude,
Well,
yeah.
because they want to set that standard, right? Because it's just every time
Well,
somebody,
yeah.
yeah, every
They're
time,
trying to say they could be it could be your kid. That's we get it. We're not
yeah,
stupid, but it's like, yeah.
yeah.
Go
Well,
ahead.
they
I'm sorry.
no, they have all their talking points, and it's just like so every time I notice people on that side, right, that tend to throw aspersions at people, I always notice that that's because that's something they would do. For example, when I was growing up, right, this is why the whole red pill thing. Again, I'm not red pill, dude. I didn't have to be red pill. I'll just put it to you that way.
Hmm.
So when I was growing up, dude, like as a Christian, right, you get attacked with that. Your kids go to Bible camp. Oh,
Hmm.
look at this, they're a cult. Look at these guys. They're trying to brainwash their kids. All this kind of stuff, right? And what it is like they're teaching you these principles and these morals that you'll use through your life, right,
Hmm.
to make you the person that your parents know you want to be, a
Hmm.
decent person in society, right, with affinity, especially as a Christian for God.
Yeah.
And if you notice on the flip side of things, right, everything you do on the Christian or the good side is always on the opposite on the other side. Right? And
Hmm.
what I always use is the rainbow, right? The
Hmm.
pride flag, they like to use the rainbow color. The rainbow and what it stands for, right, biblically,
Hmm.
is a promise of God not to devastate the world in a mass flood like he did back in the day.
Hmm.
The Bible talks about God was so lamented that he regretted creating man.
Hmm.
Right? And God, as we know, God is very long suffering, patient and long suffering. That's what the Bible says. So for him
Yeah.
to finally want to pull the trigger, right, so to speak, things have to be bad, right? And so that symbol signifies every time you see it in the sky, it should remind you of God's promise, right? This is why it rains. There's usually when it rains, or there's a
Hmm.
dew, or there's a mist, or there's something associated with moisture, and then rainbows appear, right?
Yeah.
That's a reminder. But the way the world is
God's
now,
promise. Hmm.
God's promise, and
Yeah.
the way the world is now, right? What's happening now is, and it's always what the world does, and we all know who the prince of the world is. It's always to take something and subvert it. That's why it offends me so much, man. Because I'm like, I look at that and I know why. Like they might have their reasons why. They might need not even be cognizant of it. People who like to use the pride and the rainbow flag, right? But I know what the reason is for this to be done, right? It's to subvert that, right? Because that's the goal of the devil. Like, dude,
Hmm.
his ending is not going to be great. So in this time that he has, right, he's just going to try and drag down as much people
Yeah.
as he can. And when
Hmm.
I see people use that, it's the ignorance that's on display is one thing, but just the influence is the scary part, right?
Yeah.
At least scary in the sense of I feel for them because they don't understand what they're doing.
Well, they don't believe,
Yeah,
or if they believe, they don't think there's a hell. They just think it's some. Oh, you feel guilty. That's it. Maybe it's your self guilt. It's like a your new age movement. How they believe the afterlife. I mean, I
yeah,
don't. They can believe what they want to believe. You know what I mean? But it's like,
yeah,
so like what you just have been talking about. They're to them, not just to them, but to a lot of people now. They're who don't believe in any, because a lot of people now are very secular. You know that already, right? They
I think, yeah, but I think the secular has become active, like activists,
Yeah.
right? Because
Yeah.
to be secular in and of itself, everybody's basically secular in a way, right? You live in a secular world.
Yeah.
Um,
Maybe I'm using the wrong word, but I mean,
no, I
it's
think you are, but I just
yeah.
think I just think it's been weaponized.
You're no, you're right, because
Yeah.
people. It's not that we already do that already, but
Mm.
it's because they don't want they've already made it so that if you have any of those beliefs, like you just said, if you believe in good and evil, you're ready. That's already a bad label. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah.
So you can't even discuss these issues. Like people can like even when you're talking about this stuff, I feel like if somebody comes in on this discussion that we're having, oh my god, these people are far right. But we're
Yeah.
not. I don't think you're that far right as you think you are, in my opinion.
I get
And I think
labeled
you
far
are.
right.
I mean, in certain things, but you know what I mean. I
I
think
like to
because
think of myself as more traditional.
yeah,
Just the
you're
way I was raised.
conservative.
Yeah.
far right. When I think of far right, I think that's like ultra, like fascist.
Yeah.
That's what it should be. Like you want complete order, which is like somebody who's a control freak. Which you could
Yeah.
probably say the left is like that actually more now. But
Yeah, the left is very so that's what I mean is that they'll always cast aspersions at people to
exactly.
deflect what they're doing. Yeah,
So
you can see it. It's not that hard. You know what I'm saying?
no, it's not. It's really, they're very insecure. It's
Yeah.
weird. It's like who cares? Just people just want to make a living, and they don't care if you're unless you're not committing a crime. People are okay with your sexuality. Just don't blast it in our face. You know what I mean?
No,
I
I
mean,
think. Yeah.
you
Oh,
know
go ahead.
people that are homosexual, right? I mean, you know people that don't. They're not normal. Not. I don't want to say that.
I
You know
don't
what I
know.
mean? They're not heterosexual. They're just. I hate when I say that's bad. Because I have friends that are gay. And so it's like I don't. I look at them just as anybody else, but they're different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude.
Everybody's different. I'm not. You know what I mean? So, but you don't tell them what to do. Like your life. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you do, but I don't. I keep my. Most people will keep to themselves and not tell them. You know what I mean? You
I
know.
think, like I talked about putting stuff in boxes earlier. I think we need to go back to that. I think we need
Yeah.
to go to those societal norms that we had before. Like,
hmm
if you don't, if you like, maybe you don't have a problem with homosexuals, but you don't associate with them.
I
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a problem at all, to be honest. I mean,
Like, like,
that's
like,
how life is.
like my, I work with this guy. He's my coworker, right? And
hmm
he's inviting me to his church. And
Yeah.
then he's like, and then I'm like, oh, dude. And he's like, yeah. Because at first I was like, oh, what, you go to church? And he goes, yeah.
hmm
And it's like, oh, because I know he's
Yeah.
gay. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
And then he's like, yeah, dude. I sing in the gay men's choir.
Yeah.
And
So he
and
joined a
so,
church that accepted him.
well, they created a church for themselves, right?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no actual church.
But you don't tell him you're wrong, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, we have discussions about it. Yeah.
Oh, you do. Okay.
Well, because
That's good.
he is a Christian, like, or he purports himself to be a Christian. He reads his Bible. He does all the stuff that Christians
Yeah.
do. But, and I pray for him too, man, because that's a
hmm
big hang up. I mean, if
I
you
mean,
can't, it's like
yeah.
I can't call myself a Christian, and go around murdering people. You know what I'm saying? That's not how it works.
Yeah.
So
I
we have
understand.
these discussions, but again, like, am I over there yelling
Yeah.
at him, fire and brimstone in him and stuff
It's
like that? No,
but see, it's a
not because.
sexuality. I mean, that's who they are.
Well,
I
for
mean,
me, it's I mean, I address it the way I address everything else, and I
yeah.
know him, so I'm not saying
Exactly.
we're super close, but we worked together. I've
hmm
known him for years, and then there's another person that I work with, and we actually pray for him. We're like, look, dude, I know this is something that you're
Yeah.
dealing with, and there is a way out. And then sometimes he'll get mad, right, and he'll storm away, and I'm talking to him the same way I'm talking to you, just having a discussion. So I know when he does that, I know it's
Yeah.
bothering him. I
Well, I mean,
know.
if
Okay.
somebody did that to you to said like say you should be gay, I mean that's the right way, and they really felt that way. I mean, you understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying
Mhm.
they would be offended. It's offended. They're offended that you're talking down. I'm saying that's how it seems. I mean, but I understand your point of view because you truly do believe that. I'm in the middle. I don't know. I mean, I don't
Mhm.
because I don't know. I can't say because I've met many homosexuals from. I have relatives that are. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
me
don't want
too.
to get personal about it, but you know what I mean. So it's like
Yeah.
I don't see them going to hell just because of that. That's just me. I can't. I don't because we live in a world now where. But I understand the belief of it. You know what I mean? Like
Well,
you've
so
heard about. Yeah.
he's a Protestant, right? But
Yeah.
so he's non-denominational, right? For me, I'm a
Yeah. There's.
sub-Baptist. So I mean, as a Protestant Christian,
hmm
right? There are certain tenets of the faith that like Catholics have their tenets of faith.
hmm
Um, so there's things
Yeah.
he knows, like he reads the Bible, he knows
Yeah. I
specifically.
mean, that even does that. That's more than the average person. You know what I mean? That's
Well,
probably
there's a
even
lot of
more than
people
me.
like that. It's look, I
Yeah.
don't, I'm not easily offended. I don't go on rampages and stuff like that because
No. Yeah. I know you know. Yeah.
this is
I
no
was just.
different. Okay.
I'm just saying, like you said about the boxes thing. It's like it's so. It's like we live in a world now where everything
Yeah, it's
you don't
fluid.
want to offend anybody, but you don't because once you start talking asking about your own beliefs. Do you know what I mean? you know yours, which is good. I'm just saying I'm in the middle on certain things. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right.
So but I completely understand your point of view too, because I have my half. I told you before, like half my family is very strict Catholic, and they don't believe in
Hmm.
homosexuality. So
Yeah.
it's not that they don't believe in it; they just don't think it's right. I
How
don't
does your
think. Hmm?
how does your family feel, man? Because it's actually the
Oh,
Catholic
they're my.
Church that
I
is
talked to
getting
my
attacked.
sister.
Yeah.
I just talked to my sister a little this morning. I messaged her and she was like, "It's disgusting." She's like, "They want to destroy Christianity." She's like, "They want you to." Yeah, I was like, "Yeah, it seems like that." It's like what? Or they're just making fun of it. Really, they just want to laugh in your face.
I mean, yeah, I could handle them making fun of
Yeah,
Christians. That's not a problem. But this is there's an agenda.
yeah. This is. I mean, if you believe in like magic, it's like saying if you believe in like conjuring spirits, it's like you're actually. It is. It's like you're taking the cross and tossing it in feces. You know what I mean? That's what they do. They what do they call that when you do the opposite? It's subversion. And then so when they do subversion, it's like you're promoting the other side, basically
Yeah, they're under. It's so bad now.
exalting Satan. It's like it's exactly what it says. Like if you go to Twitter, it's like that's actually the hashtag right now. It's if you go there, it says Satan, and it's it's kind of it's crazy.
Every time, because there's a movement in the world right now where people are
Hmm.
turning back
Hmm.
to God. Every time there's a movement like that, there's going to be a counter movement. And
Yeah,
that's what you see. I mean, because things in the world have gotten so bad. I mean, with
yeah.
everything you watch the
It
news.
is. It is. It is bad because
Mhm.
the stuff with like you've heard about what happened with even Elon Musk, for example. Now he might have been a bad. I think he was kind of a bad parent because he didn't take it seriously. You know what I mean?
I just don't
With
think he
his
knew.
daughter, with his son.
Yeah, I don't think he understood. And which to me fits his personality because that's not his forte.
Yeah,
Uh,
he's a little autistic.
yes. But I know he mad now. I know he's not happy now.
Well, I think he's finally realizing that there's an agenda
Mhm.
out there, and it affected his son. But they interviewed his son or daughter now, and she's pretty bright. She's not stupid. You know what I
Well,
mean?
I
She
mean,
knows for her age. She's 20 years old and she talks like she's like 30. You know what I mean? Or he. But yeah, but the thing was that it is because people. It's sad. They don't. I don't think you should be allowed to make those decisions until you're considered a full grown adult.
dude, it's inundated
Yeah.
within the school system. It's
Oh no,
inundated
I
with
know.
popular
Yeah,
culture. I
it's
think what hurts him
terrible.
the most, and I can speak as this as a parent, dude, is that that's my child. So everything else goes. I know this dude is the creator of Tesla. This dude's a multi-billionaire. This dude
Hmm.
creates spaceships and rockets. He does all this amazing things.
Exactly.
But at the end of the day, when it comes down, that's I'm a dad, and that
Hmm.
everything, all that stuff just gets thrown out the window. He don't care. He bought Twitter because of this.
I think
This
so
is what
too. I think because
well
he
he's talked
saw
about.
how it was completely getting accepted as something normal, and he was starting to see that this is
Yeah,
not. It's like infiltrated in a way that they're making it normalizing it. But it's
he
not.
had a he
You
had a
know.
moment. He had a
Yeah.
moment of clarity. I just said this. He had a
Yeah.
moment of clarity. He actually saw the truth. Unfortunately, for people
Yeah.
on the opposite side of the spectrum, right? This
But
dude has
yeah.
when he sees something and he moves on something, he moves with fierceness and he won't stop.
Yeah.
This is
But see,
why he is what he is. So
yeah. But the thing is, I don't. I think it's dangerous in terms of psychology, like because people don't. People already. There's people who don't know who they are. They're 30, 40 years old. They go through life. They're not.
mhm.
They don't know their sexual. I mean, they know their sexuality, but they don't know how to deal with it, or they have other issues, and so it's very complex sometimes. Behavioral health and all that. Psychology. So just to make it suddenly say like just because you want a daughter or a son or they act feminine or masculine, suddenly they're like the other sex or they need to change to that sex. They make it sound like it's something so simple. It's not for some people. You know what I mean? And it makes it worse. I'm saying it from like I said, I'm coming it from another because even it's even bad even if you don't believe in that it's evil. I'm just saying because people think it's something like, because I don't even think our science is advanced enough. Because what they do is they just chop it off, and then they give you some drugs to make you feel like you're less male. It's so stupid. When you think about it, it's like barbaric. You know what they
Yeah, it's
do.
so different than the for all the people that scream about the Dark Ages, and I'm looking at them like, what
Exactly. It's our medical system is not that advanced to suddenly change your perception of who you are. That's something you have to deal with mentally. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and shout out to Star Trek, who they kind of tackled that too in their series, right, with the advancements that they had, and when they talked in science fiction terms, um,
Yeah.
but they were looking at it from that perspective as a whole. And you look at where we are now, so I think Gene Roddenberry would be very
Yeah.
disappointed.
Well, I mean, well, because they're only probably thinking of just homosexuality. That's just one. Now there's, well, if you ever read, I was reading up about the Talmud, and they have like a belief of like actually six or seven, six types of sexes. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
genders. So that's where actually a lot of the gender
Dysphoria.
dysphoria or whatever, that's where it comes from, because they were always interested in that, but like the different state. I mean, they're probably, because throughout history there's been, how homosexuality, or there's people who probably feel more feminine or masculine, so they're the first to actually probably write about it more. But then, they have to deal with it with their religion as well. So
Well, I
when you
think
look.
there's a natural order to things,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah,
Regardless of because religion came later on.
exactly, yeah.
So there's this natural order to things, right? And
Hmm.
so because of like, say you grew up um, in the early 100, 200 BCs, right?
Hmm.
Look, dude, there was a natural order to things in the sense of you had to be a certain way or you wouldn't make it, right?
Well,
And
there's,
just
yeah. Well, I don't
so
know about that. I know what you mean, though. I know what you're trying to, but there's always been homosexuality. That's what I'm saying.
I don't. When people tell me that now, I'd be wary. I just tell you this, I'd be wary of it because it's not like how it is now, right? Because you could
I would,
not,
yeah.
civilization would not have grown if it was on that level. In fact, I mean, just to go back to the flood, right? This is why, you know, things, and I'm not talking
I
in just,
understand what you're saying. I know. I
right?
mean,
So
there's a
there was,
logic to it. Yeah.
well, the whole thought of procreation. This is what gets me the most
No,
about
no. I was exactly on that thought.
it.
I understand where you're going to.
These guys, that's what irritates me the most when I hear people tell me this kind of stuff. I'm like, dude, you would not be here, right? We
Well,
would not be here as a
yeah.
civilization. It's
That's.
the same thing with racism, right? It's just like white people are bad, white people bad, white people bad. You live in a construct that's created by Western culture, which is predominantly white people. By your definition of white people, which is skin color, mostly when I talk to people like this, right? But there's
Hmm.
nuances in that as well. But because to me, it's a kind of a reverse racism, right? When they look at white people a certain way, it's just that it's by color, and I'm like, well, that's
Well,
kind of
even that's, yeah. I mean, that's revisionism. Yeah, I understand. No, but my point wasn't to. I understand. You're saying that it's changed now, that it's worse now. I don't.
dude.
I
It's
don't know.
it's,
I
it's
mean,
I'll put it to you this way: in a biblical sense, it's 10 times worse, in my opinion.
yeah. See, I don't. I don't know for it end times. It does sometimes. It looks like that to me. I'll admit that, since I am Christian, but I don't like to
Well,
look at
even
it.
even
But see,
like
that
you were
make.
saying,
Yeah.
right, with the Olympics,
Hmm.
like even people who are non-Christian are looking
Yeah.
at this, right, because it goes against. Everybody has a spirit, dude, whether they want to believe in God or not,
Yeah.
right? But when you see something, like when you see somebody get attacked for no reason on the street, or you see somebody get killed or murdered, dude, innately,
You
right,
know
there's
it's
something
wrong.
within
Yeah.
you that knows it's wrong. So there's people coming out now. They might express it in a different way. Like me, I'll go straight to the fire and brimstone comparison, right? So
Hmm. No, no.
I'm a
Yeah.
right wing that job. But other people look at it and it's like, okay, why this has nothing to do with the Olympics? What is this? Why am I watching a
Exactly.
drag
Yeah.
show? Right. Or then some people even then it's like, okay, what did they? Oh wow, is that the Last Supper? Like even on that level, there's people talking about it in
Hmm.
that sense that
Yeah.
don't consider themselves religious, right?
I think,
Like,
you know what.
everybody has a spirit.
Yeah. They might be doing it to gauge how the world is.
No, they're
Or
doing it. They're doing it to. They're full speed ahead, dude. They're
yeah.
full speed ahead, dude. I mean, they're careening off of a cart. This is why I say that, like in the Bible, there's powers and principalities. That's the level we're at now, right? That these guys are being,
Hmm.
um,
Yeah.
they bought into it, right? They're hook, line, and sinker. right? It's very anti-God because it is, right? It's against God. The natural order
Yeah.
of how God wanted things. This is on the
I
opposite end. So
no, I know what you're saying. I mean, it's just like breads and circuses. They how they said their own empire eventually got weaker. Breads and circuses. So
yeah,
I believe it. I mean, it's not that I believe it. It's just that's how it is. I mean,
right.
it's just like if you ran a family household, if you less control and you don't have as many rules, or you're running it where you let everybody do the wrong thing. Whether I don't like to use those words, but I mean, you know what I mean. Like there's less control over how to run things. It becomes more disorder. So maybe
Well, and
that's
there's
what they
people,
want. Yeah.
yeah, and there's people weaponizing it, right? You know, like
Yeah.
something as minuscule as a console war, right? You see people weaponizing that. That's one of the things I wanted to
Yeah.
talk about, right? Because of an Xbox, right? The narrative on YouTube is the gaming industry is failing, and then they throw Xbox in there, and the reason they put Xbox in there and then they go straight to the Xbox layoff because they know that's going to get people to click on the
Oh,
video.
the clickbait. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Oh,
then
they're
when you
always
listen
gonna
to
do that.
some of them, like I'll just listen to them just for research purposes, right, for myself. So I'll listen to them, and I don't have to listen long, right? I'm listening to it because, and then some of them is you can tell that's because Microsoft just encompasses all the news, right? So they can't really talk about other stuff because they don't take the time to look at what's happening with other companies, what's happening to other countries,
Or the
right?
world. Yeah.
Yeah, in the world.
Or
I
what
mean,
people are playing or what they're doing.
well, I mean, as far as economy too, right? I mean,
Oh yeah,
there,
exactly.
people are starving right now all over the world because of how bad economies have become. Right? Like in China right now, they have what they call revenge saving. They had this movie called Revenge Spending, where these guys were buying brands and stuff like that. You know, they were flexing their financial and economic muscle. China
Hmm.
as a government and their people. Like they were the most prized in certain countries, right? Because when they come in with dough, they come in with money. Certain parts of the year, that's according to their celebratory calendar, Golden Week, for example, right? Countries would throw out the red carpet for these guys, but that's not. They don't have that power anymore. So they're doing the opposite now. They're not buying. They're trying to live like $1.50 a day. Is their goal.
Oh yeah, I saw some of those videos you posted them. Yeah,
Yeah, it's so you have all
very
of this
becoming
going around, and
frugal.
then
They're very very frugal.
yeah.
It's
Well,
it's
they've
unbelievable.
always been. This is why they had that economic power
Yeah, it's
before.
an Asian thing. No,
It's very yeah, it's a very Asian.
my parents are like
Like here
that.
in Hawaii,
They
dude. Like amongst, I mean, except for Hawaiians.
no, I'm telling you, my parents were cheap, dude. They
No,
they
yeah,
did
it's
they
yeah,
did well for a while, and they weren't like poor, but I never had a console. You know that, right? I never told you I didn't have a console till I
yeah,
bought one.
yeah, me either.
Oh no,
Like I,
until I got one.
mean,
Yeah, for
I got
graduation gift.
yeah.
Yeah,
I made the
I'm
honor
too old.
roll like
Mhm.
for 2 years straight. I made the honor roll, and my grandmother went to my uncle and told him to buy me a console. Yeah. And I was shocked because we never got that, dude. I know
Yeah,
exactly how you feel. We're in the same boat. So
yeah,
I do, bro. I get on my Filipino cousins, bro. These
yeah.
guys are spoiled,
I
man.
was okay. I mean, I had
Bro,
other things. I had the library and a computer at least, but
yeah,
it
I
was
had
not the
chores.
same. Yeah, I had chores too. Well, I'm the youngest, so I didn't have. My parents by the time I was born, they weren't that strict. They actually not that strict, to be honest. They were, but in terms of spending, yes, not strict. They're like very frugal, you know.
It's they grew up in that. They were raised like that
Yeah,
because family
is it?
was like that. That's a generational thing.
Yeah, I think exactly. I think it was more a generational thing because both my parents, well, they were big age difference, but they both grew up during the depression. It's
Yeah,
both my mom and dad. So they're not baby boomers. They're born pre World War II. So
I think it's also like yeah, I agree with you as far as Asians too. It's a cultural norm as well.
yeah, plus Asians are a little more conservative with their money. So
Yeah, and so in China they're doing that, and so I'm watching all these things, and then I keep up with politics. I keep up with world events,
well,
and then
that video was more extreme. They're not. They're being very frugal.
well, because
Yeah,
because that's how bad it is for them.
yeah, it's bad.
And
It's
and and,
very
that, and, that, and that's their government doing that on purpose. That's a whole nother. We could have a video just on that alone. But then I click on a Xbox video, right? The industry's dying. Xbox. It's because of the
oh,
Xbox.
Council Wars is like a. It's just like a escape. It's like fun
Well,
times with.
I would love it to be. I would love console wars to be like console wars.
I mean, in terms of the whole world, yeah, I
But
mean,
you can't.
it pisses me off too. But yeah,
Well, look, the problem with console wars is they're not console wars anymore. Because in order to have a console war,
no,
just
it's
like when I used
not.
to argue
Yeah.
with DC fans, I'm a Marvel fan. I used to argue with DC fans all the time. At least I was secure in the idea that they were actual DC fans, right? When you
Yeah.
listen to console war now, these people do not play games, right? So you can't
Oh,
even
yeah.
really have an honest console war, right? Because the people that you're warring, that you're arguing with, don't have it. I know more about PlayStation than most of those people.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. No, I think a lot of the people in your podcast group, well, in this, there's like pockets of different people who listen. You guys game a lot. I game a lot too. So yeah,
Yeah.
there's people in the YouTube console wars. When you listen to them, I don't even think they console war. They just like to do podcast, which is fine. I don't think that's a problem. It's just I hate when they pretend like, oh, I'm a big fan of this, and then you ask them, and they're like, "What's that?"
Yeah, it's just like the
It's like,
politics. It's like the political trope, right? Where this guy's like, "Oh yeah, I'm pro abortion," and then you start
yeah,
talking to them, and I'm like, well, "Actually, you're not." Or if there are some they lean politically left, then you talk to
uh,
them like, that's Hawaii in a nutshell. Like it's a blue
yeah,
state, but it's everybody here is conservative for the most part.
yeah.
I mean, for the
But
family, the things they believe in, right?
hmm
The things that they're mad about. I laugh, right? Inside to myself, I laugh because I'm like, wow, dude, you guys are actually. Because when I came here, right, when I moved back home, I
hmm
was like, oh man, dude, this state is like super
it
blue, right?
changed.
And what it is, it's just that the party here is so ingrained for good for and there was a good reason for it, right? Because coming from the plantation days, it's just
hmm
like working in a steel mill back in the '60s and '70s, right?
Yeah,
When labor, people got taken advantage of, people got tossed to the side, so they organized, right?
that's oh, it's
You know,
everywhere. Yeah, it's bad.
but then it's become its own worst enemy. Like you can't see past it, you can't see over it, up and under it. You have an older generation. People in Hawaii tend to live longer, so you
hmm
have some deep blue, dyed in the wool Democrats that'll never
hmm
vote any other way.
hmm
Um, there's been very few times. I think the last Republican governor they had here was when I was in the '90s. This lady Linda Lingle, and she wasn't technically a Republican. She was just kind of she was centered and then a little bit to the left, and
Oh
that's the
yeah.
Republicans here. In fact, I think for Republicans, I think we only have 3 or 4
hmm
representatives. Everybody else is Democrat.
Oh
Tulsi
wow.
Gabbard,
So
dude. I don't know if you know who Tulsi Gabbard is.
oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, I would like some of the. Her dad was one of the few Republicans in the state,
She's
and
Hawaiian, isn't she? Is she full
no,
Hawaiian?
no, she's not Hawaiian at all. Actually,
Oh, she
she's like
isn't.
yeah, she's like Kamala.
Oh, she's native. That's right. She's East Indian, isn't she?
Yeah. Now her dad might be part Hawaiian. I don't know, dude. I don't think because there's
I
a
know
there's
she's
a
not.
lot of,
Yeah, she's
there's,
mixed something. Yeah,
yeah, and that's how it is in Hawaii.
I'm
Like
gonna
there's
look
a
it up.
lot of
Yeah,
people here that think they're Hawaiian and they're not. And I mean by blood.
I understand what you mean. Yeah, from the islands.
Yeah. But everybody here is local. That's what we refer to. Everybody here is local.
Yeah,
Right?
it's what they call when my relatives in Guam. They call them the Islanders. The
Yeah,
people who are
yeah,
originally from that. Your blood is from the original island.
yeah. So
Like,
we're like
yeah.
considered native. Yeah.
Like, so you're totally native. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm mixed too, but like I'm mixed like the mixing here now is like three,
That's
four deep,
yeah.
Like I said in one of the podcasts, the biggest mixes here is Hawaiian, Chinese, Filipino. Those three.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the biggest mixer. And then because certain other Asians that came here, right, they still stuck with their own kind of community, like
hmm
Japanese and Koreans mostly. Um, Even though there's mixing too, but right. And then you have Portuguese Hawaiian is big as well. People from Portugal. That's why when some people look at like some of my cousins, dude, they'll be like,
Yeah.
dude, they look at them because they're fair.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that maybe you think they're Hawaiian is they're huge. Like I
Oh,
think,
I looked up her. Half she's half Samoan and then
oh,
half
is she?
American white. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
her
I haven't.
mom, she has no. Her mom became interested in Hinduism, so she named her kids after Hindu
Yeah,
names.
and I
So
think that the dad, or I mean, maybe that's not her biological. I'm not too deep on her. I know the person that because
hmm
who her dad is and stuff like that, just by politics.
yeah,
Um,
she's not too old. She's like under 40, she's 43. She's young. Yeah,
yeah, so
but
she's
anyway,
like you see how
um,
she shifted her views on stuff.
hmm
To me is like a lot of people will say,
she's
"Oh, did she really like that? Did she change?" I was like, "Well, I mean, her dad would probably be a big influence on her. I know one of the
Yeah,
reasons she ran Democratic is because it's Hawaii, right?
exactly. I could see that. I mean, like you said, like there's blue. They call them. I forgot what they call Democrats. There's the conservative Democrats. It's
Oh, yeah,
basically
Blue Dogs. Yeah,
Blue Dogs. Yeah, the Blue Dogs are old conservatives that became Democrats.
yeah.
But it's the irony is the original Democrats were the conservatives because Ray, what's his name? Lincoln was the first Republican, big Republican. You know
Uh,
that, right?
well, yeah, because the Republican Party. It didn't start off. I think they used to be the Whig Party, and
Yeah.
then but
Well,
they
and
they coalesced the Republican Party because of their stance on slavery. So
yeah,
that's what. There's a lot of abolitionists.
yeah. And so Lincoln was a Republican, and the rest were all Democrats. The Democrats were pro-slave, not pro-slavery, but they were willing to accept slavery and then slowly phase it out.
Well, it's
You
part of
know,
it's part of their you know, their business model.
exactly. So I
It's
wish I get, but
economical.
that
Yeah,
sucks. Yeah, it's evil. You're, yeah, it's terrible. But
yeah. Because
yeah,
I grew up in when I was in Florida, it was still very southern. So I grew up in the. I like to say I grew up in the South. That's why I'm a Southern Baptist.
oh, the
Um,
South is still South. I've been there.
yeah,
It's a lot less though. Yeah, I know what you mean
it's
though. It's
very different, dude. It's very different when I was
you
growing
have
up.
to go to small towns to see the real South. Yeah.
Yeah, when I moved there, dude, it was like where I lived, dude. It was like pickup trucks, cow tipping,
Hmm.
all that stuff, dude. And plus, being in Florida, right? Everybody, they camped, mudslinging, or the monster trucks, all that kind of stuff, dude. And but it was funny, man, because from what everybody told me, and then I moved there, it was not what I expected. And I think it was weird to me because I was able to kind of fit in because
Hmm.
coming from Hawaii, bro, especially back then, dude, it's about being local. It's about family. It's about small town, right?
Yeah.
Everybody like when I was growing up, nobody wanted to go to Waikiki. That's where all the tourists were.
Hmm.
And then you stay on the outer edges of the island, dude. That's kind of how it was when I moved to Florida, dude. And then rednecks had a lot in common with local people.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Even prejudices aside, like if you grew up in Hawaii when I was, dude, if you're a white dude, it wasn't good for you.
Yeah, I could. Well, because they see you as a colonizer. I
Well,
would
they you,
guess.
yeah, you're from the mainland, you're an outsider, and
Yeah.
that was a weird thing when I was in the South, dude. They really didn't like people from up north
No,
because
that's
there's already black and white, and they have their things in the South, right? But they're still
yeah.
Southern. So
Hmm.
anything that's above the Mason Dixon, dude, you were you were
No,
Yankee.
yeah. It's weird because I had relatives that moved to Baton Rouge and then to New Orleans,
Yeah,
half there, and so they told us because they moved there because they were like it's so much cheaper than Chicago, and so they moved there in the early mid '80s, and and plus they grew up fishermen in the Philippines, so the
yeah.
dad he wanted to do some fishing, go on a boat and
It's
do
yeah.
fishing. So
It's a lot easier if you come from a certain background to assimilate. Like for
yeah,
me, dude, I mean, so
exactly.
I grew up poor, right? The only thing my uncle is an entertainer. He worked for Disney World at the time. He asked my
Hmm.
grandmother to come up to help him, so we moved up there. I didn't know I was gonna live up there, but I was there. But I mean, socially, economically, dude, we didn't have money like that, so I just fit right in with all the white trash. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know what white trash
Honestly,
was.
like trip.
Well, I just
Yeah, I
didn't
know what
like.
you're saying. Yeah, I know you don't. Yeah, like rural. Yeah,
Yeah. So I
that's
literally lived on the wrong side of the tracks without even knowing what that meant. And
wait.
so
Which where was this in Florida? It's just like
Kissimmee, back when it was more.
outs. I mean, is it in the on the Panhandle or the
No, 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 no.
Florida
Central Florida.
Central?
It's
Oh,
right outside of Disney World. But
oh, okay. So
this was
out of
back in the
Tampa.
80s. Yeah. No, Tampa's more up north. So right smack dab Orlando, right smack dab in the middle.
Oh, in the middle. Okay.
And so Florida wasn't as developed, and especially where I grew up, dude. So like I said, it's all picnic trash rednecks. But I mean, I didn't have a problem. Why? Because we all shopped at the Piggly Wiggly,
Hmm.
right? We all ate I ate sardines. They ate sardines.
Yeah.
They eat potted meat. I eat potted meat. They eat spam. I eat spam. They eat fried bologna. I
Spam.
eat fried bologna.
Every
Right? It
Asian
was.
spam. Yeah.
I mean, they lived in trailers, dude. We lived in a kind of a cheap apartment.
Smaller. Yeah.
Yeah, it's what you could afford, and social. That's the interesting thing to me. Growing up that way, it opened my eyes to social economic as opposed to color.
Yeah.
with a lot of stuff, dude. Like that's why I laugh because I think like economy and money is the great equalizer. They don't really care what color you are.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you're just trying to survive. I'm in that boat right now. So it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, poverty is like the ultimate, dude. Equal opportunity, man. They don't care who you are, what you are. It'll take everybody, dude. If you
yeah.
was rich, no problem. Come on down. If
Well,
you're
just
poor, just stay right there. Right?
yeah. I mean, the idea of poverty in America is really. I think most people wouldn't real. I would consider them not poverty, but I would call they call it paycheck to paycheck. If you don't have savings, like real savings, you're pretty much, in my opinion, that's me. I'm saying I'm like that. I'm paycheck to paycheck. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, most people are, right? And this is
Yeah,
why.
that's what I mean. Most people are. It's bad. So
Well, I don't. I think
that,
I don't
yeah,
think it's necessarily bad. I say it's even a necessity in some instances, right? Look, dude. At the end of the day, this is what I look at my
yeah,
kids, and I understand. Like I try and present them, but I'm honest with them, dude. It's like, look, dude. Not everybody's meant to be a doctor. Not everybody's meant to be Elon Musk and a billionaire.
it's hard.
This is
It's too.
it's well, and there's and like I tell the guys this too, man. For the
Mhm.
whole Xbox thing, dude, you just need some cogs in the machine, and I'm happy to be a cog, dude. I don't need to be like a big channel. I don't need to blow up. I don't need to be like the main man when it
Yeah,
comes to Xbox stuff, dude. You need people to do their part. Now, I know that
yeah.
sounds a little bit,
That's why I like going to your channel, your guys' channels, because it's like that. There's no
I mean,
stress. Yeah, it's perfect. It's fine.
I think it's definitely like like I have like there's guys in our like Hebot, for example, right? E-Rock. I
Mhm.
followed E-Rock for a long time. They have it all, dude. It's just
Yeah,
sometimes it just doesn't work out that way for whatever reasons. Maybe because they don't have big breasts, right? Because you look at some
uh,
people that people
it takes
watch, right?
time. You
Well,
mean, oh,
I just think it's like it's almost like a lottery, right? Because you never know why a person watches another person. There's people that are real popular, people watch, and I don't.
oh, yeah. I
But
think
then that's
yeah. I think a lot of people will be attracted to certain YouTubers if
yeah.
they're similar. They have to have something similar or they can relate to. That's
Well,
like
I,
number
I'll, I'll
one.
even throw myself under the bus, right? I'll go and
Yeah.
try and find people that are opposite of me, just to get a
Hmm.
perspective. Like, so there's all kind of reasons
Yeah.
why you watch who you watch. Um,
Oh yeah, yeah. You'll be intentionally, but I think normal, like if you don't think about it, you'll naturally gravitate towards somebody who has at least a similar way of looking at the world or how they approach it. It's almost
mhm.
like a relationship. You know what I mean? Like if you because I don't like like a lot. I already know some YouTubers, Xbox YouTubers. I will only stop by maybe once every 2 months or 3 months now because because it's like part of my. It's weird. It's like I have to listen to Xbox news for some reason. I used to never
Yeah,
do that, but
yeah,
I have to
yeah, that's
now
natural.
because now I'm in the war. You know what I mean? So it's like so the last 4 years, it's like I have like a set group, because it's in my list,
Right,
and then
right, right.
there's the ones I go every week, and then there's the ones I just go maybe every other week if I don't get annoyed. You know what I mean? You
Mhm.
probably similar, right? And then there's ones you just don't go to anymore.
Yeah, that's
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 how.
I'm more on that side because I can usually tell like either through my own purposes or just how
Mhm.
it is. Like, I mean, I've been in this so long that as soon as I hear the people and
Yeah,
it's just there's keywords, certain phrases, how the video starts, I already know what they're gonna say. Like I don't even have to
yeah,
watch. You know what I'm saying? It's like when it's like, oh well, Xbox, and it's all, and what it is it's an echo chamber. It's like those videos that people put online where they show the media just repeating
yeah,
themselves. You know, and so that's what it boils down to. So because at the end of the day, dude, I need to like if I'm gonna spend my time on you, I need to understand you and get something from you. If you're telling me stuff I already know, or if you're telling me stuff that you're wrong about and you have no idea about, or that you don't even know as much as I do, then why should I waste my time?
yeah. Why should I? Exactly. I think the same exact way almost.
This is why
I'll,
like I prop he brought up so much. You know what I mean? Because I'm just like amazed by like the stuff he knows.
yeah. He's very open minded. I mean, he approaches it from different angles. A lot of you guys do that. That's why I like listening to you guys because plus you're older too, so you have a more. There is something about age. You know what I mean? Like people
Oh
who
yeah,
are in
yeah.
our age group, we have a different mindset. And it's not the same as younger people, even people in their 40s, like early 40s. late 30s. They're just their
Yeah,
own. That's a big difference in some things, I think.
I think the generation of millennials too. I mean, you gotta take that into consideration.
Exactly. Yeah, I think millennials have a different outlook too as
Very
well.
different. Yeah, I
Yeah.
I don't honestly I don't really care for them. You know,
That's, they always get bad press.
I mean, rightfully so, dude. I mean,
We're
they're
invisible. Gen X is invisible. It's always been invisible.
yeah, we
I
like
like
it.
I like it that way. Yeah.
I mean, for me, when I look at millennials, I think they wanted to be more than what they are. This is my own opinion. They want to be more
Yeah.
than what they are, where in actuality, and they were told their whole lives. You know?
Exactly. The difference is that they were pampered, I think, compared to us.
Yeah. Well, that's why you see a shift with them now as far as voting, right? Because
Yeah.
now it's time to pay the piper. Right? You guys were the generation. You guys wanted a voice. You guys wanted to make the decisions. I think you guys were a little bit preemptive about that, but it is what it is. And then
Yeah.
you've made choices. You've made decisions either through your who you
Hmm.
voted for, the lifestyle you've chosen, what you've chosen to promote, how you decided to live your lives, and now that it's all coming down, crashing around you,
Oh,
that
gee.
reality is kicking in. All it takes
Oh my
is,
God.
dude, just I look at
I know what you mean. Yeah.
China was just in Taiwanese waters. Everybody went on high alert, and all it takes is one bad shot, and next thing you know, you're getting drafted. So hey, welcome to the party.
Well, millennials, they're in their, I think the youngest is 25 now, 30. They're not young anymore. I
No,
mean,
they're not. But
yeah. So,
and that's another problem I have with them, right? They want to be young.
yeah, they seem to hate being called old. I don't really care. But
This is why they're like going against like when you see them looking at Gen Z, they're like, "Oh, why
mhm.
are you guys so old?" Again, classic reflection. Right?
Isn't it weird? Because Gen Z is, I think, they're kids of Gen X, and millennials are generally kids of baby boomers. That's what it seems like.
I
So,
think one thing people don't consider when it comes to our generation of Gen X is that a lot of
mm,
us were raised by our grandparents.
yeah, that too, or
Yeah.
very, yeah,
So we have that connection. And like
latchkey.
grandparents,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, latchkey. Because your mom and dad was working, and then
Hmm.
sometimes you'd be at your grandma and grandpa's house. And I'm
Oh,
talking just,
totally. Yeah.
and a lot of these grandparents are from the greatest generation, so you have that transfer. But
Yeah.
look, I don't want to dump on millennials, but I'm just
Yeah,
speaking.
I did. I was gonna say something positive about them too, because I think there's positives in all of them.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
let me
it's
know
really
what
good.
is it. Tell me one.
No, I think they're. I think a lot of the younger like people younger than Gen X, are more open. Which is good. That's a good trait. I think they're open minded, but they think they might be open minded, but they're really not in certain things.
Yeah, I
Or
think most of
tend
them are
to.
open-minded because they're spoiled. Okay, so here's my perspective. They're spoiled, so they think
Yeah.
they're open-minded because it sounds good, right?
I'm.
But when you
Yeah.
challenge them on stuff, then you find out no, that really they're not open-minded.
But I'm talking about in terms of culturally, because they grew up in a culture where I'm talking about open minded of like listening to other, cultures and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean?
Well, like multicultural.
Yes, I think there's a lot more multicultural millennials than I mean, only
Yeah,
it's
I
because
don't, I
because
don't,
it's
I
just
don't think they're multicultural at all.
yeah. Well,
They're
I don't.
multicultural when it fits their beliefs.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
yeah. I don't want because I don't want to dump on all. I mean, I dated some
I
millennials.
mean, you don't have to
Yeah,
dump on them, but we definitely got to be honest, right? So when I mean the multicultural
I
thing,
know what you mean though. Yeah,
they're fine
it's
with multiculturalism unless it's like the patriarchy in Japan. Then they're like, oh,
yeah,
well, that's wrong. I'm like, well, that's their culture. No, but that's wrong. We should change that. I'm like, okay, wait. you know, you sit over here, you tell me that you're for other cultures, and especially on that when it comes to the Western, right, or the American.
yeah. I mean,
American millennials, right? They're like, well, we shouldn't be getting involved in people's stuff, man. Here you go. Now that you guys are in charge, now that you guys are running the show, now you guys want to send people over there to fight for the causes that you like, right?
yeah.
So yeah, they're not multicultural to me. I, they,
Well,
they, they're,
like
they're just a
yeah.
different flip of the coin. So
Well, it's just a
sorry to
thing.
dump on you, millennials, dude. I'm just
No,
being
I don't.
honest, dude.
I don't think
Nothing
they're.
personal. I can't help it. I'm just.
What's like? I think what's unlimited is he's a new millennial, and
Yeah.
everybody else. The group that's in this channel is mostly Gen X, which is surprising. You know what I mean?
Well, most of your red pill are Gen X.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're older,
Oh,
like mid 40s and above. I'm saying, but there's
so
a
I have
few
a
that are
problem with
younger.
our. I mean, that's the problem I have with our generation, right? Is because
Hmm.
We are the most severe red pill people are of the Gen X generation, especially the first few.
Yeah.
Because look, dude, in our generation, right? It was it's the 80s and 90s, right? So the me generation, that's what we call it, the forgotten generation. We have all these labels on us, and we have a
Hmm.
certain way about us, and that's only been solidified through time. But I mean, our generation was out there. I remember people when I was growing up talking about anarchy, right?
Hmm.
And I'm not
Oh yeah,
saying everybody,
punk,
you know what I'm
punk
saying? Yeah.
rock. Yeah.
Oh, and then even punk rock was more like at least punk rock disassociated themselves, right? But a lot of these guys were
Well, it was
not.
anti-corporate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
anti-establishment,
Really,
anti-government.
it's
Yeah,
yeah. They. I mean, see the punk like a lot of people now that you were saying like, oh, we're so anti. I'm like, no, you lost.
yeah,
You lost. It's over.
yeah.
There really was a chance at I think in the like in the 80s that people thought. I don't think they were. They actually believed that we could fight the corporations. You can. In my opinion, I think it's never going to happen until you have like a complete government change. But you know what I'm saying, right? We had that idea in our head that we could control it. You know what I mean? It's like that
Uh,
we're naive enough, but
I
we
think
we
the
learned
one. Okay,
we learned pretty quick though. I think at least I did. I was like probably by the mid '90s, I already knew. I was working at AT&T. I'm like, oh, this is life. This sucks. I
I
mean, I
think
didn't know life, but you
I
get
think
the
the one
idea
thing
of it.
that makes punk rock is not caring, right?
Yeah,
It's
there's the anarchy. Hmm.
like
Yeah,
anarchy to me is more active, right? In the
yeah.
sense of you actually want the downfall of stuff, which it is what it is.
Well,
I
it's
think one thing that
nihilism. Yeah,
yeah,
you want to
yeah,
destroy everything to rebuild. Yeah.
yeah. But I mean, I think that's the reality check a lot of people get because you have to live in the world. But
Hmm.
but but the actual punk rockers and stuff like that, dude, these are the people now that just want to be left alone, right? And they're
Yeah.
not, and so that's the big difference. It's just like people are governments and corporations and stuff like they don't want to leave you alone, and that's the dividing line right now in
Oh,
this country.
they want more of your money. They always will.
Not just your money, dude. They like
They cut.
they all up in your business, right? They're like, okay, what do you? Because from a business perspective, I can understand that. Because
Hmm.
from a true
Yeah.
capitalist perspective, this is why I don't have a problem when capitalism is working the way it is. Like, I don't have to participate in your system. But what they're doing now is they're
Yeah.
building this construct where it's like the Matrix, dude. You cannot ignore them. You cannot not do what you want to do. That on that level, right? It's very subversive
Hmm.
the way they're building the shell, right? Whether they want you to get you go all digital, all of this stuff that they're this construct that they're building to get you involved. Where a lot of
Hmm.
people just like, look, dude, okay, fine, I heard your little pitch, I don't want it.
Yeah.
That's the control you exercise in a capitalistic system. Like you just like what's happening in China right now. These people are choosing to move out, and it's causing problems for their government, right? Because they have what
Yeah.
they call the lie flat generation in
Hmm.
China, where these guys are just like not participating. And what I mean by participating is like they do the very bare minimum or don't
They're
participate
checked
at
out. Yeah.
all.
It's like that's like the Gen X.
Yeah,
That's
and
the
what's that
slackers.
causing? What's causing with China, right? Is China needs that income from them, right? They're
Yeah.
very
They need the
crony.
money.
If you want to look at crony capitalism, I'm not saying we're good because we're doing that here, but China is like on full speed ahead. That's why they're having problems, right? And so,
Yeah.
again, going back to all you guys that tell me Xbox is gonna die, take a moment, pull outside yourself, and go learn something, because this is the economics that's happening all around us.
Yeah.
But
In fact,
yeah, so I
I
mean,
don't think Xbox is gonna die. But we could move into that if you want to talk about that.
no, well,
But
I
yeah,
mean, it'll die when Microsoft kills it. It's not going to be
exactly.
Sony. It's not going to be
It's
Nintendo. It's not going to be
it's
outside forces. It's not going to be IGN and their stupid commentary on stuff.
no, it won't. I think
It won't be.
people.
In fact, it totally blows my mind that all these journalists are talking about how these people are going to die and they're dying. Like Kotaku, all these
Oh
people get
yeah,
sold
they
off.
just they're next. I mean, well, they're at the bare minimum because
Yeah,
they're
because
like a
nobody reads their
skeleton.
trash. Right?
Yeah,
You want to sit there
they
and
don't make a
critique
lot
like
of money.
Microsoft and what they do in their
Yeah.
business practices. Like, dude, look in the mirror.
Well, look, they just IGN just fired Humble Bundle. I mean, there
Yeah,
nobody talks about that. So,
well, because they're the media.
well, they own it too.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
but I
yeah.
think that's a big news. Humble Bundle is one of the bigger indie publishers. They have
I
like,
definitely would like Microsoft to get involved in that, but their hands are tied right now.
yeah, I think
Yes. Oh,
They
good.
probably told them, "Do you want to buy us?" Or they tried to sell to them, but I think they can't. I mean, I think you're right. Microsoft is they have other things to worry about right now. They can't keep buying.
Yeah.
They're on a pause. It looks like. It seems.
FTC, man, like a jaded girlfriend or slighted
They're,
ex-wife is just waiting
yeah, I don't.
every time Microsoft does something.
FTC's not going to do shit. They're done.
Yeah, they have no power. I kind of scratch my head every time I watch Microsoft capitulate to them. I'm like, dude, just destroy them.
No, they're
They
just
have,
going through the motions. You know what I mean?
I know, but still,
Yeah.
it's like with the whole thing. It's just like just end the count. I mean, they basically ended the counts war, but I'm like, look, just take these guys, put them in their place, or take them out, one of the two, and let's move on.
Yeah.
Hey, Gogo, can you hold for a second? Yeah, you can talk, but I'll be right back.
Okay, go ahead. Is there people here? Is there anybody here? I mean, nobody in chat. Let me see. Nobody here. Oh, 90 minutes. Okay. Anybody here? Oh, it's hard to talk alone. I guess I'll just talk about what does he have? Boycotting Comicon.
Sorry, bro. I didn't mean to leave you hanging.
Oh no, no problem. I was just looking at the list of what so you're talking about boycotting Comic Con and Xbox. It's
Well, so
Xbox
the
Live.
boycott was, well, we can shift back to the, because I heard what you said is
Mhm.
who's listening. Probably nobody since we're in the right wing part of the podcast.
They
That's
checked
how.
out.
Yeah. She was like, what is this? I'm gone.
No, it's also like it's 1 o'clock here, so it's 1 p.m. Saturday, so people are probably not at
Oh, yeah,
home
they're
or
doing stuff.
they're doing stuff.
They can catch it on the replay. That's why I felt because I
Yeah,
sent the invitation to the guys, not expecting them to come in because they're probably busy.
yeah,
I couldn't
but
do it last night, dude. I was just like, I was tired for one thing. Plus, I kind of wanted to play some games, man. But when I went to go play Modern
yeah,
Warfare 3, dude, it wasn't downloaded because I didn't have space on my hard drive.
dude, it was crashed. I think it was really slow for a while.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
dude.
because
Imagine that.
people were downloading it. Yeah.
You can imagine the amount of people that are, dude. Do you see how much the Xboxes are selling, dude? I was like, dude, yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
I think they're moving. Yeah, let's talk about that a little because I think it's doing well. Well, I'm guessing because when you look at like Amazon, because I was thinking of buying a better Series S, the
Yeah,
one
the new
terabyte.
one. Yeah,
Yeah, and it was you can't. It takes like a week or two to get one, which
yeah,
normally they'd have one available. So they're on back order. So that's good news, at least I think. So
yeah. I think it's great news because I do everything in light of current economic situation, and for it to
mhm.
sell at all when people are trying to pay bills, I mean that says something to me.
That does
This is
say,
why I
yeah.
don't stress. This is why I don't stress when people are saying the stuff that they are,
Hmm.
because I'm like I'm not worried about it, dude. They're a $3 trillion company. They know what
Yeah.
they're doing, dude. They try to appease you guys. You guys just slap them in the face, and they're just moving on, which I enjoy.
You know what it is? I think is because at first I thought people might not like want to get the Series S; they would just go straight to the X.
Yeah.
But then what I noticed is I'll go to YouTube and I'll check up like because people will do their homework.
Mhm.
Like just like we would. You check out the videos how it looks, and then they'll look at it and they'll be like, "This looks really fine." Do you know what I mean? They'll check out the Series S videos of CF25 or Modern Warfare 3. They'll be like, "It looks awesome. What are people complaining about?" And then they'll just buy it. You know what I mean?
I think we're
So
so hyper focused on this kind of stuff where the average person doesn't care. Like they just see it.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Because that's when I asked my nephews. I'm like, they said they'll just check. Yeah, they would just check a video. They wouldn't. They don't look at reviews or anything like that, or they'll ask a friend. Do you know what I mean? So it's time to stick it. Oh, it's William Pearson's here. It's time to stick it to the man.
What's up, William? Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Everyone's a man about this in this point in time in history. But
Yeah,
yeah, dude, welcome, dude. Welcome to the podcast, dude.
but
So I mean, if you want, we can course correct to the Olympics. I mean, are you gonna watch it?
I was, but I don't have. You have to have NBC, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I don't. I might just do the illegal.
yeah.
I want. There's some some events I want to watch, but I might not watch it. I do want to protest a little because it's like, why would I want to give them my time? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that's why I said I said that on X, right? It's just like, oh, I would love to boycott, but I wasn't planning on watching it anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't. Either way, I wasn't even gonna pay for it. I can't afford that right now. I just ended my contract 2 weeks ago, so I'm looking for another job.
I see.
So I have to cut spending until I get another contract. So
Yeah, dude, I do that. This is why I've cut everything except Netflix and Game
mhm.
Pass. Those are the only two things I have going on aside from regular bills. My house is
Yeah,
paid, so that's a good thing.
yeah. I just have Game Pass and Amazon. That's it. Because those are the only two. Then Netflix was the one I just
Oh
turned on.
yeah, I have Prime as well. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Oh, Prime. That's like water. I need that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, especially where I live, dude. Prime is definitely an advantage, dude. It
yeah.
gives you options, unlike here. And I'm talking about options, not just in cost, but
hmm
options as in availability. So
Oh, totally. Yeah. There's stuff
yeah,
you can't get. There's a lot of stuff that you can't get that
yeah.
you can easily get. That's scary when I think about it, though. Not scary,
Well,
but it's just strange.
well, I
Yeah.
mean, okay, so like, yeah, we could go down that rabbit hole, but
Yeah.
it's
So
by
yeah, what were
design.
you
It's by design. Sterling Green is people.
I
That's
know.
old
It's
school.
just
But I mean, so for the Olympics, though, I mean, that I my biggest problem, like I was saying earlier, dude, it just doesn't hold the same appeal it did for me, dude, because there's no borders anymore, right?
yeah.
Nationalism is a bad word, and there's no pride in it, dude. Like I was saying earlier, dude, you want to watch Japan play South Korea or Japan play the U.S. and then maybe in sports that they're not good at, and then see how well they do.
Yeah.
And then if you beat them, it's like the miracle on ice, dude. We shouldn't have beat the Russians, right? Those guys were
Well,
machines.
Russia's not in it. This. Yeah.
Oh yeah, not this time, but back in the day, right? So there was a
Yeah. It
sense of
was.
nationalistic pride on that level, right?
hmm
Because you were actually going against other countries, but now countries are
Yeah.
so messed up. Like I was watching Guam, Guam was
hmm
holding their flag, and I'm like, none of those dudes look Guamanian to me.
There's
I'm not saying that the
Guam
people,
has their own. Wow. I didn't even.
well, because like in Hawaii, right? Like people come to Hawaii, they expect people to look Hawaiian, and then they're like, oh, dude, this looks like downtown Ohio. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
So,
yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah.
because we're so mixed now and everything's international and you got technology,
Exactly.
all this stuff. There's like to me that was the purpose of the Olympics, right? Is to actually represent your country, work represented in the sense of hey, instead of having war, let's do this, right? And then you get to know your cultures, know your people, but everything is so. Look, dude,
It's mixed
I'll just
now.
stop it at this before I go on before I piss people off. But it's just like some global cabal. At this point, to me, man, it's about as useful as the UN.
I
in
mean,
in
yeah, we
my
can go long. I mean, I have theories on it. I think they're just control freaks. They they might have an idea of where things are going, but they don't really know. But they do have an idea, and they might be right in certain things. But
yeah.
they're
Well,
like crazy parents. They want to control. They want control of everything.
yeah, so I'm
And
not with the globalist agenda. And then on top of that, I get to watch our
yeah,
own athletes, like, that they don't like their own country either. So it's all par for the course at this point. So I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm
yeah,
out. Actually, and I understand that it's a lot of it is with me. Dude, look, dude,
hmm
I remember Mary Lou Retton, and I
hmm
remember Shrugs, and I remember those moments that we celebrated as a country, and it's not like that anymore. Dude. So I just tune out, dude. I'm just like, okay, look,
yeah.
I don't want
That sucks. I mean, when you think
to.
about it, but I mean, I would. You could still watch it. It's just I wouldn't. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to. Just don't pay for the. What is it? Is that MSNBC or? I think it's on
Yeah. So I don't
NBC.
have cable, and there's not enough for me to go ahead and get cable.
Yeah,
On top
you
of
could
that,
get it.
yeah.
Yeah, you could do the
Oh,
streams. You know what I mean? Yeah,
just watch clips. That's what I do now. It's just like
yeah.
just like the award show, the game show.
Hmm
I ain't gonna watch that crap, dude. And then just like, oh look, Xbox had it. And then Xbox is smart too. They just put their stuff on their channel. I don't even technically not have to watch anything, right?
Yeah,
This is what
but
these people don't understand. That mindset of why, and they're sitting there going, why are we losing viewers? Why is our business dying? I'm like, well, this is exactly why. And then you throw up all the other stuff, like most of your stuff are most of your announcers and the people that you have in front of the camera are communists. So yeah, that's hey, I gotta save money anyway. So hey, that's more.
I was interested in watching the NBA though, at least just NBA players, but LeBron team,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
they'll just destroy everybody. Actually, I don't know if they're as good. I mean, the world's caught up to the NBA. So
Well, it's my understanding that most of their people don't play too, right?
who?
Not some of our best players are not on the team.
No, but I mean, America still has a lot of good players. From
Oh yeah,
college.
like I'm like they should win, but I'm like I guess I like watching them. I was watching
Yeah, I know what you're
Suns.
saying. Like a lot of pros didn't go. I don't know. I don't have the what's called again. I got to look at the roster, but I know LeBron's going. So if he goes, there's going to be a few of them.
Well, I saw Germany giving them a run for their money, right? Just on the clips
Did they?
alone. Yeah, because
Oh
my
yeah, that's
son's in
right.
a basketball league right now. She's like, "Hey, Dad, did you see this game?" So we watched. Somebody took it on, put on YouTube, where they just showed the game, but not the whole game, just the
Hmm.
clips of it, dude. And I was like, "Dang, dude, Germany is up and up with them." I think the U.S. won, but they didn't like blow them out.
No, I think they were complaining on the pre Olympic matches that America was just dogging it. They weren't really taking it seriously.
Williams says Microsoft equals communism.
What
Yeah.
what is he? What's communist?
Then he says William Pearson, Microsoft equals communism.
Sure, I guess.
I mean, well, I would honestly, William. There was a time I kind of would have agreed with you, but not with Satya. Then
No, they're not. They want your money.
they want your
It's
money.
not communism. Does not want your money.
They, they
You
because
would have Sony's closer to communism because they have a shitty service. It's like they don't give you anything. So it's like communism's all talk. You know what I mean? It's like I'm
and it's,
just kidding. Well, actually, I'm not. But
I mean, Microsoft's still in the old tradition of they're greedy, so that's good. That'll keep you honest.
I mean, Microsoft. People don't realize Microsoft's kept the big tech. I always think the big tech kept America more um, competitive again. They gave a boost to America. You know what I mean? The big tech companies.
Yeah, I think for the most part, because in other countries can't do what we do
Exactly.
when it comes to tech, and I'm talking about like thinking outside the box. That's why they welcome a lot of these companies over now. When
Yeah,
these
nobody
companies,
wants.
okay,
Japan doesn't want to piss off Microsoft too. They passed it. They
yeah,
passed it.
Japan is interesting, right? Because
Yeah.
when they like
Sony's not
something,
Japan.
something,
Yeah, just so people know, Sony is. I actually think Sony's more American than Japan.
yeah, Sony needs to be more Japan,
I think it would help. Yeah, the
in
old
my
school
opinion.
Sony.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
yeah.
they're really like two to three different companies. Sony. So
I mean, it stems from their '90s eco structure or hierarchy from the
mhm.
'90s. What they said it would serve them well. I've always said
Yeah,
this on my channel. The problem with Sony is that they're a '90s company that lives in 2024, you know?
yeah,
And they think and their idea of progress is like putting gay and lesbians in video games, which is always
yeah.
like
Well, that's the media side of Sony. The PlayStation's like in the middle. They're kind of like old Sony, and I think they're more new. Like they turned into the new Sony
yeah.
from the 2010s because they wanted to do like movies and stuff. So I mean
Oh,
that's fine. But
hopefully, yeah.
yeah,
And
I
they're
mean
doing pretty good on their movie's doing pretty well. I mean, they did the Spider-Man movies and stuff.
they make money, but they're not. It's just like they're predictable. That's good for them because they can sell to. They are selling to the streamers. I know that. Like if you go to different streams, they all
Yeah.
have Sony movies. Yeah. So hey, Toolman's here.
Hey, what's up, Tom, man?
Yeah.
Welcome, dude. Welcome. We're just talking about the Olympics and why I don't think they're necessary anymore.
Yeah. Oh, did you watch? Did you? Are you going to see Deadpool?
Yeah, so I'll probably have to end the podcast at
Oh, okay.
nine
You're
thirty.
going to see it?
Yeah, yeah. Me and my friend go check it out, dude. That's why I have to. I
I
know
saw it.
everybody. Oh, you saw it already?
Yeah, I saw it last night.
Ah,
Yeah,
you bum. Nah, I'm just
it's
kidding.
not bad. It's um, I was disappointed, but I'm not. It's not a bad movie. It's a
Really?
good. Yeah,
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
liked it, but I was expecting something totally different. So, but it's still good. It's still worth watching. It's really funny, but it's it's not what I thought it was going to be.
Right, right,
I'm
right.
not surprised though now that I think about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But it's
you'd have to take
worth
some time to
watching.
process. We'll do a video, man. We'll talk. I'll go watch it today, and then we can do a video talking about it.
Yeah. The thing is, it takes a lot. Well, I don't want to say anything. You just have to watch it, and then you'll know because there's certain things that happen in it that if I say anything, you know what I mean? It's a spoiler.
I mean, I personally wouldn't mind. You could tell me, but it's just for the people that watch the
Well,
video.
it draws a lot from the TV shows too. I was kind of surprised.
Well, because it's built around Fox, is my understanding, right? Because I've
It's
seen the
yeah.
people. I saw somebody shared a clip from Comicon. I wasn't expecting, and there were people that came up
Oh,
on stage.
what did you see? What clip?
I don't want to say it because I don't want people to.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, not
Well, I
for
was
me.
just
Yeah.
yeah. I was just surprised about um one thing. That's all. But well, after you see it, I'll tell you because I don't want to ruin it. It's kind of cool. It's cool to find out. Some, but
Yeah.
it's they do a lot in the movie. Yeah.
I mean, I said earlier from what I heard, it's like there's a lot of. I'm very petty when it comes to Marvel, so that's why I want to watch it. Because
Oh yeah, they do a lot of MCU jokes, a
yeah,
ton.
yeah,
Oh my god, they. I would say the first. Oh yeah, there's a lot of MC. They do a lot of. You know how he does this, talks to the audience.
yeah, yeah.
So
That fourth
he
wall. Yeah.
specifically does some MCU stuff, like not just in the beginning, but through the whole movie. It's kind
Well,
of
you saw.
funny.
I don't know if you saw the Comic Con, right? But Kevin Feige was there and he was giving his little spiel. Right, and I was just cracking up, dude, because I'm like, dude,
Yeah,
I know this was hard, right? Because look, dude,
yeah,
you guys are pretty much crap. You guys crapped it. You guys just a bit. That's the best way I can put it, right? You
yeah.
guys ruined the good thing,
I
right?
think
You guys had it all, and you guys just let it go.
I don't think MCU is as bad as Star Wars. Just so you know, for me
Oh,
personally, I
nothing
don't
is
think
bad
it's.
as Star Wars. Yeah,
Yeah,
nothing is.
Star Wars they kind of really messed up, but
And that's how bad Star
because
Wars is that it makes MCU actually look good.
well, yeah, it's not
Star
the
Wars hasn't had anything good in the time during the Disney. There has been nothing except with the Mandalorian.
no. I
Um,
liked Andor. I liked and
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And then
Rogue Gal. Yeah, the second
well,
movie.
Bad Batch. Okay, yeah. Let me take off
Mhm.
my hate glasses. Yeah, Bad Batch. I
I
like.
understand. Trust me, I didn't like the trilogy. Yeah. William Pearson says the media entertainment industry is a disappointment in itself as a whole.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, it is. Well, it's because it's millennials that blame you guys.
yeah.
I don't know. He might be 10x. I don't know. Yeah, it's. I don't. People don't watch movies like they used to. Too. It's a different audience. You know
There's
what I
no
mean?
reason to. There's no reason to really watch them. I mean,
But we're.
what are you getting out of it?
Don't you think we're kind of spoiled though with comic books and stuff? Because we got everything that we wanted. It's just the only problem is that it became woke too much. That's it. You know what I mean?
It's funny. I see the media now pivoting
Hmm.
on the woke stuff, right?
They
Basically,
are. Yeah.
yeah, they're
Hopefully
playing.
they stay that way.
Well, they're no, but they're pivoting like they're playing the victim now.
Oh no, that sucks. It's
Yeah,
annoying.
they're like, well, well, and it's funny, dude. They're trying to use that Jedi mind trick. I watched one guy's video, and he was talking about Gamergate, and he was talking about
Ooh,
Comicsgate, and all this kind of stuff, which was over 10 years ago, dude. And I'm like, dude, you guys have nobody to blame but yourself. You guys were all in on this stuff. It's not working
yeah.
out for you now. A lot of you guys are getting laid off. Your companies are closing down, right?
Oh, totally. Yeah.
And guys like me have been talking about this for over 10, 12, 15 years. Because I mean, we experienced it in my generation with comic books, like you said. It was a changing landscape. You thought that they were trying to push and break barriers and go out there, and what you found out is that these guys just couldn't break,
You
and
know,
they used to be crutch.
I honestly do think a different generational shift
Yeah,
because
yeah,
the MCU is already what 2007. It's 15, 20 years old almost now.
yeah.
So I think a lot of the older guys are already getting out. It's just like that in gaming too. You know?
Well, that's the problem with a lot of the. Again, I mean, sorry, I'm going to dump on stuff, but I mean, look, dude, I know their generation. They like to see themselves in stuff. Our generation is like, dude, I don't
Hmm.
need to see myself. And in fact, that's not why I'm here. Right? I want to get away from stuff, dude. I want to experience. I want to experience what you have for me. I want to escapism is the word, right?
Yeah.
That's what it's all
No, I get
predicated
it.
here.
That's total. It's all escapism, but it's not this. Yeah. William Pearson. People are spoiled with everything in North America. Grocery stores, television, internet, running water. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what it is. I mean, that's the West. I mean, not just North America. I mean,
Well,
you could
that's the
say that
thing,
about
William. I
Europe.
mean, that's the level standard that we've
It's Japan
attained.
too.
Well, any like a lot of free societies are like that, right? The problem we're
Yeah.
having is we have a generation of people who are so spoiled that they don't realize how good they have it.
Yeah, that's what I meant about the MCU because I don't like what was the well,
Mm,
it's not the MCU, but I'm talking about comic book movies in general.
yeah.
What was the movie I saw and I thought at the end of the movie I was so disappointed, but then I stopped and I thought, but the last 20 minutes were really good, like the special effects. Oh, Black Adam. I saw that in the theater
Mm.
and I was disappointed because I didn't he was such a robot in the whole movie. What's his name? Um
Dwayne Johnson. Yeah.
Wayne Johnson. He didn't do anything. He was just like super serious. He wasn't funny. I get it. It's Black Adam. You know what I mean? Because Black Adam is like a really super serious character in DC. But if I saw that movie like in the '80s with some same special effects, that would have been like the best movie I've ever seen. You know, because there's some really cool scenes in that movie. But we're so inundated with comic book movies now. It's like when I saw that, I was just like, whatever. You know what I mean? So
Well,
I'm just saying,
I mean, there's a
yeah,
standard, right, that's been attained, and Marvel pushed that,
exactly,
you
yeah.
know. So you expect. I just watched because Microsoft had a
Hmm.
sale, and so I actually bought. I thought I had it, but I think maybe because Movies Anywhere doesn't work on certain movies. So I know I have Captain America both on DVD and I have it on digital, but I didn't have it on Xbox, so I just bought it because it was like 9.99
Hmm.
or 7.99 on sale, and it was the UHD version, which was awesome. And I sat there and I
Wait, what
watched it.
movie?
Captain America: The First Avenger,
Oh yeah, the first one. Oh yeah, that's a good
and I
movie.
was loving it, dude. And then at the end of it, it just hit me again. I was like, dude, you had it all, dude. You guys should not have succeeded in the first place, and you guys beat the odds. You guys, as limited
Well,
as you guys were, as you guys
but
were trying to search and struggle and trying to find your identity and all this
you
stuff,
just
you did all of that, and you became successful. And
but
you
you know
just
what it is. I'll just tell you. Go ahead. Let you
okay,
finish.
no,
If you
no,
look at the teams that made those movies, they're not
mhm.
there anymore. It's a totally different group of people that made those movies.
I agree. But at
Yeah.
the end of the
So
day, dude, I mean, it's Kevin Feige, right? Because
no, but Kevin Feige's not. It's not just him though. It's like the directors and the writers. It's a group. They have to be. You have to replace them with people who are good, and the people who
so
are you replace them with are not good.
well,
They're just average.
he replaced them with people that shouldn't have been there in the first place, and I know he knows better.
Yeah, I know what you mean about the politics, but I'm saying just like if you just in general, like because there's a way to do it that because they were even in the early MCU there was some
Okay,
woke
so
people, but
Say
very
I'll say
little
this
though.
because of
Yeah,
the history of Kevin Feige. Dude. This dude got
yeah.
Ike Perlmutter fired. Okay,
I don't
and
know who he is. I don't know him that much as you do.
Ike Perlmutter. Yeah. So what happened was again power struggle. Right. Kevin Feige has a lot of power,
Hmm.
and all of this stuff didn't fall on him. He chose to take this direction. Right. He chose to go woke. At the end of the day, when I look at him, look, he's the reason why the Fox X Men were as good as they were. Right, because he was on Avi Aradem all the time to tell him, look, no, we need to, because there's stuff that Avi Aradem wanted to do with the X Men, and Kevin Feige is like, no, dude, you have to do it this way, and that's why those movies had a monochrome of the comic books in it, and he was the reason why. So he comes over, he does Iron Man, amazing job. Right, Stanley did not want Robert Downey Jr. They asked Stanley his opinion. Stanley did not want Robert Downey Jr. and he put his foot down on that. So with John Favreau was a big help. So every step of the way, you can see that he had that. And then
Hmm.
what happened after Endgame? This is what I think happened, dude. So he's around
It's because
Hollywood.
Disney bought them too.
Well, but he was still working under Disney, and Disney gave him that autonomy, and that's why I
Yeah.
bring up the Pearl Mother thing, right? Because they got rid of people and they listened to him,
Hmm.
and they gave him all this authority,
So
which was
somebody,
fine,
yeah.
which was fine when it was working. But what ended up happening? This is my opinion, right? I'm, nobody's collaborated. This is how I feel.
Hmm.
The one thing about Kevin, two things that I know about Kevin Feige. One, he has something against DC, and I can understand that. Maybe being a Marvel fanboy.
Really, he does.
Yeah, like this is why you got Captain Marvel.
Oh, yeah, to
Because
compete
of Wonder Woman.
against Wonder Woman. Yeah, yeah, I heard
Yeah,
that.
this is why you got Namor because of Aquaman, right?
To
Which blows
compete
my
against,
mind that he
yeah.
would do that because I'm like looking at it. I'm like, okay, dude, I don't. And I'm not
You don't
arguing
need
what
them.
you're saying isn't true. What I'm saying is he pivoted this way because the one knock on Marvel was they were never taken seriously. So they were in the Hollywood mix. They were the biggest thing in Hollywood. They were making all the money. They were the summer
Hmm.
blockbuster. They were the summer fall winter. They flipped the script. But the one
Yeah,
thing they never got that Marvel never got was acceptance from the Hollywood community. Why he wanted this? Because at the end of the day, he's a producer. But when he goes to these parties or he has to be affiliated with these people, they looked at him like he was a peasant,
oh, I see what you're saying.
right? And
So
so
he, He bowed to them.
Well, not bow to them. It's just he just wanted to be accepted. But being around, to me, it's just like if you have certain principles and morals, and then you hang out with a group of like say like you don't swear, you never
Hmm.
use bad language. Then you have a friend that swears all the time, and they're around friends that swear, and then you start swearing. Right?
Exactly. No, I know what you mean. Yeah,
So so
I can see that. Yeah,
so to me, that woke mind virus infected him. And in order to be accepted, he had to go down that route because it's calculated, dude. He does not. You don't wake up. You don't have a
no, I
successful
know.
run like you do, and then you just wake up one day and you're like, you know what? I'm just gonna just put it down the crapper.
No,
I mean, people do that, but there's reasons why, and none of that would apply in this situation. And he made a conscious effort to make the shows that he was making. He made a conscious effort in Endgame to show that MCU moment when all these girls got together
yeah,
and really like stood out in the movie to even people like, okay, what was that about? You know what I'm saying? Then he did Captain Marvel, so he was pivoting and showing that, and there's interviews he talked about it,
yeah.
right? All
Hmm.
this kind of stuff. So it's he calculated to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Hey, what's up, Vontae? He says his problem was putting responsibilities on people that weren't qualified for it. Yeah, that's
that's what I meant.
that's
Yeah.
yeah, that's true, Vontae. But I'm not gonna let this dude off the hook. He's smarter than
Jeez,
that, dude.
what a
He's
sag.
smarter than that. No,
I
he
think
is.
he knows what he's doing. No, he knew what
Yeah.
he's doing. I mean, he chose the people too. Those people are all, not all. I would say a lot of them are very. I think they had an agenda because I think honestly, I think it was Trump. When Trump got elected, things got changed, and you had to choose a side for some reason
Well,
in
all of
that.
those guys, dude, they lost their minds. And since it's a big, and
Yeah,
I'm not saying that he's an ultra liberal or anything like that. What I am saying is he's in an echo chamber. Right?
exactly. So whether they're conservative or not, they're in Hollywood, and
Yeah,
Hollywood is
doesn't matter. Yeah,
whatever it is. I don't even
exactly.
know what it is anymore. But it's so they're
I know that. I know they bankrupt. I know they broke. I know some of them is really
they'll
looking
get
at their politics.
yeah
I know that
they're
much.
they'll get backed up though by like BlackRock and all them. So it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
but even BlackRock's run out of money. This is why you see like,
Good.
yeah, yeah, BlackRock's evil. All these guys are evil actually.
I know what you're saying though. Yeah.
So,
Well, it's
so
like
they, and that's what it is, right? Especially in America, dude. When the money's good and everything's flowing, you have time to kind of meditate and think about stuff, get
yeah.
existential. Now you got like the possibility of three world wars. You can't afford milk and bread,
Hmm.
and then you can't pay your rent. Then people have
Yeah.
that moment of clarity, and they start thinking
Yeah.
differently, right? That's what it takes sometimes. It's unfortunate because everybody has to suffer.
Yeah.
Right? Even rich people, like some people that well, rich people don't suffer. Nah, dude, you know what rich people, you know how rich people suffer when they can't get that 7:15
Coffee
reservation at their favorite
or
restaurant,
yeah.
right? Oh, what do you mean I have to wait an hour? Yeah, because they don't have
They
enough
were
help
once
to serve
us.
you, you
Yeah.
piece of trash. There's nobody cooking your food. See, it affects everybody. It's just not about me having to eat spam every day, right? It's about you not getting your tea time, right? It's about you not being able to fly to Japan, right?
But
Because all the peasants can go there because it's cheap,
you
right?
work with rich people, don't you?
Not rich people. I mean,
Well,
here's
people who
the
make
thing
a
I
lot of
have.
money.
No, so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing when I talk about rich and poor and stuff like that. And Shaq was perfect when he said this. Because people
Hmm.
would write on Shaq about his contract, and he goes,
Hmm.
dude, I'm rich, but I'm not wealthy. And then somebody asked Shaq, he's like, oh, what do you mean by that, Shaq? I was like, yeah, dude, I might cash the check, but I don't have the guy writing it.
Yeah. Well, he's talking about the ultra rich. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
huge
that's the wealthy
difference.
aspect, right? He's like, wealthy is the guy who owns the color blue, is what he said, right?
Yeah,
You know what I
exactly.
mean?
He's
That's
talking about the people you don't see. Yeah,
yeah.
like Bill Gates would be one of them.
Well, I wish we didn't see Bill Gates. I wish we didn't see Bill Gates. That
But he's
dude, look, dude,
yeah.
look, Satya, if you ever watch this video, please find something for this man to do. This dude's over here trying to push fake food. He's buying our farmland. He wants all of us to eat bugs. You know, this is what happens when you let somebody with him, with the intellect that he has. You know, this is why in
Oh yeah.
Fallout everybody hates the who's the people in the Fallout that actually could do good, but everybody hates them. The
The
Academy or
Brotherhood.
whatever.
The
Huh?
Brotherhood.
No, not
The
the
bro.
Brotherhood. The scientific guys.
Oh, the ones in Fallout 4.
Yeah, Fallout.
The
What are they called?
Institute.
Yeah, the Institute, right?
It's
So my
basically
daughter
MIT.
plays this game, and so she
Yeah,
didn't like certain groups, but she really hates the Institute because they're evil,
because
dude.
they're arrogant. Yeah,
They're
they're
arrogant,
funny
evil.
though. Yeah,
They are
they have.
funny, but they don't mean to be funny. That's the bad thing, right?
Wait, do you know this? Well, you know the story, right?
Yeah. She did.
But I mean the twist. Do you know the twist? Do you want? Are you gonna play it or no?
I have played. Well, my daughter explained the whole history to
Yeah.
me.
So because
I'm just using it as an example, right?
oh,
For
okay.
these guys that in our society who are super smart and intelligent, you know, I'm like, look, dude, go fiddle with your stuff
Yeah.
and Stop trying to bring world peace because you guys
Yeah,
are just jacking it up. Is what you guys are actually making the problem worse. You know,
but that part in the game,
that's my only point. Yeah,
yeah, that game's underrated. Fallout 4 was awesome.
yeah. The whole Fallout series actually, dude. It's just
Yeah,
like I get
it
so
just takes a
sidetracked.
while to get.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I always get sidetracked with that game. That's why it took me
Oh,
forever.
all their games. Yeah, I get
Yeah,
sidetracked too.
like Starfield. Starfield is the same thing. That's why I know none of that. All of that is just hate and millennials, because millennials have the expansion of life expectancy of a man. So
Yeah,
William Pearson, Shelley Duvall passed away July 11th. Talking about movies and
it's my
quality
birthday.
involves Stanley Kubrick's The Shining Script. Yeah, she did. We lost a lot of people actually, William. There's a
Yeah,
lot of people that passed away recently.
yeah.
That's why I feel old because
Shining
I'm
is awesome.
yeah,
Yeah,
Shining.
Kubrick's great director. He knew it. I think he had connections. Did you see Eyes Wide Shut?
Yeah,
That's,
that movie was too weird for me, dude.
dude, that's about like child prostitution with the elite. It was like basically Epstein in the movie. If you
Yeah,
watch it again, you'll see it. You'll see
no,
it
yeah.
right away. Because
I'll
we've
say
been.
this: the problem with a lot of these guys is they love to tell on themselves.
I think he knew. That's what I mean. He worked around those circles because he lived in England. He moved to England. I remember
Right.
still, but yeah, he's a great director. That's a scary movie too. It's weird.
Oh, Vontae says, "Oh yeah, but she should be let off the hook because she chose them." You're right. But as a boss, you got to put your foot down early when you see shit being run. 100%, Vontae. 100%. We're on the same page. Trust me. Right.
Is
That's
he
why.
talking about what's her name?
Oh,
The
Kathleen Kennedy.
Kathleen Kennedy. Yeah,
Yeah, she's bad, and so is Kevin.
dude,
They're
they've
both
been
bad.
asking for her to get fired since like 2000. Since they bought him. Since they bought Star Wars and MCU.
Yeah. So the thing about Kathleen Kennedy that I do like is that she's old school.
Yeah,
At first, I
I
thought she was a
respect her
woke
a lot
person.
actually.
Well, at first I thought she was woke, and then I realized by the stuff that she's doing that
Hmm.
she's just old school.
Yeah,
She
you
comes
told
from that
yeah.
old school of company
My
production.
my way or the highway. Yeah.
Yeah, and she's just grifting on the woke stuff. That's what I realized about her because she's talentless, so she'll do whatever she needs to do to keep power, and that's old school
She's a
mentality.
producer.
I'm not
She,
saying it's
yeah,
right because she's ruining everything, but at least I have that perspective on her because I'm like, dude, this chick, why is she
yeah.
doing that? And then a lot of it comes from the dude. Look, she did errands for Lucas and Spielberg.
Well, she was their
That's
producer. Yeah.
yeah. But I mean,
I mean,
she
it's more than
wasn't.
just. Yeah, I know what you mean though. She started off probably like as an assistant and then moved on up.
Yeah, and a lot of people did, right? And it's
Yeah,
her moment to shine, and
but if you,
she can't shine because
yeah,
she's not a creative. That's her problem.
yeah, but that's still a big deal though what she did because if you look
Yeah.
at her resume, I mean, dude, it's like all the big movies. That doesn't mean she's creative though. You're right,
No,
completely
she's
true.
not. She's not at
She's
all. She
not.
wants
No,
to
she's
be,
not.
but she's not.
She's the one that makes the deals to make the movie, to get the movie done. You
Like I
know.
can't sing. I'm like the one. I'm the only person in my family that has. I can't sing at all. Like my voice is horrible.
Yeah,
What do I
but I
do?
mean,
Do I cut a record? No, I go to the
yeah,
karaoke like everybody else.
yeah, because she was like executive producer, then producer, and so
Yeah,
when
yeah.
you do that, that's a big job in Hollywood. I think for some people, I don't think people realize what they do. You know what I mean? It's different than producer in a record. Like, because a producer in a record is actually more creative usually,
Yeah.
but in a movie, there's the people with the creative side and then the people with the business side that they have to pay the people. That's the producer.
Well,
She's that.
so she's been groomed to
Yeah,
be on
she
the
was a groom
level that she
probably.
is,
Yeah.
which is not a problem. Here, the problem is that
Oh, I agree with you. I was
that's
just saying. Yeah, I was
that's
just saying.
that's the space she occupies.
Yeah,
What she wants to do is occupy the space that she has no business being in, which is the creative side.
yeah,
So what normally a producer does like that is they have the ability to go out and get the people to put the team together to assemble the Avengers, right? So that you have a good product that people want to buy. And if you're not
yeah,
doing that job, then you should be fired. And that's what's
yeah.
happening.
She wanted to make a name for herself. That's
Yes,
all.
definitely. She wanted to be
I mean, there's
Spielberg and Lucas, but
yeah.
she doesn't have this that skill, talent, or ability to be either of them.
Well, I mean, I think she knows that. It's just I think she wanted to. I think she wanted to move the audience to female. Obviously, she made that. She said that. So I think she failed because females don't really care about comic book. That's sexist
Well,
as
she
shit.
was trying to, so that's why she has the crew that she has and the people that she puts around her. The problem with females is that they're female, right? So it's basically the queen bee. I've seen that, dude. Trust me, dude. I work with
No,
women,
I know. Yeah.
and it's crazy. Like they're like, dude, dudes will have problems and they'll have it out, and then it'll be what it is, what it is. Like either you move on or whatever. But women, dude, they is evil, dude. They get slighted, dude. They do not forget,
Well, it's
whether if you're a guy or a girl.
you have a mom, right? Come on, you know how it is. It's hard for females too sometimes.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, yeah.
But I mean, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I've had female bosses. They're different because, especially if they're moms, they have like a suffering complex. Like they do too much. They're overwork themselves, so they become complete control freaks.
Well, look, dude, I kind of feel for them, dude, because
Yeah,
they're very complicated, and I understand that plays
yeah,
into just like with dudes. Dudes are not
yeah.
are simple, and
She
would
should
have to be more
retire.
complicated.
She's how old is she, by the
She
way?
should be fired.
Well, I wouldn't mind. Yeah, I mean, because she's Star Wars and MCU could be so much better. Yeah,
Oh, it's done. It's done. I talked about on this channel. It's not just those two, dude. It's integrated into the
both
Disney.
genders.
Yeah,
Mhm.
dude, it's on every level. Also, Two Man says, "Hey Sega, hey Google, hey, what's up, Two Man?" Um, yeah, I know we said hi earlier. If you didn't hear us, I'm sorry, but thanks for being in, dude. We're ranting
Pearson
again.
says both genders are horrible. I've seen horrible things from both.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Same here.
Two Man, I'm driving. Okay, Two Man, no
Yeah,
worries, man.
Fallout 3 is awesome. Yeah.
Fallout 3 was the greatest. I'm literally playing Skyrim right now. Dude, my daughter, she played all those, beat them, and then she went back and played them. I was like, dude, what's wrong with you? Go play
You
something
could
else.
you could play those games forever.
Yeah, you can.
I'm still playing Fallout 76. I play that every day.
Really? Oh man,
Oh
you're
yeah,
one
it's
of
like an
those.
MMO. What?
You're one of those Fallout guys. Huh?
Oh, I'm a Bethesda. I've been a Bethesda since Daggerfall all the way back.
Yeah, but you know, there's layers in the Bethesda fandom. It's funny to me.
Yeah, I'm not like hardcore lore guy. Like I didn't I don't take it too seriously like that, but I still like there's people who like to play the games because you can turn your brain off and then you can accomplish things. You know what I mean?
Somebody did this really cool meme where they were like comparing the Fallout fans to like if there were religions, and then it said the 76
Yeah.
fans are like the Mormons that come knocking on your door, or no, the Jehovah Witness that come knocking on your door.
There are people like that though.
That's why I was like, I looked at it, I was like, really? And I experienced it myself because I played Fallout 76 and I was just trying to understand, get to know the world. And it was funny, man, because everybody was coming up there, hey, man, do you need this? Do you need that? Hey, I can help you with
Yeah.
this. They're very helpful, which is cool. I mean, I appreciated it, but sometimes, you just want to kind of explore.
Yeah. Well, some of the biggest like Fallout I mean Bethesda fans are the worst. Like they're the worst critics. Not the worst, but I mean they're very hard on Bethesda.
In a good
You
way. I think it's in a good way.
I don't think so, but I think
Really?
it's good. Oh, I think they're overdoing it. I think they don't. I think Bethesda totally gets it. They know they're doing the perfect job, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I get why they're complaining though, but they're asking for something perfect, and that's never going to happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole other subject. But I mean, like they're complaining about the writer. What's his name? I mean, that's something specific, but it's like because they're all comparing it to Fallout New Vegas, and Fallout New Vegas was not. That was written over years. People thought they made it in 2 years. No, that game was originally going to be Fallout 3. Then they put it on the burner, and then they made Fallout New Vegas.
Oh yeah, there's definitely history there.
Yeah.
And then that's what I like about there's difference between the
Hmm.
hardcore Skyrim, the hardcore Fallout,
Yeah.
Vegas as even opposed to Fallout, and then now you got the Starfield in
Yeah.
the
There's
mix.
people who hate Skyrim. It's like, why? Why would you hate Skyrim? Skyrim's awesome.
The reason why, like, and I'll associate this way, like my daughter will complain, but she shows
Mhm.
up. She's there day one.
Exactly. She at least she knows though. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I like their fan base because
They
I'm
know
we're
their stuff.
on
Yeah.
we're on the Marvel side, and these dudes are freaking zombies. They're NPCs, bro. Marvel Cinematic Universe fans are NPCs, dude. I've fought more with them than I ever did any DC fan, both comic or movie. That's how bad the Marvel
Yeah.
Cinematic Universe. And it's funny to me because now they're beginning to realize that Marvel's been taking them on this joyride, and they don't like the ending, and now they're starting to complain. I'm like, no, 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 stay in your seat, close the door, lock you in. No, you're gonna be stuck on this train, and you're gonna ride it all the way till it falls off the cliff. It just,
Yeah.
guys like me been telling you guys this for years. Not out of hate, but because it matters and you want it to be better than what it was. I saw this stuff coming down the road. You guys called me a Nazi, called me a Trump supporter, whatever that meant, or you called me all these names, which only made me want to do things more. So, but I was dealing with these guys for the longest time. At least on the Bethesda side, dude, they actually, it's
Mhm.
to me, it's a love kind of hate relationship, but in a good way.
It is. No, it's like how we are with MCU, like
Yeah.
comic entertainment. So I get it,
And
but
I
I'm not.
feel bad because I checked
Yeah,
myself, right? It's like I watched the Moon Knight because my son wanted to watch Moon Knight.
I
I'm
liked
a huge
Moon
fan
Knight.
of Moon
Yeah,
Knight.
yeah.
But I mean, I'm a huge fan of the comic book, and I'm watching this thing, and I'm like, no, 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 no. But I don't say anything. I keep my mouth shut. Why?
No,
Because
I
my
know,
son thinks he likes it. So I'm like, okay, well, let's watch it. Okay.
but I understand your point of view because you're looking at it from like an 80s, 90s, the comics, the writing
I,
then.
I, I like to say I'm looking at it from the proper and correct perspective of how I should have made it.
Yeah,
I know
but
it's a little
it's
bit, but
no, but I agree because there's stuff that it's sometimes the tone is off in those MCUs, and it's like, but see, I'm just happy just that it's there, but I
dude,
get it
they
completely.
got so lazy though, right? Go because they're at some point they just do something they're like
I think yeah.
and just walk away. I'm like, wait a minute, whoa, hold on. Even my kids got to that point. This is why they turned on them.
Hmm.
Their
Yeah.
biggest supporters kind of turned on. They're like, wait, no, no. That so what happens with the people? Why are they doing that? Why are they just not accepting this? This would not happen, and so they did it to themselves, right? So
Yeah. Well, the only issue I have is like when because they were ripped into Starfield, I think, way too hard, and I'm like, dude, this is in some ways it's better than their old games. I can see some of the complaints, but it's like Starfield had some of the best writing they ever did. Some of the quest
well,
lines,
I'll put it to you this way, right? It's not Bethesda Starfield.
and
It's Bethesda Xbox Starfield. So
yeah, well, exactly. So they some people judged it because it's Xbox
oh,
now. So
definitely. I think 90% of them did, and then
yeah,
you
I
have
think
like the fans that did, right?
yeah, like IGN with the 7. That's like, I mean, I don't care if they gave it a 7. I mean, they can give it a 0 if I don't care, but
Yeah.
it affects people like their perception of the game. I'm like, you have to play it. It's one of those games and if you like Bethesda games, you're gonna like it no matter. I think generally, people who like Bethesda games will like Starfield. So it was annoying to hear people like lying about it just
Yeah.
because they're console warring.
Right.
Like I'll even admit, like say like Final Fantasy. I don't want to get a PlayStation because I don't want to support them, but
Right.
I do want to play Final Fantasy. I'm not going to rip it, but I can understand why people ripped it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I haven't played it yet, the last two, so I'll wait till they're on PC or Xbox. But yeah, my point is I'm being more open about it. So I think, but
I mean,
yeah,
it is what it is. Dude.
it is what it is. Yeah. So
Thank God, like I always say, thank God Microsoft is rich,
yeah, I think
because they can weather this stuff. So
yeah, and they're hands off with their studios, so I don't think they're gonna. You know what I mean? They're not. They learn not to micromanage, and they can't. That's the only way to do it, really, because people don't like being told what to do. I mean, that's why people are like the new narrative now is Microsoft hates Xbox because they want to Fire Stick. Like I keep hearing that. Like people mention like Microsoft doesn't market the Xbox because they don't like the Xbox. I'm like, where do you get that? What? Of course they want the Xbox to sell. That's the best way to sell Game Pass. You know what I mean?
to me, I answer people this way: I was like, if it's between Xbox marketing in the traditional sense, which is what you want, or
Hmm.
them buying humble games or Sega or EA, I'll take the latter.
Yeah.
I don't
Oh,
think marketing matters because people skip the commercials all the time, dude.
yeah. Well, the traditional marketing doesn't.
Yeah,
It hasn't worked. It
yeah.
doesn't. You just need to know if it's there or not, and then people will find it on their own. Usually.
I mean, there's some avenues that are shut off to them, right? Like
Hmm.
one thing that would help if actually influencers gave it a fair shot, which they don't, right? Because if influencers they understand that they make more hating on Xbox than they would supporting it, regardless of what Microsoft does. And
Yeah,
I've
I
seen
think
that since the one generation kicked off. So
as long as they keep their name, the brand in the public,
yeah.
at least in the console wars, yeah, that's advertising. That's marketing.
Well, let me
But
read this. William says, "I've seen horrible things from both." Yeah, agreed. I know that's what you said. Yeah, Google.
yeah, and then
Um,
Monte's I'm going between Flintlock, Dungeons of Hinterberg. and Canutes Path of the Goddess. See, I touched all three of them. I did mostly Flintlock. All three of them are really good games. Yeah, they're great games. They're all different too.
Yeah.
It's so
So
crazy.
how's the woke in Flintlock? Is there any woke?
No, there's no. She's female. Does that mean it's woke? She's black.
You're not being facetious, right?
I know. She's Native. It's weird because she's like Native American African. Because like
Oh, okay. I
she
can't.
has like a mohawk type.
All
Well,
right.
not
Well,
really
then I'm
mohawk.
definitely not playing it.
You know what? You know? Did you play uh the what's it called again? The EA game, Immortals of Avium.
Not yet. I have it on my hard drive. I
Yeah,
just
there's the feel of the art's kind of similar in Flintlock. It's a good game. It's you know what it is. It's like a Star Wars the last two Star Wars games. It's like a more
Last Jedi.
accessible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a more accessible Souls like.
So I'll say this, guys.
Hmm.
It's on Game Pass. I mean, it's my kind of game. So even
Yeah,
if it wasn't on Game Pass, I probably would have took a chance on it because it looks kind of cool to me.
yeah,
I didn't know anything about the baby ink stuff. You know, baby ink that is a hot that is a charged word right now. Anytime anything's charged with it, I would like to feel sorry for these people, but no, not really. You know, you make your bed, you lay in it, but it's I'm a proponent against groupthink in this sense. Look, you
hmm
have to experience things to know if you like it or not. Because some people will play this game, maybe there's some woke stuff, but they wouldn't even know, and then you miss out on a good
Oh,
experience. You know what I'm saying? There might be,
yeah,
there might not be, but at the end of the day, dude, I mean, if you're a gamer, right? And people make look, I'm not telling you what to do either, man, because people make their choices. The one problem a lot of this stuff is dealing with, and why everybody's nitpicking everything, is just money, right? Again, I always bring it
yeah.
back to the economy, right? I mean, you have to make smart choices, and some games are going to get left off. Then you throw in all the other crap on top of that, and this is where we are, where we are.
Well,
But Monte, dude, if you love Flintlock, play it, brother, play it.
oh
Um,
yeah, it's a good game. It's not woke at all.
yeah,
Woke is okay. This is what I think is woke. Woke is like they have an agenda to push a
right,
certain political view, and
yeah,
it's like right in your face. That's when I say it's woke. And I would say like Concord. If you look at Concord, if you look at that character, the characters,
yeah.
they're like they specifically don't even have a white character in there. It's like
Well, then, yeah,
ridiculous.
and when you and then when these guys talk about it, and then you get them on record saying stuff, then of
Yeah,
course, right, there's no refuting that.
yeah. Flintlock is like it's more of a style. Like the world of it is kind of like Persian. It's like Middle Eastern African with
Right.
like a North African. So it's a design look they chose. It's not a woke, but yeah. So like that's why I was bringing up Concord because Concord looks so try hard, like Guardians of the Galaxy 70s. Let's do put
Yeah,
all
it's like
women. It's like more women than men. It's like they're ugly characters. It's like I don't know. Some people like it. I was looking into, but that game looks so boring. So anyway,
I know, like my daughter loves Overwatch, and she saw the trailer. She's like, "Oh my gosh, they're trying to copy Overwatch," and she said it's like a mishmash of Overwatch and Valorant. You
yeah,
know,
Val, it is exactly. It's like a rip off. And they decided to not make any character look good looking. It's like why?
and so for my daughter
You
who's
like
not
good
caught up
looking
in
character.
yeah, so for
Yeah.
my daughter who's not caught up in all this kind of stuff, or as
Hmm.
hypercharged I am in this kind of stuff, when she looks at it, she looks at it. Why should I play this? I already have Overwatch, which she loves to play. You know, I mean,
Exactly.
she doesn't have a problem with Valorant, but Valorant doesn't strike her in any way. In fact, they had a character that came into Overwatch that she doesn't kind of care for because it's like Valorant, right?
Yeah,
Because they
Valorant's yeah,
for Blizzard, so you know what I mean. So
because Valorant's more like Counter Strike. It's so slow. It's like can be slow. You know what I mean? It's more about like fast aim, like
yeah.
really precision aim.
Well, so, and
But
the character stands out. Like for her, she's like, wow, she doesn't look like
yeah.
this. And so that's another thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
Overwatch oozes with character. It has like all the characters have their designs are awesome. They're like Disney. You know what I mean?
yeah. Well, and then speaking of like Vontae says here, like coming back into gaming, I agree. No one hates Bethesda more than a Bethesda fan. You know,
Oh,
it's funny.
true.
Like I'll put the Blizzard fans up
It's
there as well.
totally true.
Yeah, but Blizzard fans have the same thing, Vontae. Like my
Oh yeah,
daughter
that
playing all the time, but she still plays it. She loves it, but she's man, dude, she'd be brutal. But they do stuff,
same
right?
with Halo. It's like, jeez, they're the worst.
Well, Halo. Okay, so here's my 2 cents on Halo. Right, a lot of us are old now. You know what I mean? I play
Yeah,
Halo.
Mhm.
And then you have this new generation of people coming in, and then I'm like, maybe it's not meant to be in that sense. But the thing that pissed me off is I play Halo, and I'm like, dude, it has the best of both worlds in my opinion, right? It's
Yeah,
for the younger
it's just
and the older generation, and people, like you said, they just piss all over it. So
it's considered a boomer shooter now. That's what my nephew said. They go, "Oh, Halo's a boomer shooter." I'm like, it's not even that old. And then I'm like, oh yeah, it is. It's over 20 years old now.
yeah, but
You know
that's
that?
not boomer. That's yeah. So
No, I
that's
know it's not. The boomer shooters are like Doom, but they say they consider it a boomer shooter because it's old. Do you know what I mean? Like, because nobody plays it. They don't like that type of for multiplayer. They like BR, battle royale
yeah,
or
yeah, yeah. That's
air.
their time. That's their generation.
Yeah, I'm not. My point was that Halo. That nobody hates Halo. It's just not as popular. That's all. That's That's what it seems to me. I don't think people hate it. They're just times moved on, is what I'm saying.
Well,
It could still
it's a
get popular. Hmm?
I think it's an amalgamation of stuff because there's people that do hate Halo just because it's Halo and it's Xbox, right? So you got to deal with these people. Then you got the grifters who are jumping on to get the clicks and the views, and then that influences other people, right? Because I can tell when somebody hasn't played Halo, right? When
Oh,
they talk
totally.
about
Yeah.
stuff like that, I'm like, dude, you don't play Halo. It's nothing like that, right? But it doesn't matter at the end of the day, right? Right?
Same
To
with
just kind of jump
Gears.
on it.
Yeah,
Yeah, same with Gears. It's interesting because Gears is such a hardcore fan base that
it
they've
is.
created this. I don't know how
You
they're
have to
not.
know the. Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh no, okay.
Oh no, I was just like, yeah, you're right because it's like Gears has its weird movements that you have to, the cover shooting. You know how when you go from corners to walls, you have to know that. Uh, that's like a basic, and it's so specific to Gears. So if people talk about Gears and they don't know about that, then I know they don't play Gears at all.
Well, but people do that with Halo, but with Gears, dude, it's I don't know. It just seems like a hardcore, like you and I don't know. Like I guess it's okay to mess with Halo fans, but nobody messes with Gears fans. You know what I'm saying?
Because
Because Gears fans, like they'll,
yeah,
I don't know. I guess there it seems more they're more hardcore, right? It's just like we just talked about the Olympics, right?
hmm
Yeah, you'll see the Last Supper on there, right? And they'll make fun of Christianity, dude, but they wouldn't do that with Islam, right? You know what I'm saying? Right? It's just like a different type
but
of.
they
But
did. Yeah, they won't do that. Well, I think because they're sensitive about Palestine, Gaza right now.
yeah, all of that. So I'm not as
So
okay.
Christians are like easy pickings, I
All
guess.
right, maybe that was a bad comparison. I should have
Yeah,
kept. Sorry
I
about
know what
that.
you're saying, but
But you know what I'm saying. But like with the Gears guys, dude, it's just like Gears seems like it's cool. Like when I was here's a better comparison. When I was growing up, dude, Star Trek was the geek, and Star Wars was in there. And for the longest time, the Star Wars people would always give crap to the Star Trek guys, and the Star Trek guys had to take it until Episode One came out. And then we couldn't talk no more trash, right? And the Star Trek guys were right there, like, how's the Misa thinks you you know, they would be doing that to us, right? I'd be like, oh, you
yeah,
guys.
I've learned to like the prequels though. You know that. I told you. I like the
I mean, over
prequels.
time, right? Over,
Mm,
I mean, there's still
because it's
there's
all Lucas. No, but I know what you mean.
yeah.
With the bad acting and stuff. Yeah.
Well, the bad everything. I'm sorry.
I don't think it was even bad acting. I think it's just old Hollywood
Look,
acting.
I love Star Wars, dude, but I am definitely in the camp. It's like I was a Steeler fan in the '80s. It was
Hmm.
rough times. You know what I'm saying? And so you had to pick, and you always supported the team, man. And then you just pick the things you like about the team, and you watch it that way, right?
But
And that's
yeah,
how I look at. For me personally, that's episode one, two, and three. Now I'm cognizant of the fact that I'm more of a four, five, and six guy. Star Wars is very
yeah.
generational now, so I just,
But see,
I
this
just
I'll tell you what. Because one, two, three, Lucas is not a director that really cares about the acting as much. He's more about like just getting the scene done.
yeah,
It seems, or how it is. But that's not no, that's normal. A lot of old Hollywood, when you watch old Hollywood movies, sometimes that's how the acting is. It's like stage acting. They don't
right,
they're not looking for nuance like a lot of the newer acting is.
yeah,
So it was right in the middle of the '90s when you had all the Pulp Fiction and the realistic dialogue, and then suddenly we're back to like '40s, '50s acting.
yeah,
It is a huge change. You know what I mean? How they
yeah.
acted. But see, I understood. But I think that's why I like it even more because I think Lucas didn't. That's his. That's what he's focusing on. He's focusing on like an old style. Anyway, yeah, go on. I'm sorry, but yeah,
That's
I
fine.
really like it a lot actually. The prequels, but
I mean, I of all the movies, I probably love three the most, just
yeah, the
because you
third
can
one's
see.
awesome.
Three I like because it changed my perspective, dude. Because I mean, well, I was little when it launched. I knew Darth Vader was bad,
Hmm.
but they really cemented that in three. You know, when he kills the younglings. Spoiler alert if you haven't seen it. I'm sorry. That's what it is. Like
Wait,
when he
did you?
does what he does, they didn't show it, but you felt it. The fact that they
Yeah.
didn't show it and you felt it.
Oh, it was
That,
pretty dark when they first
yeah, it
showed
was
it
awesome.
in
It was awesome.
2003. Yeah.
I'm not the kind of person, guys, that likes something to be dark just because it's dark, but it hit a nerve, and I had a connection with it to the point where I was like, yeah, Darth Vader is actually not a
Well,
good
he's
guy.
evil.
Yeah,
He's
he's very evil.
evil. He's
And so I think that's what the Clone Wars did, and I think that's why a lot of people like episodes one, two, and three more, because then
yeah.
they went over to the Clone Wars, and the Clone Wars it just expanded and gave you a
Mhm.
better perspective of what was going on, and you can apply it to the episodes one, two, and three.
Yeah.
That's been my experience. My daughter has an affinity for, and she's young. She's not even like her Star Wars would be what we have now, in a
Yeah.
sense, right?
Did she?
But she
Your
did was
daughter's in college now, right? You said.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But she grew up on Clone Wars, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, so she takes that and then applies it to one, two, and three. And even me, I've watched it with her. I have a better appreciation of one, two, and three. So
Yeah, I don't think that's actually your daughter probably is more into Star Wars than the average because I don't think a lot like none of my nephews and nieces are they're only into the movies, but they don't like the TV shows. They're
well, you
not.
see what William says here, dude. I had an Atari when I was a kid. William, is
I'm
that your dad?
24.
I'm 24. Was
That's
that
what
your
I mean. Yeah, probably his dad or uncle or aunt.
dad? Because that's what I mean. Like that's why my daughter likes Star Wars, probably. But then she made it her
Because of
own.
you, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah, I
almost
tried to.
disowned both my kids, dude. I almost disowned. We watched episodes four, five, and six. I mean, four, five, and six. They're like, "Oh, that is okay." I'm like, "Get out of this house."
I've bought gifts for my nephews and nieces when they were growing up. Like I bought whole sets of Star Wars and then Lord of the Rings. They liked Lord of the Rings a lot, but they liked Star Wars, but not as much as I thought they would. You know what I mean? I think it's more Gen X millennial. I don't think
Yeah,
Gen Z is, sadly, but they still will watch it, but they won't. They're not like, oh wow.
I know Gen Z might come around because I see them. They're the generation now that, and I understand it. Again, it's
Yeah,
about
they're more conservative. Yeah,
well,
in generally speaking, I don't want to say all of them, but
but I mean like in the way they consume media. They're the
mhm.
guys that are watching. They're going back and watching old stuff, or they're doing these deep dives, rabbit hole dives on
Yeah,
rock
that's
bands like
true.
Def Leppard, or
They're
like
going.
Cobra Kai. Like you saw Cobra Kai. Like Miguel is a perfect example of
Mhm.
that in seasons one and two, where he does that because of the influence, of course, being Johnny.
Yeah. Did you
It's,
watch the last season yet? I didn't watch
yeah,
it.
it's awesome, dude. It's awesome. I
Is
love
it?
it.
That's good.
I love it. I love it. Yeah. I mean, they kind of did an Avengers thing where they kind of were tying up the stuff. The only
Oh,
problem I have with it is only 6 episodes long. That's it.
the last season. Isn't it two parts though?
I think it's three, two or three.
No,
But
I
the
mean,
first part,
isn't this new season? It's part one and then part two, right? Or is it? It's over.
no, no, no. Yeah, it's season six, part
Four,
one. Oh,
six. Yeah,
season four.
part one, then part two is
Yeah.
in a few months, I think, isn't it?
I thought they were doing three parts.
Oh, it's three parts. Whoa, that's long. Okay,
I
then
think
I'm,
I might. Don't quote me on that.
no, I understand. Yeah, I gotta watch it. But it's 6 episodes though, right now, right or three?
Yeah, you can do it. I did it in one night, dude. That's like Friday night. I came.
Yeah,
Friday, I came like early afternoon. I just blasted right through 'em. It was awesome. Then
it's
I
a funny
rewatched.
show.
One of the problems I think some people are having is that it's run its course. Unfortunately, the timetable because of everything that happened with COVID and everything like that, you can obviously tell these people are getting older.
Oh,
Um,
totally. Yeah, even in the last episode, last season.
last season, so I mean, so that dynamic it can throw people off. But as far as the storytelling, the timing of some of the stuff, the way they're able to still surprise you with certain things, the way they're able to do callbacks.
Yeah,
Um, so no spoilers. I don't want to jump into the
yeah.
spoilers.
Don't. Yeah, I was gonna watch it, but they also showed they're working on Stranger Things the last season.
Dude, I don't know how that's gonna go, man. She's like, you can tell, like 11 is not the same. She's like a woman
She's
now.
21. Yeah. Did you see
Dude,
the
it blew me
pictures of
away.
her?
Like she was in this other movie, and I'm like, holy cow, she has breasts. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Yeah,
that
she
kind of
has
shock.
she's putting pictures of herself on Twitter. Did you see them or on
Oh, I did
TikTok?
not. No.
She's like,
Oh yeah,
she's
I don't
showing
either.
her booty. She's doing the booty views.
It's
She
hit or
looks
miss.
good. I'm like, wow.
Well, it's a again, guys. This is one of the problems I have. Nothing
Well, she's
against her, but
21 now, so she's not like
you know, I
she's an
just
adult, but still, I
but
see her.
when I talk about escapism, I'm old school, so that's what I talk about escapism. So
Like she's
where
doing
I'm
more.
watching something, and I expect it to there's a certain feel, a flow, a vibe to something, right? And then when I watch Stranger Things, the last season I had, and you see these kids, and you're like, dang, dude, they're old, they're older, they're bigger, they're taller, but you can tell they're older.
Yeah.
K dramas don't have this problem, right? Because everybody looks young.
Well, it's animated,
Yeah. Or anime is another thing you don't have to worry about in a sense,
and
right?
you could
But
fix the
but
voices too.
yeah. But with this one, so and it's not bad. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that's the way I consume products. So and I look nothing against her. She's a beautiful young lady. I mean she's a bit of a
No.
feminist kind of
Yeah,
thing,
that's
but
what I was gonna say. That's probably what you don't.
yeah. But I mean other than that, dude, she's very she they need I mean feminism aside, I mean that's the type of Hollywood celebrity that could keep the industry going. Um,
Yeah,
unless she's like sacrificing stuff to Moloch. That's another story.
she's married
That's a
now,
story.
is she?
Huh?
Vante says she's married. Is she very? She's married.
Oh, Vante. Sorry, she's married now. If I remember correctly. Oh, is she Vante? Oh, wow, that's cool. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, 4K is $23. Oh yeah, 4K. Netflix is expensive. It's not expensive if you get the ads. Yeah.
Who they think I am? Elon Musk.
You know what? Don't get the 4K version if you don't have a 4K TV first. Because even if with a 4K TV, I notice it doesn't matter.
I don't
To
know.
really
Yeah, it depends on your TV. It depends on your streaming too.
that too, yeah, your
Yeah.
speed. So you're not gonna really lose a lot with 1080p. So you can cut that in half actually.
You go look at TLC or TCL TLC.
Or yeah,
I'm back in
or you can just go to Putlocker S Flix. I'm just joking. Don't do that.
it. Yeah, be careful, man. If you're not,
Just get a VPN. Pay for the.
no, but you can get it on the cheap, dude. And then
Yeah,
what
you
I
can
would
get.
do for the Netflix thing, dude, is like if you don't want the yeah, definitely what you go with is just go to the cheaper tier.
Yeah. I didn't know she got married. That's crazy.
That's not surprising, dude. I mean, she is
But
old.
she's young, but not. She's not. She's an adult, but she's still like 21 or 22.
As long as she doesn't turn into that girl from Game of Thrones.
11. What's her name again? 11. I don't even know the actress's name.
Um,
I know about that Drake thing though. She was in that Drake. They're talking about Drake was flirting with her. That's kind of gross.
dude, these guys don't care, man. Look at the Olympics. Well, that's what Cygnus says. Cygnus said, you guys seen the Olympics? The Monaco? Yeah, we were talking about that
Yeah,
earlier.
we're
Cygnus.
talking about it. Yeah,
Dude, it was bad. Again, the title as far as the
really
boycotting.
glad you're around.
So that's what I wanted to talk about, guys. Just real quick, we'll course correct real fast. But boycotting. So I would, like I said, I would boycott the Olympics, but I wasn't planning on watching anyway, so that doesn't work for me. But there's people boycotting Netflix right now because what's his Mr. Reed? I forget his first name. The co-founder of Netflix. I don't even know if he's involved with the company anymore. But he donated $7 million to Kamala Harris's campaign. So you got people that want to cancel him for that, and they're canceling their subscription. Should we bring up the whole Hogwarts thing again? So here's my thought on boycotting, guys. I mean, I don't think it really works in a sense because you have two extremes when it comes to boycotting. You
Yeah,
have people that boycott, and then there's people that support, and then you have the people that are anti-boycott, right?
yeah,
And then you have people in the middle that just don't care because it's just like politics, dude. You have your right, you have your left. At least in this country, you have Republican, you have Democrat. You have these two factions, but then the ones that this is why people talk about independence so much. Um, so I don't like. To me, what I do is I just vote with my wallet. Um, and I look, dude. I'm not gonna Reed Hastings. I think is his name. I don't look, dude. I understand. Look, okay. Number one, if you have a political bent and it matters to you, and that's your conviction, 100% support you. You do what you want to do. It's your time. It's your money. I say the same thing about video games. I keep it 100 on this channel. I'll be as consistent as I possibly can. If I'm not, you guys can call me on it. That's fine because that's what I want to try and do. Right? Be as consistent as possible. Be 100 with you guys. So for me, I wouldn't necessarily want because you see that on the other side, right? With Elon Musk, everybody loved Elon Musk because they thought he was on the left. Then this dude had a moment of clarity, and then now he's freaking out. He bought Twitter. and now he's a right-wing nut job according to some people, right? And so they're trying to cancel him. So it's different now, dude. Look, he gets his money. It's not like he took the like. I understand he makes profit from Netflix. Like he gets his money from Netflix, among other things.
Who?
Uh,
Elon Musk?
no, Reed.
Who's
Reed
Reed?
Hastings. So he's the co-founder of Netflix.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the
So he
founder.
donated to Kamala Harris's campaign about $7 million.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
So people want to cancel their subscription. Again, that's your money, your time. You do it.
Yeah.
I personally don't. I won't do that just for the simple fact that you guys got to also remember that there's probably a lot of people on Netflix that support Donald Trump as well.
Exactly. It's not Netflix is not just that guy. Netflix is a lot of different. Same with the Olympics too, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, 100%.
everything. It's like
Right.
people want to boycott Israel. All the people that Israel. It's like it's complex. The world is connected everywhere.
Which is ironic because a lot of you guys that are doing the boycotting, or a lot of you guys, I'll just be honest, a lot of you guys on the left who do these boycottings in that way, dude, you guys are funny because you guys are also globalists. So you guys want a global economy, but then you get pissed off when things don't go your way. That's why
Well,
I can't.
I
That's why I
respect
can't
them
like
if they can keep it up. It's just it's hard.
I know two people that can. Ed Begley Jr. and John Cusack. Those are the only two people on the left that I know that walk like they hate it.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
I have to check his Twitter. I haven't seen his.
He's nuts. But
He's very
at least he's
liberal.
consistent.
Yeah.
Well,
I
he's
respect him.
not even liberal. He's nuts. And but at least he's consistent. Right?
He's like James Woods on the opposite side.
Oh, James Wood is just like conservative on the right.
That's what I mean. But he goes crazy.
Cusack is left of left. Dude,
No, I've seen his. Yeah, I've seen his. Yeah,
he was somewhat liberal, but then he just kept on going.
He was more like conspiracy minded. Then he stopped, and then that's when
That's his money factor. Now he just wants everything to burn down. He has no solution for anything. He just wants it all to burn down. And he's just become a grouchy old man. And I know you guys wonder why I talk about him because I'm a huge fan of him.
But I agree with some of his views. But anyway,
yeah.
I know.
Accountability, right? like that's one other thing I appreciated about him because even though he hated Trump, he also hated the stuff that the people on the other side were doing. That was the same thing he hated about Trump. So yeah, there's a consistency there. He's just nuts, dude. And again, I'm a huge fan of this guy, dude. Some of my best movies of all time is John Cusack movies.
He did all those teen romance movies.
Yeah. And even when he got older and he did serious stuff, man, he's a great actor.
He's a good actor, yeah.
I like him so much. I ended up watching his sister.
Which movie?
So I like John Cusack so much that I ended up watching his sister.
Oh, his sister, yeah, she's a good actress. They're from
yeah. Then I ended up liking her. I love her in Addams Family. She is awesome.
Oh yeah, that's right. She's in that.
I mean,
she's done a lot of movies.
Yeah, she's done 9 months, and she has a side roles.
There's also another brother, I think, too. I forgot.
Yeah, probably. We got that. I gotta get my damn Netflix so I can watch it. Yeah, dude. You know what? You watch it in spurts, Fonte. Like just wait for the shows to pop up and then just watch it. Like subscribe for like a month or two. That's what people do.
Yeah, just like put a list up what's on Netflix, then watch it in 1 month. That's what I do with That's what I did with Apple.
Yeah. Oh, did you see Apple? So anyway, so the boycotting thing, guys. Sorry. So I mean, if you boycott, that's fine. I don't boycott. I just vote with my wallet, dude. And if somebody does something I don't agree with, yes, I'm talking to you, Disney Plus. Then I just cut your line.
You're a hypocrite. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what it all boils down to. It boils down to the power of the purse, right? That's the only thing you can do.
Right? Exactly. Like if you don't like Xbox or PlayStation, don't give them your money.
That's why. And this is why I don't lose my mind with the PlayStation guys unless they're being hypocritical. I don't care that you play God of War. Right? What I care about is you come on my podcast and you tell me, oh, it's the greatest game. Right, and then you tell me that it's the best game ever made. AAA is the way to go. That everybody owns this game, and then I look at everything. I'm like, no, dude, you're wrong.
Most of those guys didn't even play the first 3. They just played 2018 and Ragnarok.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think they played it at all. It's just console war fodder.
You don't think they played it at all?
No.
They played the first 2 hours like I did. No, I played about 20 hours of 2018. I didn't finish it.
No, it's a generational thing. They watch somebody play, then they come talk trash because they spend so much time on social media.
I can see that with some people, to be honest.
Dude, I struggle. Just like Vontae said, dude, he's playing Hindenburg, Kunitsu, and Flintlock. Now, I'm on Kunitsu,
You know who does that? That annoys me. Oh, sorry. Go
No,
on.
no, go ahead.
Um, Colt Eastwood, right? That guy.
Yeah. He's a dude, bro.
Every time he's an idiot. I can't stand him. But anyway, every once in a while I'll get like tweets, like retweets of his,
Yeah,
and he always name drops the game that he's playing. Like he knows what he's. It's obvious he doesn't play these games.
right.
Sometimes, I mean, he might. I don't know, but he does. He does it so many times. It's like, dude, stop it. I mean, it's so easy to see you're just name dropping. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, dude.
He's so
He's an
fake.
opportunist. Again, he's a dude, bro. A lot of these guys are, they're
He's not even.
gamers.
Yeah, and
They're
people
dude
are.
bro gamers. And so what I mean by dude bro gamers is these are the dudes that play like the main titles, but they're not gamers, dude. They don't live the culture or the lifestyle. They don't.
Yeah, it's not. It's just that he comes off so fake, and it's so annoying. It's like, dude. Anyway,
Yeah,
anyway, go ahead. Go ahead. I cut you off because I was thinking about this tweet I saw.
no. So so like I said, I'm struggling to play these games. So I do my
Yeah,
podcasts. I try and support the other guys, but this is why, like to Vogel's point, I don't watch any of like I've never really watched. I've never liked Colt
yeah.
Eastwood, to be honest with you. The only time I would hear him is if it was on other podcasts that I listen to.
It's not just him though. I'm saying, and I was just using him as an example. Like some people name drop games, and it's like, just say you didn't play a game. Don't say you played a game and then you didn't play it. You know what I mean?
Or better
Like
yet, don't do a podcast and just go play games. How about
no,
that?
I don't. It's okay if you like to talk about games. That's okay. I don't mind. It's just I hate when they fake it. That's my point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm the same way. It's just like, okay, you want to talk about this game, but you haven't played the game. So why don't you go play the
Yeah.
game and then come back and talk about it?
But you can still talk about it. But you have to prerequisite with that saying I don't
But
know
this is why
anything
these guys
about
get
the
in
game.
trouble, right? On both sides.
Yeah,
Like, they talk about the game, but they haven't played it. But they talk about it as if they have played it. And when you listen to it,
exactly.
it's like, okay, well, like for me, when if I'm talking, I can't review Deadpool and Wolverine because I haven't seen it. I've
Yeah,
just seen clips about it. So we can talk around it, but we can't talk. I can't talk in depth about it.
it's like people saying, "Oh yeah, I played Starfield and I didn't like that. It you have to go through load screens." I'm like, everybody knows that. How do I know you played? It's like that's stupid.
And
Anyway,
there's a reason why there's a load screen, guys. It saved me a couple times, right? It's just saving your game, right? So when something
well, it's
didn't
just
work out, I could just go
yeah,
back and boom, I was fine. So
dude. Every game has load screens. It's so
yes,
stupid. Anyway,
they were just nitpicky because again, this is
yeah.
this is not Bethesda Starfield. This is Bethesda Xbox Starfield. And then the media pushes it, right? The media the whole time they're like, "Well, let's see how Bethesda does on their Xbox." I'm like, dude, they're still
But they
Bethesda.
always
Yeah,
Bethesda's games always have that. They have
yeah,
the world, and then they have like maps that are within the map. You know what I
yeah.
mean? So
And they
there's
know this,
always
and they comment about it. They talk about how Phil Spencer's hands off. I'm just like, yeah, dude, you guys are hypocrites.
yeah.
So Cygnus says, I only see this on Hollywood, like the awards and Met Gala. The fact that this demonic ritual is spreading international is kind of crazy. Yeah, Cygnus. I did say earlier, though, in fairness, and I use that word lightly.
It
What
is a
happened?
ritualistic type.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they were knocked for a loop because of what happened in France politically, right? Politics isn't everything, unfortunately. And so this is their anytime something like this happens to them or how they feel like they're slighted, they come back as two, three times as hard. And so they just like, oh, Katie bar the door, boom, demonism. Here we go. And and they should understand this because look, the Christians are the Christians, and they'll be a certain way about it. But when they start losing the narrative with the normal people, that's when it becomes bad for them.
They really are in a way.
Yeah, yeah, true. Even into the point where like even people of the community, like like in the gay community, like, look, dude, we're not associating with them. Right? I've seen editorials like that. I've seen people write articles of that. I've seen people's commentary on that because they're like, look, dude, you're setting us back, or look, I don't feel that way. I think you should enforce the agenda on anybody. Like they should come to that decision themselves. Like if a gay person says, well, I think you're too young to want to cut your thing off, that guy gets attacked. Right. This is why it's very tribal, dude. It's very what is that?
Lord of the Flies.
Lord of the Flies type of mentality with that, dude. If you go off the reservation on that side of the bro, you're done. That's why all these guys are coming over here. Then you have an RSC program that has like hip hoppers and porn stars. I guess she's a porn star. You have all these people showing up at the RSC, and then people are like, "Oh, what's going on?" I was like,
Really? Who? Porn
that one
stars?
lady. I think she does porn. That's what people are
Who?
saying. Okay, wait. Let me retract.
That's okay. You don't have to. I can
It's
find them.
because I don't know who she was, dude. The only reason I know her
I'm not surprised. That
because
doesn't.
people was talking about it. Right? It's just like Kat Von D, who I know. Right? So she converted to Christianity. She was a practicing witch, a self-proclaimed witch,
Oh,
and then
was
she
that the
had a
one that
bunch.
was a porn star?
No, 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 no. The girl, I can't even think of her name right now.
You know,
There's
that's also
somebody.
a sin too. You know that, right? Like
Yeah.
sex for.
I'm sorry, guys. I should have because I can't think of her name right now. And the reason I can't think of her name, the person that was at the RNC that gave the speech, is because I didn't know who she was.
Oh, you watched RNC? I don't watch any of those party.
No, I just watched the clips.
The clips. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Um. So I don't know who she was, but obviously I know she has an OnlyFans. I know that much. I know she does music videos. I heard that she does porn. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But my point has not changed. My point is that a lot of people came to the RNC
Is she
convention that spoke there that
is
was
she
not
ex or
traditional. Huh?
still practicing? Is she still a porn star or is she's former?
You know what, dude? Let me Google this.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. I was just curious because that's crazy if that's true. I would be surprised if the Republican
RNC.
Party.
No, so RNC speaker.
I mean, she could be that. That's fine. I'd be like, wow, the Republican parties.
Dude, this so irritates me, man. It's like, where is she? She should be at the top of this, dude. Oh, okay, wait. I take that back. I misspelled it. Okay.
Okay, I
RNC.
looked it up. It said it was important to have Amber Rose,
Amber Rose, thank you.
a
I'm so sorry.
thrice married playboy who allegedly cheated on his wife for the porn. Oh, that they're talking about.
Oh, so she wasn't a porn star. She cheated on her husband.
Oh no, it's Hold on.
Hey, what's up, Daniel? Welcome, brother.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, no WNBA.
She's a former stripper turned video vixen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my point is, there's normally not somebody that you would see at the RNC.
Mhm.
And so why am I making this point? Okay, so here's the point, right? Is that the RNC is known for certain stances, definitely conservative, right? Definitely Christian. But what the RNC right now is the Big Tent, and the reason it is a Big Tent, and why I'm not losing my mind like other people on the thing is because I understand that a lot of these people that are coming over, because they have a difference of opinion, because these guys are liberal, they're normally on the left, they're Democrats, they vote Democrat, they're usually on the left, right? So these guys are coming over to the right because they've been ostracized by the left, right?
Yeah, I can see that.
That's why you have these people coming over. This is why you have rappers supporting Trump.
Oh, Kanye, yeah.
Well, Kanye was the big one, but now you have all these other guys. I don't know who these people are, dude. I grew up with Public Enemy and Cypress Hill and House of Pain and Beastie Boys. So that's about as far and KRS.
Kanye's anti-Semitic. Be careful. Not joking.
Yeah, I mean,
Actually, I'm not. That's what they say.
well, I mean, a lot of people's colors are showing right at this point in time. But my point being is that you see that happening because you can't have a variation of thought on that side, right? And so, in fact, when they came over, a lot of people were criticizing. Not a lot. There was people criticizing Amber Rose for being there for what she does. To her credit, she took the arrows, right? And to the credit of most of the people involved in this, dude, they were open minded. I was like, look, dude, she's allowed to have an opinion. This is the way I am. You're allowed to have an opinion. That person's allowed to have an opinion. As long as you don't step on my toes and think you're gonna tell me what I'm gonna do, how am I gonna vote, what am I gonna listen to, who am I gonna worship. As long as you stay in your lane, I'm fine with you. You come stepping in my lane, and even more so when you step into my space. And if a lot of you guys know what I mean, if you're old school, by stepping into my space, you know, let's just keep it respectful. Neither the twain shall meet, dude. I know you're gonna pull the trigger for this for Trump. That's all I need to know from you, right? Right. I have my own convictions and my own stuff that you guys, if you follow me on social media, you listen to my podcast, you know how I roll, right? So this is what's happening in politics. That's why everything's topsy turvy,
Yeah.
right? Because it doesn't fit the stereotypes what people think people are voting.
He's supported Trump, isn't it? What's his name? Elon. He pretty much seems to be supporting him.
Yeah, he's come he
Has he
never
come
was.
out? I don't even know.
Yeah, so I would argue with people on the right side on this, man, because they're like, I don't know why he doesn't do this. I'm like, dude, he's an alpha. Trump is an alpha. Elon.
Yeah, they're
So
both.
they're both alphas, dude. That's like magnets, bro. And magnets repel each other. And I know this dude because my dad hates Donald Trump. Every
Yeah, he
time I
told
see
me
my dad, dude, my dad just goes in on him. He can't stand. And the reason
still
why my
hates.
dad, yeah, he hates him. He'll always hate him because the reason why he hates Trump is because my dad is like him.
He's old school
He's old
Democrat.
school. He doesn't, I run the show. I call the shots. For all of you guys who complain about the patriarchy, right? My dad is old school. He's like,
Oh yeah.
my family's like the mafia. He's the head. He's the don. He's the head. He's the godfather. Everybody else falls in place, right? That's kind of how it is with Hawaiian families, right? Like you
Hmm.
have a head, right? And then it usually flows down, right? The whole Ohana thing you guys hear on Lilo and Stitch, it's more than just
Moana.
yeah, or Moana, right? It's not just rainbows and butterflies, right? I mean, there's a cultural significance to it, right? And then it helps to keep the order. But but at this point in time, it's how bad it is, right? Because there's people that normally wouldn't pull the trigger for this dude that are thinking about it. And it
No,
doesn't have to be as
it's
complicated as changing the course of the world. It's as simple as look, dude. I went to the grocery store and eggs, milk, bread, and some sandwich meat cost me $100. So yeah, I'm gonna vote for the dude. Right? It's that simple. Not everything has to be complicated. There's people that hate him. And that's the funny thing that people get is like, how can you like this guy? And then a lot of people will be like, oh, I don't like him. What? Then why are you voting for him? I don't know. I just don't want to be poor. You know what I'm saying? I want cheap gas. It's not complicated, guys. Because that's how politics works. Politics is always local. Once it start affecting you, then that's when you start to make the changes. I just found out that the Vatican and Church.
Excuse me.
I just found out that the Vatican and the Pope legalized gay marriage to all Catholic churches. Oh, I did not know that.
Did they? I
That's
should
just
know
Cygnus
that.
is saying. That's what Cygnus is saying. I mean, the Pope legalizing it and the actual people following it is two different things. That I found out. My best friend's a hardcore Catholic dude. He's pre-Vatican too, and I've learned a lot from him talking to him. Of course, you guys know I'm a Protestant. We have history.
No, I looked it up. It's not true.
Oh, that's not true. Okay.
Yeah, it says the Catholic Church in its doctrine still rejects same-sex marriage and
So it's
condemns
probably
any
the
sexual
Pope.
relation.
And maybe the Pope is because he is like that. The current Pope, right? He's maybe not condoning, but he's sympathizing.
Yeah, he's probably sympathizing. Yeah.
He's very liberal. This new Pope.
Oh, he's very. My family doesn't like him.
Yeah, I know my friend hates him. When I see my friend, dude, he's like my friend. Every time he sees me, he's like this, bro. He's hardcore Catholic. He's like, hey, dude. So what? Are you
Yeah,
gonna be Protestant
but
forever?
he's just.
Huh?
Yeah, but he has a reason. He's like an old school communist. Believes in like the poor. You know what I mean? I
Yeah. Well,
respect that
for those of
because
you
he
guys
lives. What?
that say for those people that say culture doesn't matter, it's also part of his upbringing and his culture.
Yeah, his upbringing. Yeah, because he's Italian. Was it Argentinian? Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean he knows his stuff. He's not
Yeah, he's
stupid.
technically South American. Right?
He's South American really, but yeah, because I heard his speech and I mean, I can understand why people don't like him because he's very liberal. He
Yeah.
is. He
No
is very
borders.
liberal.
Yeah, he's one of those guys.
But that doesn't mean he doesn't know what he's doing. I mean, he knows what he's doing. They chose him for that reason, though. I think because
Well, was it the last guy, right? They called the last guy a Nazi. So
he wasn't even a Nazi. He was just very strict. That's not. I know what you mean, though. Yeah,
yeah,
he's very the German guy.
yeah,
Yeah, Ratzinger.
yeah. That's why I love being called like because people call me Nazis all the time, and I look at them, I'm like, yeah, but you hate Israel, so I don't know why you're calling me a Nazi.
If you read about Hitler, I don't. Let's not get into that.
Yeah,
We'll be
yeah, that's what I
targeted.
mean. Yeah, I already messed up the
My
podcast.
struggle. No, I'm just joking. Let's not get into that. What? Yeah,
I already messed up my podcast or messed up the
I even
podcast.
said stuff I think in the last podcast where I said about Hitler, didn't I? I don't even know.
Nah, it's fine, dude. Trust me, you can say whatever you want in there. Actually, I just, we go down these rabbit holes and stuff like that, and I'm fine with that. But
No,
if I didn't have to leave, I would.
I
Be
was
like,
just gonna say about Hitler is that it makes sense from the world where he was coming from that somebody that was very pissed off at his government. I'm surprised it didn't happen earlier. Is what I was gonna say. That's all I was gonna say. I'm not saying
yeah.
he's good or evil. I mean, but he was good. He still did a lot of evil stuff. Yeah.
No, yeah, well, but yeah, he got what he wanted in the end, I guess. But it didn't work out too good.
Okay, so we have.
So I guess we can course correct because we're gonna wrap it
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
But
So you're gonna see the movie though, right?
I am.
Yeah,
Uh,
cool.
Hopefully, it looks like I searched the times. There's a bunch of studios trying. You know, this is a big thing for the
For
movie theaters, right? You know, because
yeah, this is they do. I heard it's been a bad summer for movies.
it's been a bad 3 years for these guys.
Yeah, I honestly I haven't gone to the theaters that much. Probably I can count it in one like 4 times. It's all MCU movies. That's it.
Well, and that's the thing, dude. If I was the theaters, I would be blaming the studios because they made nothing but other garbage, where people don't want to come on and watch it anyway. I mean, it's already a hard sell because you've
It
conditioned
is.
people to
Yeah.
not go to the movie theaters, and then now you make trash on top of that. So yeah, good luck with that.
Well, when it costs like for 2 people to go to a movie, it's like $100. Well, that's if you get everything, but you know what I mean. It's like that's you're already looking at $30, $40 for tickets with 2 people, right? Is how much is a movie at your place?
I think it's like 18.
See, so 18, yeah, so it's like $20 for one movie. I try to go to matinee, so matinee it's $14 here, so you're already spending over
Well,
50 without even a drink. You know what I mean?
I think 18 is our matinee,
Yeah,
so it's probably more. I don't know. I haven't been in a while. I'm pretty sure it's more.
yeah. That's what I mean. That's why I don't go. It's expensive.
Well, this is what killed cable because you ended up paying more for cable because a lot of people are cutting it. That's all you're doing now, guys. This is why the economy is so important. The reason why you're paying more and you're getting less is because people are not participating in the economy like we were because people don't have the money to participate. So when you go to the movie theaters, of course, they're going to raise their prices because not as many people are coming to it and things cost more.
I think they know that too. Hollywood knows that. They're
I
scared.
Well, they know it now because people are losing their jobs and they're going broke. It's unfortunate
Yeah,
it had to be that way, but again, as I always say on my channel, they voted for this. Right? A lot of these people are left leaning. A lot of these people believe they drank the Kool
exactly.
Aid. The kumbaya, the Benetton ad thing with the rest of the world. And now they're finding out that's not how life works. Right? There are distinctions. There are consequences. You vote a certain way, and you vote people with bad policies. You end up with a bad economy. Right? And I find it rich though that I have some people on my Twitter, on my X account. We're all Xbox guys, but at the end of the day, they have their political bent and stuff like that, which is fine. It is what it is, dude. But as long as like we all stay in our lane, I'm fine with that. But just the inability of them to connect the dots when it comes to what's going on, right? Because either they hate Trump so much that they'll never
Mm.
connect the dots, or they're just so blue that they'll never connect the dots. This is why I win arguments with people all the time because they're like, Republicans, they're stupid and they do this, this, and this. Like, yeah, that is stupid. And they're like, oh, what? What did you say? I'm like, yeah, that's dumb. Like, aren't you a Republican? Yeah, I am. And then I go, would you like to reciprocate on your side of the Democratic Party? How you guys are trying to implement communism and socialism, Marxism. Oh, you're just a right wing nut job. Yeah, see, that's the conversations I have with these people. And I find out the more you let them talk, the more unimportant their opinion is. This is why I don't have to cancel people. I don't ever cancel anybody because I tend to get canceled. Right. Dude, because it's not a zero sum game for me, guys, when it comes to this stuff, dude. It's not. Right. To me, I just don't hate on the Olympics just to hate on the Olympics. I have reasons why I won't watch it. I have reasons why I think the opening ceremony was bad.
Excuse me.
But anyway, get off that soapbox. But yeah, Cygnus, I don't. Yeah, I mean, he can do whatever he wants to do, and I only know this because my friend is pre-Vatican II. He's very hardcore. Every time I see him, he's like, "Hey, when are you gonna raise the banner?" That's what he tells me all the time because he knows I'm a Protestant. Oh well, he classifies me as a Protestant. I'm a Baptist. The ironic thing of that is, I think Baptists are about as hardcore as like the
You're
hardcore.
Baptist, right?
Yeah, Southern Baptist. I'm talking about. So very biblical based.
Oh, it's Bible based. Yeah.
Yeah, very biblical based. But even the Baptist, I was shocked, dude. I was hurt, dude. I was very sad to find that not even Baptists are in turmoil right now. Not as much as the
They're all yeah.
Methodists or Episcopal, not as far gone. But in the Southern Baptist Convention, dude, they're having theological wars, and it blows my mind because I've never known that as a Baptist. Because we lost our focus, right? For especially for for people who are on the Protestant side, and I say that because if you're Catholic and you're listening, but for Baptists especially, dude, it is about the Great Commission, right? It is about the spreading of salvation. It is about the message. John 3:16, which I'm pretty sure if you guys on social media, you see that all the time. John 3:16, right? So that's the core focus is the gospel message, right? And then I think somewhere along the line that stuff is getting lost when people preach the gospel and when they preach the Bible the way it's supposed to be preached. They're getting attacked within the faith. Um, so anyway, this is why I don't. I guess my point is that this is why I don't get shaken about stuff like this. It's ingrained in me, guys. So
Yeah,
if you
same
don't
with
like the
me.
content, yeah, if you don't like the content and you don't like my content, it's fine. We can just agree to disagree, or you can just walk away. I'm cool with that, bro. It's fine.
Oh, I think most of the people who come here they know your politics and not mine, or at least yours. They know yours.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
and
you're
that's. Oh, go ahead.
yeah. No, you let people talk let their views out, so that's good. You know what I mean?
Well, that's how secure. I think that's the problem with a lot of people. You have to be secured in your own views.
Yeah.
I see a lot of time that people aren't. That's how they rattle. And then, of course, when you rattle, either well, there's several things you do. You can either run away, not or you can like lash out, or you can listen. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, I know who I am. I know what I believe. I'm not going to change. I know that. So you can say whatever you want to say. I mean, even with the Xbox, right? Something as minuscule as Xbox, dude. I know why I have an Xbox. I know why I play. So like when I talk to people like Zobi will come on the channel. He goes, Xbox has no games, and I'm like, that might be your opinion or your perspective, but I play them all the time, and I struggle to play the
Well,
games.
Zobi's like a big fan of JRPGs and stuff. That's why I could
I know.
totally get that. I mean, if
Yeah.
you're into like JRPGs and stuff, I would actually be like PC or Switch, not even at PlayStation.
But at what point, you know what I'm saying? Because Xbox has JRPGs. For
No,
me,
no, they do. I'm not saying. I'm just saying in general. Like, if you want to maximize your JRPG um, ability, then actually I would choose PC because you can go back and emulate. But yeah, Xbox has more than enough. I'm fine with
well,
it.
so speaking specifically about Zobi, right?
I was
When
just
he,
using it as an example. That's all.
oh yeah, so but he don't play PC, so that's strike one, right?
No, I
Um,
know.
a
He's
lot
a
of times when he talks
Switch.
about because to me, what I would say, and I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but if I'm coming in from that perspective as a guy who has Xbox, I would say like the Xbox has RPGs, but not the kind of RPGs I like. Or I don't think their RPGs are good, but it's never like that. And not just picking. We'll get off of Zoe because that's not he doesn't actually apply to him that much.
No, yeah, you don't have to. I was just using that as an
Yeah.
example. You brought yeah.
Yeah. But so when I'm just talking about the average, but this is why I can't take people's opinions seriously because it's just something they're throwing out there, but they
Hmm.
don't live it. Right? Like I look at this guy, I was like, okay, so what kind of RPGs do you like? Because I can name off the top of my head 7 that I should be playing right now. Right?
Yeah, there's a ton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Union
Like
Chronicles I'm playing.
yeah, the 100. Yeah.
There's the Nino Kunis. I'm playing. I tried playing both of those.
Personas.
Personas out there. So they're
Yeah.
they're there. So
Like
again, it
Dragon.
comes. Yeah, and I think people are just saying it just to be argumentative. So again, that's where I
Oh,
go back to my thing. Right?
did you
Oh, go
see
ahead.
the trailer for Like a Dragon?
The live action one, right?
Yeah, for Amazon.
No, I didn't
Check it
see it.
out. Check it out after. Yeah, it's really good.
I hope
It's
so.
like it looks just like the game, but it's like a Japanese mob movie, but is a
Is it
video
live
game.
action though, or is it?
Oh, it's live action. Yeah, it's an Amazon show.
Okay,
It
I'll check
looks
it out.
really good. Yeah.
I mean, I give Amazon props just on Fallout alone, so I have an open mind.
Yeah, this has got to be good because they got like a lot of writers from the video game.
I know,
I
but
never even finished
it's
one of those games yet. I gotta catch up
but
on it.
it's Japan though.
It's
That's the problem.
why is it you don't want to watch a Japan movie?
No, so I can consume Japan stuff, but they're not at that level yet.
Oh,
Um,
I see what you're
for the
saying.
content. And
You're
some
more
of
into
it,
Korea. That's right. I forgot. Yeah.
well, they're the translation, right? Like they got anime on lockdown. And so one of the reasons I didn't like anime when I was growing up, dude, there's stuff I like, but I didn't watch it. I just the stories were so weird. Right? The stories made no sense, and that's what there's stuff like that gets lost in translation. It's a cultural thing.
It
Um,
is. There's a lot of Japanese stuff that you literally have to be Japanese to really get the maximum effect, I think.
but if you look at what they've done with anime now, it's come a long way, where it can appeal to a lot of different people. Same thing with K-pop. K-pop went through the same
Hmm.
thing. K-dramas, right? And I'm in fact to the point where I think K-dramas and K-pop is going a little bit too Western, but they're going with the market. But with Japan, dude, Japan just has they just to me they just got like a couple more barriers to break, and they'll be there. You know, they'll be at that level because they'll do something like Alice in Borderlands, which I think is awesome, right? And entertaining, and it still remains the spirit of what their movie is supposed to be. And then other movies I'll watch, I'll be like, oh, okay, you know,
Yeah.
it's still not. And then on the flip side, with Korea, at least with Korea, and I know I mean, they're more prone to be Western or be more Westernized or more
Hmm.
accepting of Western stuff as opposed to Japan. So you'll see now, dude, like their actors and stuff, like they do roles. It's like if they're doing a science fiction action, the guys actually do like the weightlifting to get the bodies in shape. Um,
No, I know what you're saying. The Korean movie industry is way ahead, at
yeah,
least in terms of like production. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. So
yeah. I don't.
that's why it
Ja-
has that more mass appeal.
Yeah, but if you look at the trailer, because I'm watching it again, and it looks more Western, it's like a mob movie, but with the in the video game you have a lot of fighting.
Yeah.
It's like that. They just show a lot of fighting shots, so looks interesting.
Um, wait. So have you had? Did they show this at Comicon? Or you just saw it online?
Oh no, let me. Where is I'll DM it to you. Hold on 1 second.
I was wondering if they had a presence.
There. Do you see it? It's in your Twitter. It's in your.
I
It's
saw I saw a picture,
It looks
but I
just
didn't
like
know it was a show.
yeah. It's like a Dragon Yakuza. It's the IMDb page. It has the trailer there. It doesn't show a lot, but it shows just enough to. The production looks good because it's Amazon, so it looks like they got a budget. Hopefully, I mean, at least the trailer does. I don't know if it's a movie or is it a TV series. Let me check again. Yeah, it's a TV series.
See, this is the thing I hate about
It's
I'll just
six
take,
episodes. Hmm.
I'll take it back to woke. Um,
Oh, do you think it might be woke?
no, no, no. So I remember when I was watching anime, right? There's people saying that the West was kind of usurping Japanese anime, and
Hmm.
I thought that was ironic because the people that were saying that anime,
I don't think so though. With anime, it's totally never gonna change.
well, this was like about 10 years ago. It was like
Oh.
when Attack on Titan and these shows were coming out,
Hmm.
hitting the market, and I found it ironic because I was laughing because it was like, dude, it's anime. Because they were saying it's a style.
Hmm.
It's not a race or it's not a culture. It's part of their culture, right? It's part of their pop culture. And these people
But
didn't understand that when you have Attack on Titan, because they were saying some of the insignias and the way the uniforms was that they were making, people were complaining about it. And I thought that was ironic because it's actually Japanese people. Attack on Titan is actually the world and the stuff. It's supposed to be France. It reminds me a lot of France, maybe some of Germany. It's a European, right? It's their take on a
oh
European
yeah,
structure.
it looks like it looks yeah, it looks some European.
Yeah.
Like
And I was laughing because the people that were complaining about this they didn't understand that's what it was because they only have one type of viewpoint, right?
hmm
That everybody has to look like what their version or what their stereo. And this is the fun. This is what the race. This is like the racism part of it, right? Their idea of what Japanese is or what Japanese should look like, right? That
yeah.
all characters should look Japanese, and what is your definition of Japanese? And so Japan started doing these movies and coming out, and where are these people now? Are they watching these shows? I don't think so. You said you wanted this, right? Because they don't understand the stylized version of what anime is.
No, I understand. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not. I don't really know anime at all, to be honest. I mean, I know it very little, to be honest. I mean, like I told you, the last big anime I ever watched was in the '80s, Akira, and actually I watched all the 2 season series of the one mecha robots. That I was like 14 because it was like a soap opera. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Mech. Oh, what's it called again? Oh my god, how can I forget it? The one where they're like on a spaceship and then they're fighting Mars. And
What, Robotech?
Robotech, yeah, Macross, yeah,
Macross, yeah.
yeah, the first generation. I watched all of it, and then I tried to get into the newer ones, but it wasn't as good. But yeah, I could get into it because I have watched stuff since then. But it's like Japanese anime, you have to like really know, like, because I think people who do watch anime get into it. They get most of it
Yeah.
because they have, just like how you get into Korean K dramas, they have a certain feel to it. You know what I mean?
You know, it's interesting because when I first came back to Hawaii and I was
The
watching it,
tone.
it was okay.
Hmm.
I thought it was okay. Especially the
Which
music
one?
was okay. K dramas and K-pop.
Yeah.
I was more into the more K dramas, but that's one way. But it's so much more than what it was, and that's what I'm waiting for Japan to do. To level up a little bit with their product with their production. I don't know if they will,
Production.
man,
Yeah.
because it's so Japanese. But I
Yeah.
see
I
the
don't.
influences
Yeah.
like because Japan Korean stuff is real popular in Japan, so they're taking the cues from Korea, and I think through that way they can make it. This is why I always said on the podcast when I talked about like how Phil Spencer wants to infiltrate Japan.
Asia.
Yeah.
Infiltrate.
So
I know what you
yeah,
mean.
but maybe so he wants to have a presence. Sorry, in Japan. What I was saying to him was like, look, dude, you should go through South Korea
Yeah.
because with South Korea, you get a lot of the East Asian countries. You get
They
Japan.
are. They're doing that stuff. They got Pal World. I mean, if they got Pal World, there's other stuff. Yeah.
Well, they should own. Why they don't own Pro Abyss is beyond me. With Black Desert alone, but then they
I
also
th-
have
I think
Tokyo.
that's correct. I think it's the companies themselves. They'd rather be independent.
Well, I don't know because when I follow the Korean guys that I do follow on Twitter, like
Mhm.
they'll talk about like
Oh,
it's
really?
almost huh?
Would they say that they want to be bought?
No, so these guys are talking about the gaming industry in South Korea, and they're saying that they're like Microsoft is kind of all talk, you know?
All talk.
Yeah, like they say they want to have a footprint. They say this. They don't have dude. They've hired so they have people, of course, in South Korea that are doing the advertisements, so they know their own market, right? So I remember watching there was an Xbox commercial in South
Hmm.
Korea, and then the two people that was in the commercial, they're big time K drama stars. I was like, oh, dude, that's what I'm talking about. But he's saying that they don't go beyond that. Um,
Oh, so
and
they're saying they don't market enough to the Korean audience.
they're marketing, but they're not marketing correctly, right? So it's
Yeah.
almost similar to how they launched Xbox in Japan and it was humongous and the controller was humongous.
You
Um,
mean right now, like the current generation, or before?
no, so like when the first Xbox launched in Japan,
Oh,
it was
okay.
very American, which was a
Yeah.
problem for the Japanese. Not just because it's a American versus Japanese thing. It was an aesthetic thing, right? The
Exactly. Yeah.
the controller was
It's.
super huge. It was huge for American heads,
Hmm.
right? Unless you were
It's
a
like a brick.
lumberjack.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you were a lumberjack or you worked on construction. You know, most
Gotta
people thought
gotta
that.
work out to make.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, that's part of the workout, right? You didn't have to do any like
I love that
this.
controller though.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
So he's saying that they're doing it, but they're not doing it in the right way. And one of the things they're not doing is they're not localizing their content. You know,
Oh yeah, I heard that. That's true. I mean, wait, which podcast is this? I'd like to listen to them.
not just podcasts. It's on Twitter.
Oh, oh,
Um,
okay.
yeah, which
I
podcast to talk about? There's nobody that does podcasts that do that in depth.
There probably is some. I didn't have to look for it, but because I know
I
what you mean though.
yeah,
Because the Koreans are into, they're more PC oriented. You know that, right? Like
yeah, yeah.
they like the MMOs, and they're like Blizzard. Blizzard was the one that really opened up Korean gaming culture, I think. Like,
And China too. In China is huge.
oh, China's huge. Yeah, people don't people underestimate ABK so much. It's like it's ridiculous when I hear people talk about it. I'm like, you don't know how big COD is, do you? It's like
No, they have no clue.
they have no clue. It's like, even on mobile, you could go on a mobile game and you can play that.
Even
It's
the
not that.
so
Hmm?
even some of these so-called Xbox channels, man. When I listen to their commentary,
Exactly.
I'll
They
be
don't
like,
get
dude,
it.
you're an Xbox guy. You should of anybody in this, you should know. You know what I mean? How big this is.
Yeah, you
You're on
can.
the ship.
Yeah, I was listening to what's his Jez and what's his name? The other guy, Jez and
Randall Alford.
Rand. They're nice people, but I mean, they don't get it. They're kind of dumb, I think, to be honest. I
I
don't
have no
think they
idea
get
what
it.
I don't know why. The fact that when they do Xbox podcast is usually something around a negativity.
Yeah, they do. They he makes his big views. It's like I'm listening to that. I'm like, do they really think this, or are they just stupid?
No, they do. They've been like this for years. This is why
Yeah,
I
no,
said
I agree. That's why I don't listen to them anymore. But sometimes I'll catch them just to see how they are because they're very popular. They're
I
he's
don't know.
I don't. I mean, they're
Well,
not
okay,
popular.
probably ponies. Ponies probably watching too.
There's a lot. Yeah, I would say a third of their audience is ponies, just because they want to hear Xbox complain. They like that because it makes them feel superior. That's the dimension people don't want to say about. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I'll
Like
say
sometimes I want to hear bad news from ponies because it's funny. So you go to their podcast, but they're smart enough to say they won't even give you that. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, right?
that.
So like if there's bad news for the PlayStation podcast, they won't even touch that news
Oh
story.
yeah, dude. The PlayStation is all in, dude. I mean, I give them credit, dude. They pull ranks.
They know how to protect their
Yeah,
rep.
yeah, dude. If
Whereas
this
with
was Asian time,
Xbox,
yeah.
what?
If this
Yeah,
was Asian times, dude, this would be like the phalanx. You know what I'm saying? They're on point. They're like boom.
yeah. But see, that's the thing that'll make them get their false sense of security is what's gonna destroy. It's already destroying that console. I mean,
Yes, yes.
which
And
is
when it
good. So
falls,
no, but so yeah, because like so I listen to them like, do you know how big COD is? And they talk about it like it's nothing. And it's like, dude, I get that you think like Microsoft can't market, but there's a reason why they probably don't market because it probably doesn't work. It doesn't. It's a waste of money. You know what I mean?
yeah,
I'm sure they do the numbers. I mean, obviously, I'd love them to do like a full-on blitz, put it everywhere, put it in my eyeballs, but that doesn't work these days. You know what I mean? It's like
I
it
know.
doesn't cross these people's minds that I think they think about it, but then they're like, no, I want to see it in a movie theater. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is 2024. And I keep mentioning, in the chat, I'll say, Paul World sold 25 million. It had
Yeah,
no advertising. It just had trailers on YouTube and was a trailer. People know, you know what I mean? If a game is good, they're gonna know right away. Do you know what I mean? It goes like that. It's like in 1 hour, people will know something that quickly. So it's a waste of money to just spend it on a fucking commercial on what on a TV show that nobody's watching. Do you know what I mean? They know the numbers. So I'm like, give them some credit. You might not like it, but that's just how it is. Even Sony's doing the same thing. They don't. I haven't seen that. I don't see Sony ads anywhere. Do you? I see them I see it on like IGN because they pay off IGN. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, Sony does advertise. I think what amplifies advertising for Sony is that like you said, IGN, the market shifted towards them, right? In both the consumer
Hmm.
as well as the media. So they don't need to do the heavy. They don't have to do the heavy lifting. Everybody does the heavy lifting for them.
Yeah.
And they're the counter advertising for Xbox. This is why I
Yeah.
hate the movie, dude. I'll never give. I can't wait till they die.
But the thing, yeah, but they're talking like, okay, of course we know Sony's got more. They have more sales. Like it's more popular. Obviously, it's mostly because of Europe and Japan. I think in America, where it's pretty close. I would bet that in America we're pretty close to even right now. I would say.
Right.
I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't because we don't see the numbers, but I would guess that we're pretty close. And it's if and my thing was what I was saying in the last show was that if this doesn't move the needle, I think it already is moving the needle.
Hmm.
Then that's just how it is. But I don't. You have to give it time to see. Do you know what I mean? For the next 2 years. But my point was that the marketing only works for certain things to a point. People will know what they want. You know what I mean? People know what Game Pass is. The only thing is they don't know what's on it. Do you know what I'm saying? You can't advertise enough to tell them what's on it. They already know COD's going to Game Pass. Most people know that already. Do you know what I mean? They don't know when. They don't know what is it the new one? Is it all of them? that's just something that they know, they heard about, or at least know. Because people at my old job, my last job, they knew about it right away once they heard it was in the news. After a couple of days, they're like, "Oh, I heard COD's going into Game Pass."
Well, and for me,
Those are
that's
casuals.
well for me that's all they need to do, right?
Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense to do these blitzes that like guys like Randall Thor, like these guys talk. Dude, I was like, dude, that's dinosaur thinking, right?
Exactly.
The attention span of most people nowadays, right? Plus you're in a moment in time where everything's in flux in the world, right? People
Hmm.
don't, so when it comes to a big announcement and then it hits, then right?
Yeah.
So, and I'm
They're
pretty
like
sure if I factored that all in. So
these people are like so insecure because they're like expecting they want Xbox to be like 70 million sales or something. It's like, dude, just the way it is right now is that, let's be real. PlayStation is a more popular console, but it's not like it's that far ahead. I think it's like 30 to 35 million right now for Xbox. So that's still sizable. I think it's actually surpassing any of their last gen. So if they can beat their last gen, then they're actually making progress. You see what I'm saying? So if they're beating the 360 numbers, then that's actually good news for Xbox. So all they got to do is just hit the they have to hit the what's it called again, the trajectory. Because once you hit, like, it's like subscribers when you for like YouTube, they just start rolling in. You know what I mean? Like someone who gets popular, people start subscribing. It just rolls on and on. That's what they're hoping with Xbox. Now there is a chance that it could stop, and it's just that people don't want it. I'm talking about Game Pass, by the way, not Xbox sales. 'Cause I think they're more worried about the Game Pass, but they do want to make sales because I still do think the Xbox console is the easiest way to make to sell the console. I mean, to sell Game Pass. So anyway, I mean, my whole point was that, like, on some of these podcasts, it's like they don't understand. It seems like they don't get it. And it's been like 3 years. I'm like, what don't they get? It's like, they're getting the content, then the content has to come out, and then it has to build up, and then people will eventually buy it. It either sells it or it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. That's what I say, because there is a chance, like I said, that it doesn't sell. That would be stupid. That would tell you the market is really bad. Do you know what I'm saying? Just like the move.
um,
You know what I'm saying, right? Like
yeah,
if okay, let's say, okay, I'll give you an example. So say 2 years from now, let's just make up make up numbers. Let's say right now they're at 30 million subs, 35 million subs. Okay, say their target for 2026, by the end of 2025, they want to make 50 million. So they got to make 15 million subs by then. I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm just saying
yeah,
that's what they target.
yeah.
If they don't meet that, then that means they have to do more to make that meet. You know what I mean? So what their target is, they have to meet their target. If they don't meet that, they have to do more. Or if it's so bad that they only get like 1 million subs, or they lose subs in these 2 years, what should that tell you? Do you know what
Yeah,
I mean? Like, see, it reverses. I don't think it will because it's too good of a deal.
yeah.
But let's say they reverse from 30 to 35 million subs to 20 million subs. What does that tell you about the economy or about gaming? They don't want it. That they're starting to sell it. They don't care anymore. That's where it's bad. That's the only time I would worry. That's what I was trying to make the if they can just make it to the point where they can make the Game Pass as it is now, and and give us the games, then that's all I really care about. Do you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
have a console. I want them to make a console. I don't want them not to, because I still like to use the console. I'm about 60% console, 40% PC. So
I don't worry about the console because look, they're closing the Xbox 360 store. How long have we had that store? We had that store for a long time.
oh yeah, it's dude. When did the 360 come out? It's like 2005.
Yeah.
Dude, that's like almost 20 years ago. So that's a long time. Isn't
So
it
I
longer?
so I say that just for the simple fact that that was a conscious choice on their part. They roadmapped that, right? They
Yeah.
understand that, like the thing with live when they finally rolled it up into the game. How it got
Hmm.
rolled in. Um, because and I think the reason why they call closing the store because they want everybody to be on the one already, the Xbox
Yeah.
Series,
No,
X
they
Series,
want them on series.
yeah,
Yeah.
on Series consoles. So that's another reason why they're doing it. And so just by those things alone, that's what doesn't make me worry about
Yeah.
console, right? Because it doesn't make any sense for them to cut off a piece of their market, especially with the way that they're getting their money, right?
Hmm.
They're trying to be everywhere, every place to everybody.
Yeah.
You can have a debate if they're doing a good job on that or not. That's open for display. But to listen to these dudes that are Xbox guys, they're not even there yet. They
Yeah.
don't even think in these terms. Yeah,
Yeah. The adoption rate for Game Pass is really high for the
yeah,
Xbox console. It's like, was it like 85, 90%?
yeah,
That's like really high. That tells you that when they buy the Xbox most likely for with Game Pass in mind, they
yeah.
don't just buy the Xbox just to buy it. So that's everybody, almost everybody. So that tells you that the people who are buying it are educated gamers. You know what I mean? So you're buying people who plan to buy the games as well if they like it. That's I'm just making a. I'm not saying that's what happens, but you're getting an audience that actually knows what the hell they're doing is most likely compared to just a casual. So
Well, but
that's
that's what
actually.
I think the council, and especially with the S, it
Mhm.
appeases the casuals as well. I mean, I wish they would share the numbers just so I would know for my own
Yeah,
personal thing, right? But they don't, because I think
yeah.
it is better than what they make it out to be. Just for the simple fact that if it wasn't, you'd be
Hmm.
seeing Microsoft do certain things, and they're not. Everything that they
I
do is usually pro or positive. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's how it comes out. That is annoying that they don't. But see, I don't think they. I think they give the numbers in terms of like if you look at their financials, they give it like their profit margins because
Yeah,
they will
yeah,
say it's like 30%, which is really good. So they're probably counting everything together, like console sales, software sales, microtransactions, all of it together, subscriptions, all together. So there might be a loss somewhere. We don't know. They might like say if they sold like 1 million, which I think would be really low. I don't think it's that low, but let's just say if they sold really low because they don't make. I think it would be probably even if they for the amount of consoles they sell. They don't make any money. Even Sony doesn't make any money off the consoles sold. They never make money. It's always if at all, it's like what $50 per console sold.
well, that's why
That
their argument, when you argue with
Yeah,
Tony, right, you can blow up their argument because the purpose, the console is the Trojan horse, right? The software
yeah.
is, and so when their software doesn't meet console sales sold, man, either Sony's lying, right, or they really aren't selling. I mean, the numbers are really that bad. Either way, it's bad. I mean, when I
Yeah,
look at it, either way, it's bad. But
I'm guessing their numbers are most of them. I think they give us their shipped numbers, which is still kind of sold numbers. Like they shipped like what 60, 65 million
yeah, but
consoles.
the problem at that is once, I mean, yeah, on that end it can be, right?
Hmm.
But then then this is where Xbox hasn't beat, in my opinion, because
Yeah,
Xbox takes it to the next level and starts calculating up or down when it is sold, and Sony to me doesn't do that, right? They just worry, okay, well, we've got a console out there, and then they use that, right, to sell their to make the deals that they make to sell people on their consoles and stuff like that. Where Microsoft is the kind of person who's like, well, we're going to look at the engagement. We're going to look at how people are spending their money.
yeah, they can exactly.
I just
I
posted an article on X where, and I'm not saying I condone this, but credit card companies, the one gaming market that they're looking at is the Xbox gamer because we tend to
Really,
spend over 37 hours a week on gaming. It's something like 37 hours, and when we spend money, the ratio of money
I
we
think it's
spend.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The ratio of money we spend to the amount of time we spend playing or being in the ecosystem
yeah.
is very high, and they notice that.
Okay, I'll give you an example.
Mhm.
I used to go to well, I still do, but I don't go as much. I used to mostly PC game,
Yeah,
and they have two threads. One's for PlayStation, one's for Xbox. And now it's basically they turned into Game Pass and PS Plus
yeah,
whole form messages, and nobody goes to this PlayStation. Everybody's like, it's like the difference between like 20,000 and 100,000 messages
right.
between the two, because everybody's on Game Pass on the PC. It's already a given. They don't. Some people there's like ponies in this group too, and they're all PC gamers. But so some people, people know me as the Xbox, the bot. They don't
Yeah.
even have term. They don't like console wars there, but I don't care. I just console war anyway because the ponies are on there. They're like, nobody's buying Starfield. I'm like, what are you talking about? First off, it doesn't matter. It's on Game Pass, so all they want is people to be on Game Pass. You know what I mean? So they use the same narratives, even these PC gamers that are consoles. But the thing is, the ultimate thing I was gonna say was most of the people there have Game Pass. They don't have PS Plus. They have Game Pass. But I would say half of them don't have Xbox. I would say about a third have Xbox. I'm just guessing, just by the way what they say, because a lot of them will say, "Oh yeah, I played it on my PC," and I could see them because some of them are on my friends list. But the thing is, what I was saying is that there's also a sizable PC community that got back into consoles. Like me, I got back into consoles more with Series X because before I didn't really console.
Mm.
I probably maybe one or two games a year I would play on console, and that's it. And then the rest would be PC. Now it's like I like certain games on console because of the community, and the only games I play on PC are shooters that I'm much better with mouse and keyboard.
Right.
That's it. That's the only reason I play on PC. The rest of it's on console. So my point is that there's a lot of PC people like me, and I'm not a small group. I would say it's enough to be maybe in the millions range, like older people that are old PC gamers but got back into PC gaming. And I think that's what's going to happen with a lot of younger people as they get older. They're going to go back to console gaming because it's just more convenient overall. I don't think consoles are going to die. They're just going to change. You know what I mean? We already see that with the consoles now. They give you so many options, especially Xbox with what's called again, the where you can pause. It's so fast. I love it. So
Oh, quick resume.
quick resume, yeah. Sometimes I'll forget a game's on quick resume too. I'll be like, oh shit, this. Anyway,
For me, like I don't worry about it because like I'll
yeah, I'm not worried about it at all. I just get annoyed with the other podcasts. Ultimately, that's what bothers me. It's like what don't they get? It's like they're like micro worrying over every little thing every week. You know?
yeah. That's why I
I
stopped
mean,
listening. I
yeah,
stopped listening to these dudes like a long time ago. So
yeah.
uh,
It's like,
but it's-
do you ever listen to Boomstick? That
no,
guy,
I
the
stopped
cop,
listening.
ex cop. Dude, that guy is like every day it changes. He's one day he's positive, next day it's like, dude, what are you crazy?
Yeah.
I'm like, you're either like mentally unstable or are you just doing it for views? I don't know. It's like, how could you think that way one day and then the next day think it's the end of the world? That's like doesn't make sense to me.
Well,
You
because
know,
they he
it's
gets
like
his
crazy.
news from gaming media, and that's the
Well, he
biggest.
gets it from ponies. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, the
Or
gaming media is
pony
punk.
bots.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gaming media is you should just. This is why I mean, for a lot of these guys, I stopped listening to them because I could already tell. I was like, dude, why am I listening to you? You don't tell me anything I don't know, and on top of that, you tell me wrong information. So because
Exactly.
I know what's going on. I know what they're doing. I mean, so the conversations we should be having
Well,
as
yeah.
Xbox guys is to the point where, okay, how does this affect me? Is this going to work? But we can't even get past that because everything's gloom and doom. Xbox is going to fail. Xbox is going out of business. Microsoft shutting Xbox. Xbox is going to close down. That's all you get, and this is on the Xbox side.
I
So why
know
waste
exactly.
time?
Just like Unlimited said, he's tired of it. I'm tired of it too. It's annoying. But sometimes I'm trying. Sometimes I'll try to give because some of the people on the shows I like listening to them sometimes about other just when they talk about games. But then once they start talking about Xbox, they get negative. I'm like, dude, shut. I'm like STFU. In my mind, I don't say that in chat, but it's like, dude, are you still on that shit? Do you know what I mean? Like, are you still complaining about marketing? Because they've been complaining about marketing for like 2 years now.
Dude, a lot of these guys been 6 years
So
plus.
even if you're right, then it's like it doesn't matter. What do you? So why are you complaining about it? It's like it doesn't. You're complaining about it doesn't matter. It's like at this point You're complaining about something you have no control over. First off, so just stop. It's aggravating. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm giving him the doubt. Like even if they're right, that your complaining doesn't even help because it doesn't. They're not listening to you. But I don't think they're right in the first place. So
Just a lot of these guys are all up in their feelings. On top of that, so
your feelings, yeah.
like if they told me they vote for Biden, I'd be like, yeah, I'm not surprised. So
Who
that's all.
knows? Yeah. They're
Vante
politics.
says, being in the gaming world, I found that ponies are very annoying, but PC gamers have this elitist attitude that's very off-putting. Makes me not want to associate with them.
With who PC gamers?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
I
elitist
can see that
attitude.
with the newer ones, yeah. Because those are just console warriors that think they know everything.
Well, I
Well,
love Vante. I love the old school PC elitists. Like
they
they were
just
the traditional PC elitists. Like they really didn't give a crap about what you thought.
I mean, look at this chat. Yeah.
I mean, so I could understand that, right? Because that they like what they like, and I like what I like. Like they were the elitists. Was just like if I'm trying to talk to somebody, like Warren Buffett with no background, with like me having no background in finance, trying to talk to Warren Buffett, and Warren
Yeah.
Buffett would be like, ha ha ha, and just walk away. So that's what I would get from the PC gamers of old. To me, though, this is why they got the term elitist, right? Because like their crap don't stink. That's why are you talking to me? Yeah, peasant council, whatever, right? But over time, I would say, right, because there's been this mix mash of stuff. So some people like the PC gamers I have problems with from like 6 years ago. They're not PC gamers.
Yeah,
Like
that's what I was gonna say.
they're secondary PC people. Like so, there's a lot of them were in they have
They're the
consoles.
console wars. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
I'll just be most PC gamers like me. At least I'm gonna come from my like old because I'm 50, I'm over
yeah.
50, 51. So that means like when Xbox came out, I was already almost 30. I was 20. Xbox came out, I was 25, 26, 27. So I'm already old. It doesn't. I was already PC gaming because I preferred the games on PC. There was a noticeable difference at that time. People forget that PCs were different. They were more adult oriented.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that like it's better or they're the top of the line games. It was just a different market. You know what I mean? You had like flight sims, you had shooters that were competitive shooters, which were
Mhm.
not on consoles. And then the biggest thing with me was RPGs, CRPGs, which there's still none of them are on PC. There are on consoles now, but they're still better on PC. I preferred those, and then like strategy games. Now that audience I'm talking about that like those type of things, they don't care. They're not there to be elite or anything. They just want to play those games.
Right.
You know what I mean? And now I would say the biggest market for PC is like MMOs and then competitive shooter people. They really only care about frame rate and like the advantage they can get because they love shooters. They love like Counter Strike or League of Legends. That's a big audience that only plays strategy games and in competitive strategy games, and it's huge on PC. It's big in Asia too. So these people don't care. It's nothing about elite. They don't give a shit. You know what I mean? It's like it's a different mindset. They don't care about any console or that's just their preferred games. It's more about the games they like. It's only on PC. But Valorant just came out on
Console.
console, so that'd be interesting to see how it does because it's kind of a hard. Get Valorant's a lot closer to Counter Strike than Overwatch, I would say,
Mhm.
and if they can get that right, because it's very like precision based shooter. If they can do that right, I would be surprised because I was thinking, how can they do that? It would be like trying to do Counter Strike on console. To really take advantage of it, you need to put keyboard and mouse. But my whole point is that the PC gamers don't care. I'm saying because it's not because they think they're elite. It's just because the games they want to play aren't really on console or they're not taken advantage of on console. Like
Well, I mean,
RTS games too. Do you know
that
what I
is
mean?
that is
It
an
doesn't mean they're better though. Do you know what I'm saying? They don't think that way.
well.
PC.
I I would say this, dude. That is an elite attitude, but that doesn't necessarily.
No, it's not.
No, just hear me out. It's an elite attitude, but it's not negative, right? It's okay. It's okay to think that you don't care.
No, but it's not elite though. I never thought I was better than anybody because I like to play
No, no,
World of
I'm not saying that
Warcraft.
you're better than anybody else. Elite, as in this is what you care about. right? This is the problem with the way we use words nowadays, right? Elitist, right, has a negative connotation. Like if you're in
Oh,
Hawaii and
yeah.
I call
But
somebody,
it's not elite though. That's what I
yeah,
mean. I understand what you're saying now. Yeah.
yeah. So
It's
like in Hawaii where I live, there's a word we say haole, right? And haole tends to refer to anybody that's not Hawaiian. Now,
mhm.
over time, it's been used to identify white people, and then over time, it's been used in the derogatory to say how do you say haole to a white person? It's with a negative connotation, right? But the
Yeah.
meaning of the word is what I'm trying to say. So the reason why I like PC people and my friends, they're PC guys and they're elitists, because we didn't have a problem with each other. They like what they liked, and they were hardcore about what they liked,
Yeah, but
and
when
they
you
were elite, and they
yeah,
were elite in that sense, like because I could not play with keyboard and mouse.
you
So
could
I always
play
thought
on
about
the there's
no,
no
I can. I'm not good at
yeah.
it. Is what I'm trying to say. So every time I try, this is why I don't go to PC. So I can't use a keyboard and mouse, right? It was if it wasn't for Halo, dude, I probably wouldn't be playing
No,
shit.
there's a lot of people who don't. But
Yeah.
there's people who are on PC that use gamepad now.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
It's a
I
lot. It's
understand.
huge. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like
I
for
would say
me.
COD is better with gamepad. Yeah.
Yeah. Like for me, like I don't look at it, and I know I'm old school. So let me say this: I'm old school.
Hmm.
So and what I mean by that is like the guys that I would play PC games that would
Hmm.
come to me and say, "You want to try this out?" Um, they were very good at what they do. They like what they did. It's just like if you were into comic books and then you were into hardcore, you were an X-Men fan, right? It's just it was what it
Yeah.
was. But because everything's so mixed up now, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but everything's so cross-pollinated with
Yeah.
gaming.
Now it doesn't matter to be
Yeah,
honest.
it doesn't matter. Right? So when people use the word elitist, it's the same way with console war, dude. It doesn't matter, right? It's just somebody trying to one up you.
No, there are people who are elitist though. I won't. But
Yeah,
most PC players don't care. It's just look at the older people on Steam. It's just look at what they play. You'll see, none of these games are in console. It's not because they're better.
mm,
They're just because the audience is so small. You know what I mean? It's probably like 50,000 people at best. That's even really good for certain games. You know what I mean?
yeah.
There's like certain
Maybe
games that people make that they have no they have no plan to be like million sellers. You know what I mean, right? Like there's games like these RPG or these strategy games that are hardcore that they just want to make them because there's not that's what they want to play. These people want to play. Now, if you want to consider that elite, then that's elite. But they don't look at it that way. They just play. It's a certain audience that's from an older age group before. But it's carried over though. Like you've heard of like Paradox, right?
yeah.
There's games on it that are on they're on Xbox and PlayStation now.
Hmm.
But like Paradox is like a hardcore strategy, and now they're on console. So there's a lot of these games you can play on console now. But like the Anno game, Anno 1800, I've been replaying that.
Hmm.
I tried playing it on console. It's just some games they just play better on keyboard mouse. That's all it is. It's not
Well,
because it's elite and they have better frame rates. But so my point
so
is that argument. Let me just finish. So the argument that they're elite, that's not true. Is what I'm saying. There are
I think
people though, I will admit, but you could say that about PlayStation people. They're
no, I'll
elitist
never say
about
that. I'll never say
yeah.
that.
I think that's more true. I think that's more true.
I
They're
think
elitist about their Last of Us and God of War. Like they think that's the pinnacle of gaming, and it's just another game. That's all it is. All games are just
I
another
I
game.
wouldn't. To me, that's not elite. That's snobs. I think
Yeah,
where
but
we're
there's
having a
nothing to be
hang up
snobs
is the way.
about. It's so stupid.
I
Yeah, I
think where
know.
we're having the disagreement is how we define it. Like to me, elite is is
Hmm.
like is like the is like the league. What is that league? The World League of like especially in Asia, right? When they have these big stadiums that get sold out, and people go actually watch these people play.
Yeah,
Like
but I
to
was
me,
just
that's elite gaming. Like
I
that's what
was
I
more
think about elite. Yeah.
yeah, I was talking about like what Vontae was saying that PC gamers have this elitist attitude, but I think he's talking. There are people like that now because they've moved on from console
Hmm.
games. It's just another form of console warring
Yeah.
because it's so stupid. It's like nobody. That's why I'm saying it's like people who play PC don't even think that way. They don't care. It's because It's just like
Okay.
anybody normal who games. Like okay, if I was in console warring right now, like because I told you already, like I got back into console warring
Yeah.
mainly because of a coworker, like in 2016, 2017. He was a
That's how it
hardcore
always starts.
he was a hardcore pony, and I just started getting into it because I wanted to prove him wrong. but it was
Right.
hard because I was fighting for Xbox, even though I had both, and we'd play each other. But I had to play on PlayStation because he's too cheap to get an Xbox, or he's an asshole. I'm just joking. He's not. But my
Well,
point is,
yeah,
that's how
yeah.
I got into it. And then I went into like NeoGAF and Reset Air, and I was like, I was so astounded how stupid these people are. I was like, dude,
Mhm.
you guys are really stupid. I'm like, nobody cares in the because it's such an echo chamber. It really is. But it's funny. It's kind of interesting to be in there and then argue about that stuff. It's like its own self-contained world. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can. So that's why I stay in it, and then it also keeps me social online. Anyway, the point I was trying to make was that um, that's the only place where I would see like some people now, like you could hear what's his name, that Doc Dark.
Oh,
He,
that part. Yeah, 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 yeah.
it's like, dude, just get an Xbox. You're a console guy. Your opponent, first off, he's a pony. I know this. I'm not stupid. He
Yeah,
likes certain. He tries to like. He's trying to come off like, oh no, I like all games. It's like, no, you're a pony.
yeah.
It's not. It's easy to see. You like. I shouldn't say that because I don't really know. But I'm just saying he comes off like he's a pony, but he knows that all the games are going to Xbox. But instead of just playing on Xbox, he prefers to just get PC because he wants to stick it to Xbox.
Right, right, right.
That's how it comes off to me. Like it's so stupid. It's like, no, you're not a PC gamer because you don't. The only reason if you want to get a PC is if you really, really prefer the keyboard mouse and you like shooters or you like those games. I would recommend you get console. Save money. There's no because you could still play keyboard mouse on console now. Do you know what I mean? I tell
Yeah,
people don't get a PC. It's not worth it unless you really like MMOs, like that type of gameplay. Like there's only certain games that yes, you have to get a PC for that. That's my opinion. Because you get a better experience on a PC over because you have easier to, you can easier to chat and then manage your stuff on a for MMOs. But everything else you can do on console now. They're that good now, so there's nothing to be, you know what I mean? There's nothing to be like they're elite. It's so stupid. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. So I would say to Vontae, don't worry, because the people who are being elitist are just these guys who think that suddenly they're console gamers, and then at the age of 40 they realize, oh, I can be better than everybody else by getting a PC. It's bullshit. You know what I mean? Anyway,
no, yeah, yeah,
you get it. You know what I'm saying, right?
yeah.
Yeah. So it's nothing. It's stupid. It's you know, but there are people who do that. So anyway,
It's
I would.
interesting and getting to know Dea.
Mhm.
But she's a PC and she came
Yeah,
over to
she
the
is
console.
totally. I could tell she played because she talks about playing MMOs with her other group of people. So
Yeah, yeah,
that's a totally different world. You know what I mean? It's different. Yeah, because I've been through that. I know. The last time I did that was with Destiny. I played a ton of Destiny, and then I got sick of it. You know, so Destiny and then Warframe. So
yeah. I tried to get into Destiny, dude. That just wasn't my speed.
yeah, you're doing it right now with Dark Tide. It's just it's a more controlled type of game. It's more it's more specific. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
Destiny, like you really like. I just didn't like the people either.
yeah, the people, oh, that's elitist.
Yeah,
Destiny has elitist pieces of shit. That's what made me leave it. Because I actually really like the game, but it's the people in it are complete assholes.
I mean, I'm just like, and I understand that, and I remove myself from that situation because they want to be a certain level. You kind of have to be right. And so I'm
Hmm.
like, okay, this so
Well,
if this is the way the community is, then I don't. That's not how I play, so I'm out.
yeah, at the higher levels of Destiny, it's like a watered down version of like the raid community in World of Warcraft, like in MMOs. It's so stupid. It's
I mean,
really
that's. I
dumb.
mean, and they have their community and stuff like that. I mean,
Yeah, I
it's,
mean,
but I'm like, okay, so I don't. So that's what I mean. Like, I just remove myself. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't have to be there.
yeah, but you're kind of in it in like the same example though as would be Dark Tide because you're probably at a level that you think you're above casual now, right? That's why I was asking you in the last show
Um,
because you
I
have.
barely.
I'm using you as an example though
Yeah,
because but you say barely to
I'm
you,
barely above casual. Yeah.
yeah, but see that's what you think that, but when you look at if you compare it to just anybody else, you're already hundreds of hours past that. That's my point. It's like so that's the same thing with Destiny or like World of Warcraft. It's the same thing. They're not. The only difference is just commitment and time put in. You know, the only time where ability matters is like if you're being competitive, which is yeah. Anyway, I
Well,
go
the
ahead.
one thing I like about
Yeah.
Dark Tide is at least the people there know, right?
Hmm.
And the people there are pretty cool to me. I mean, like
Yeah,
I
they
play with
are.
people. Like I know, like a couple of the games I've been running through this week, like people have been rushing ahead because they're just in there to collect. You know, like
Yeah,
I understand that they're higher tier, and they just probably need to get because they'll run and collect all the stuff, but
they're
they kind of
maximizing. Yeah.
yeah. So I've had to actually change my character, right? Because I can't roll with the character I have because he's too slow.
You're
And,
you're
and
caught in the pick like in the middle. I get it. Yeah.
well, because the way the game is too, right? Like once we get separated, right? Then like because I was getting ramrodded by um like
Mobs.
well they were catching the mobs. I was catching the special and the elites, which is bad, right? They send like two guys to slam me, and then the person to catch you with the net, and there's like this guy shows up with the blowtorch. On top of it, they throw in the gas bombs,
Oh my god.
right? I like it was like merciless, right? So and that tends to happen
Are
because
you
that's
still you're still playing every day though, right? Or just once in a
not every
while?
day. Yeah, I'm trying to play other games, but it is addictive for me because I like the way that
That's
I love the feel of the game. I like the way the game is. I like the world, so I can kind
it
of
is
immerse
awesome.
myself. Yeah,
I'd love a full RPG from that game from those people.
I wish they would increase the
The
number of
level.
people, of the number.
Oh yeah, to like
Um,
5.
yeah, if at least 5 or 6.
Yeah.
And make the maps bigger because it's worthy of that to have a squad. Um,
They
and
might
then
they could do that.
I hope they do, man. I hope it does well enough to do that. You know, it's I can see that working. You know,
But
look at Overwatch. Overwatch went to 5 guys. Now they're going to go back to 6.
yeah, I think the only reason is that some people like 4 only because they can. If you get an extra, then it might. You know what I'm saying? Because like there's some people that they like that smaller group.
I think the only problem
You
I'd have is necessarily balance, right? Like I think you might
Yeah,
need two of one.
exactly.
But I mean, other than that, dude, I mean, this game can be merciless, dude. There's only 4 of us now, and they throw everything in. They can,
Oh, I see. Well, they could tune it to. They can make another high level and then tune down the current level.
dude. This yeah, because this is medium I'm playing. I'm playing like level 3, right? Because I
Oh,
just want to
really?
enjoy the game. I'll dabble in the higher ups, man. But dude, if you're not maxed out, and so I can be if I want to, but that's not how I want to play, and that's my rub with this game.
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah, because that's where I check out,
Yeah,
or not check out. I just play less.
yeah.
Because I never really stopped playing those games. I'm still playing. Not what's that one? The guys people can fly. The Outriders. I still play
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that's a
So.
solid. Yeah, I think Rider is actually better. The problem, like, so with Dark Tide, right? It's just like I'm playing with if I play with a Cipher,
Hmm.
and the way I gear up my character, the way she plays is specific to the character the way I like her, and that's not good a lot of times if you're playing in a group, and if you're on a higher level, definitely not good.
No, I know what you're saying. The
Yeah,
build you have doesn't help the party.
yeah. Because I'm not playing really the build; I'm playing the character to the build, right? So the build matches my
Exactly.
character as opposed to my build matching um,
The party.
the party, and so that's where you see that. But the cool thing about Dark Tide
But
is
you can
that
change it if you wanted to. But you
if
like
I
the way
wanted to, but then I just feel like I'm a robot because dude, there's builds all
exactly.
over the place. I could just copy somebody's build and then be indestructible,
No, I
but
know
it's
what
so
you're saying.
fun. You know what I mean? Because like with the cipher, I was like, no, dude, I don't want to use that weapon to be that way. I don't want to be filled
Well,
that way.
it's like the what's it called again? The I like playing the big guy as a range guy, but people tell me it's to play the tank.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a tank.
He's supposed to be a tank, but I like he has some cool range. I mean, at least at level 2. I'm in the team. I'm below you, the one level below you.
Right.
He wrecks, but I can tell already that he's better off being a tank. I mean, the stats you can choose in the tree. There's only a few for ranged, but then there's a lot of absorption stuff. So yeah,
Yeah, you kit him up that way, and another thing too is like it depends on your team too, right? Like how they kit him.
exactly. Yeah, because
Yeah,
some people need DPS and they don't have it.
yeah, yeah. They don't, or like when you're in coherence or you're not in coherence.
Yeah. So
And that's my problem now with games now. Like, not my problem, but like, sometimes I'm just lazy.
you want to go against type sometimes. I do too.
I just don't want to do the deep dive sometimes as well, dude. I'm just like, look, dude, I love this world. I'm in my world. I'm this character in this world, and this is how I want to play.
You know what? You know what's funny? I'm exactly in the same place with Fallout 76 because
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
I
at
can. Yeah,
I'm like 125 now, and that's really low. I was higher in PC, but I moved to console, and everybody now I play with is like level. Oh my god, so stupid. They're like over 500 or something. It's not
right.
doesn't matter. The levels don't matter after a certain point. It's only the points you can add for your special abilities. So really, you just have to get to like 225. But the point is, I'm at that point now where really I have to focus. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And it's a pain in the ass because you have to get all the right gear.
yeah,
And so I'm like half. I'm like half range and half melee. And so I decided to go, okay, I'm going to go straight range. And then I'm like, oh, this sucks because sometimes I want to do melee because some of the bosses, the 3-star, they're a pain in the ass with range. But so that's how I get it totally. So it's sometimes they do that because they want people to group, it seems. But
yeah. So
yeah,
that's why I think Left 4 Dead had the perfect formula for me.
yeah,
And then when they've tried to make other games, it never works out because what they're doing, man, is just like, look, dude, you should understand what made your first game such an amazing game is you let people have the options. So the games that you're making now, you want to put people in these categories, and I can kind of understand that because that's the way the game is geared.
yeah.
And so if you're gonna do that to me, at least like the other thing with Dark Tide, like one thing that would help me to kind of get along with the program, uh,
Hmm.
that they're trying to push on me, right? Is if right,
Have
they
you
do
gone to the
something.
forums? You should tell them. Say keep make
Nah,
these.
because I can tell already, like, because the things that I would want them to do is like, okay, dude, I should be able to like disappear for more than just 3 seconds. Some of the
Yeah,
perks that
then
they have
it'll
on this.
overpower it. Yeah.
Yeah. So hold on, this guy's coming.
Oh, nice. Ice cream truck.
Well, that's the we call him the monopoly man. So he has food, man. He has like plate lunch.
Is
He
that
has
the
like
ice? It's the
no,
ice
no,
cream.
no. So you go down there, dude, and you can get plate lunch, which is like, I mean,
Oh,
I think this guy serves hamburger steak. He has fried chicken,
oh, nice.
yeah, lumpia, monopoly,
Are you
pork chops.
downtown Oahu? Are you in the main city?
I'm right outside of Honolulu. Yeah.
Oh, that's
I'm in a
cool.
little valley area, but they're all over the island. So
That's
people
cool.
just go out with their money, just go buy a plate there, and they have fried noodle, they have chow fan, they
You
have
should do
rice cake.
live Twitch from Hawaii because it's so beautiful there. You probably take it for granted, to be honest.
I was gonna do it, but then Red Dragon does that, and I was gonna follow him, but
Who's
then
Red Dragon?
yeah, I don't like him anymore. So
Is he the? Isn't he the? Is he
he's like
the?
a PC dude, but he was an Xbox guy and a PC dude, and then for some reason he just started hating on
He's a
Xbox.
PlayStation now, right?
I don't know, dude. He's confused.
Oh, he did live chat. He did live from Hawaii.
Yeah, I loved it.
Oh, I didn't. I know who he is. I just didn't know he was from Hawaii.
No, he's not from Hawaii. He's from like he lives in Tennessee. So what he would do is he would drive and do commentary, and he was driving,
Oh
where he lived, and it was beautiful. I said, oh man, that's cool. That's nice. Like,
no, there's some IRL people I like. They There's just like one trucker I was you how
oh
you
yeah,
have.
yeah, yeah. I do the same thing. I follow people.
There's some people you have that you like. Yeah, I like
Yeah.
some IRL streamers because I listen to them while I'm gaming or just like almost going to sleep. So
See, now look at you now, man. You're on podcast.
it's true. Yeah.
We could do this, dude. Like, if you want,
Hmm.
I don't think the other guys would be down for doing like talking like the way we do about politics and stuff like that, which is fine.
Yeah, it's okay. Whatever. It doesn't. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, if you want to keep it separate, I don't really.
No, not
I
separately, but I mean, like, so when we do these and stuff like that, I mean, I don't have I guess my point is I don't have
Yeah,
a
because we're
problem.
24 hours. Yeah. Holy cow! It's already 3:30. What time is it there? Like 10 o'clock?
Yeah. In fact, I gotta go because the matinee's at
Yeah.
11:30. So yeah, dude,
Yeah.
we can
I,
wrap it up, man. But just in closing, dude, I know we didn't really talk about. So are you gonna watch Comicon at all, or
wait, what? San Diego, right?
yeah, it's going
It's
on.
on. It's on. Wait, is it this weekend or next weekend?
Yeah, it's going on as we speak. It's this weekend.
Okay, I'll go check it out. Yeah, I'm gonna look, watch it.
The only reason I wanted to bring it up is I was kind of surprised because with the pandemic and everything, it threw everything off.
Hmm.
People off their schedule. Of course, money's an issue. But I was watching a lot of the video, and I got drawn in because of the Deadpool and Wolverine, and that's why I'm going to go
Hmm.
watch it today. But I will say this about Comicon, dude. I've been pleasantly surprised from the videos that I've watched. Number one, the quality of the videos. It doesn't seem as crowded, and everybody just seems chill, dude, and happy to be there.
Yeah, because
And
there's people like comics.
well, but I think like every time you watch something, right? It's like it would feel like like to me, it's like I wouldn't go. Like it seems like it was more stressful than it was enjoyable.
No, I know what you're saying. Like it's a hassle. It's so busy and
Well, people go for different reasons. So like I know for a fact that because we kind of do that here. My daughter, them, and her friends do that. But it's just like people will go to the Funko booth just to get the Funko to sell it online.
Funko
Or
Pops.
yeah, so nobody like or people will just go to Hall H to see the big events, stuff like that. So
Yeah.
it's not the culture of the way that it was. But this is the first year, man. I've been watching a lot of people's stuff over there, and it seems like it's like it's back to good is what I should have put in the title. It seems like
Yeah.
it's going back to that fandom thing,
Do you go to any of them in Hawaii? Is there any Comic Cons in Hawaii?
I do, but not as much anymore because my daughter who goes and my son goes.
Hmm.
My son doesn't go as much anymore either because he's into other things. But my daughter will go, and she goes with her
Yeah.
friends. So I
Yeah,
don't
that's
want to
good.
go with her. I don't want to
Yeah,
go.
you don't want to be
The dad,
the annoying dad. Me would be like the annoying uncle with my nephews. But yeah, that's. Do you? I was gonna ask you. Oh, yeah. Actually, I was gonna ask you a question. Do you subscribe to the digital DC or Marvel?
Oh
Any
no,
of them?
I can't do it. I can't do it. I tried it. It's hard. It's too hard for me.
It's too hard to keep up, right?
No, yeah. I'm just
It's
too old
not
school.
good.
Yeah. No, no, no. It's cool. Like I like some of the features, but I need I'm old school, bro. I need it in my
Yeah.
hand. I
Because
need small paper.
you can get a free 2 months, I think, with Xbox. I was gonna use it, but I was wondering if because you have to read it, I'd have to put it on a tablet probably. I
Well,
can't
my
read it.
problem too is I just don't like the content, right? Like,
Is it? That's what I was gonna ask. Is like, how's the comics now? I haven't really been following.
no, me either. I'm in the same boat. When they started doing some of the stuff they did, and it's not even about a political thing. They're just the way they were
Yeah.
promoting it. And then what killed it for me? I'll say this. So I started to do what I normally do. I just gravitated toward the indie part, and then I realized
Mhm.
when I would go to the comic book store, they would pull these things for me. And then I looked at my stack one time, and I'm like, "Oh, what? I didn't ask for this." He goes, "Oh, I figured we'd give this to you because we didn't have the other one." I'm like, "What do you mean?" And so what would happen is right because and this is the problem, man. This is where I found out about distro, right? There's
Mhm.
Diamond Comics. They're no longer doing that all stuff all that fell apart and everything came out to fruition or came out to light about how these guys were basically distributing the comics. So this is why you would go in and every Marvel title's there, even though you didn't want it or not, right? But then the
Yeah.
comic book that I was reading, like there was this really cool comic, man. It was a mix between steampunk and the Victorian age,
Hmm.
and it was so cool, dude. So I got like the first two episodes and or first two issues, and then when I went back for my third one, then he gave me this other one, which was a cool comic. So I started reading it, but the person was like, "Oh yeah, we're not carrying that anymore." I was like, "Oh man, did it get discontinued? It's such a great comic." He goes, "Oh, did it get discontinued? We're just not carrying it." Right. So I
Oh
found
yeah,
that
that sucks.
yeah. Because I was grabbed. That's what I do in comic books, dude. When the big two or the big three would mess up, I would just gravitate someplace else.
Yeah.
Like
Well, what
what
was
you
that?
do in movies
What
or TV or
what
music.
company was that comic? The steampunk
I don't know. It was an indie. I
was
can't
indie.
remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's what I want to look for. I want to look for stuff that. I mean, I don't mind doing superhero, but you have to catch up. You know what I mean? You got to get into it. Like
Nah,
if it's,
and that's the thing. I
I
mean,
don't know. I'm just guessing. Yeah.
you're 100% right. You have to catch up. Like, for me, it's not worth the time.
Yeah. That's. Yeah. I was gonna just. I might just subscribe just to see how it is.
Oh yeah, definitely,
Yeah.
dude. I mean, you get two
But
free months. You get 2 months for free, dude.
but
Why
I
not?
have one. Yeah, the Xbox One. I think from Game Pass is DC, and then another one was 2 months with MCU. I think from Amazon. So maybe I'll just do one, and then the next 2 months I'll do the other to see how it is.
Yeah,
But Amazon, I have Amazon Prime. You know you can read comics on that, and I put them in my read list. You
yeah,
can check them out. And I
yeah,
don't read them. I always tell myself I'm gonna because I have like a backlog of TV stuff to watch too. So it's like
yeah. That's why I read mine. That's why I read mine on. But I haven't read it in a long time because I just didn't find it. Like,
Yeah,
I just fell out of it. It's just
because
it's
I
not
was
it's not
just
written for guys like me.
because we were talking about Hulk, I think, or you were. Did you know they made Hulk super powerful?
Yeah,
He's
they've
like one of the
done.
most powerful beings now.
Yeah, I'm
Did you
not
know that?
surprised.
I didn't know that. I was like, holy shit, they turned him. And this is the Bruce Banner Hulk. He's like, because people love him, I guess they decided to make him super powerful. I was like, oh, I want to read that. That's why I didn't know that. So
Well, so I said this on a podcast, and it's one of my hangups with doing Marvel now. Is their
hmm
consistency is all askew.
oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I can't hang with it anymore. It's one of the reasons why I preferred Marvel over DC. That's why I
And
used to
then
joke with my friends, like when things are going wrong with DC, that's okay, just Infinite Crisis solves the problem. There you go, Infinite Crisis.
then I also heard, what's his name? Doctor Octopus became Spider Man. I didn't know that. I was like, what? Or
Well,
one
I
of
guess
the
it's
or Green Goblin. Green Goblin became Spider Man. I'm like, is it good? That sounds interesting. Is it a good comic? I don't know though. So
I'm so jaded, dude. I don't know. Nothing-
no, I get it. I know what you're saying. Yeah. I was just wondering if you read that. So
there was a time where I did have that. Oh, that's an interesting
that
concept. That's a great
interest.
premise. And I'm at a point now where I'm like, yeah. And then when I see that, I'm like, yeah, like somebody could write that. I don't
Yeah.
know.
No, because I did. I went in. The Avengers, the one where they did where what's her name goes crazy and she kills. I read that and I was like, this is kind of boring. It was okay. It wasn't. I
Oh,
didn't.
which
I
one?
thought the one where the X. It was the Ultimates where she becomes her kids die and then she goes
Oh,
crazy and
Scarlet Witch. Yeah.
yeah, she kills the universe and then she flips the universe and then I read the whole story, like not all of it. I started it. I read like 20 issues, and then it got so convoluted. I was like, "What is happening?" But
It's
that
a
my point is that was the last time I really tried to read a comic, and that was like 2012. So I
you
haven't
know,
really read any comics.
it's just the writing. Like
Yeah,
so they don't. There's no weight to their writing because
yeah.
anybody can throw some cosmic thing together, but I mean to have weight behind it.
I won't. Yeah, it wasn't bad. It was just
Yeah.
it's very long. That's all. I didn't. But there, I was just gonna ask you like if you know of any good. But I guess you're like me. You're kind of like not as into it as you were before.
I mean, I would recommend manga, but I can't read manga.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I just
Well,
can't
that's a
get.
whole different thing. Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of great stories there that I try and get into, but I just can't read backwards. And I need color.
That's right. It goes from right to left. It's
And my
crazy.
daughter's like, what, Dad, what's so wrong with that? Like, look, you little Zers and your Zoomers or whoever you are, you guys just stick to your thing. Leave me alone. We did it like how people say we speak the Queen's English or the
Yeah,
King's English, right? I'm like, yeah, we read things properly and we
from left to right. Yeah.
this is America, right? I mean, but I tried, and it was just too hard because there's an anime that I loved, and it only had one season, and so I wanted to see what the rest of the story was, and so I
hmm
just went on Google and just looked at how everything turned out, because I just couldn't read the anime or the
Which
manga.
which one?
Uh, Arpeggio Blue Steel.
Oh, is that a sci-fi or something?
It's this. So in this story, like these, I think this AI comes down and they
hmm
take over the world. And so what ends up happening is that we fight back, and so what the AI did, right? Because the thing is, right, that's what was it,
Sounds
70
interesting.
80%. Yeah,
hmm
70 or 80% of the Earth is covered in water. So what they did was they basically the AI downloaded themselves into battleships, and
Oh,
so they were taking over the world because they conquered the ocean. And in order to kind of communicate with humans, they gave themselves avatars. And that's the hook with this, right? Because the avatars are, of course, the way they do Japanese anime girls, and
I see.
they're really cool. Like they match the characters match with both. So and it's basically a throwback to battleships, right?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So
So where did humans live? They live in normal, like on
no, so
land.
we're still alive, and then of course this is Japan. Oh, wait, this is Japan focused, I believe. And
hmm
so basically, like they're fighting back, and so what we did was um we're basically fighting back and raised our technology, and so there's this one. It's interesting, right? It's such a great premise in science fiction when it
Yeah,
comes
this
to
is a good premise.
yeah, but when it comes to AI or robotics and stuff like that, how we change ourselves
Mhm.
to combat them and to increase our technology so that we can fight back, and how our interaction with them actually changes the machine and the AI, right?
Wait, is this is a not an animated? It's a TV. I mean, a book, right?
No, well, it's a manga,
Yeah, it's a
but
manga.
there's an anime, and I have season one. So, or not, I don't have season one. I watched season one, and
What's
so
the name? What's the name of it again? I'm gonna watch it.
Arpeggio
Arpeggio.
of Blue Steel.
I see it. 2015. Okay. Ours is it on Netflix? I'll probably pull it
No,
for
I
no.
watched it on Crunchyroll. Oh no, wait, it was on Netflix, but it's off now, I believe. Well, go look. Maybe it's still on there.
No, I can find. I'll find it. If it was on Netflix, that means it's everywhere. I mean, you know what I mean.
The reason I watched it because my friend watched it. In fact, the dude I'm going to check out this movie with.
Do you watch subtitled or
No,
subbed?
no, oh yeah, subtitled. I can't watch that. Yeah, I can't listen to that.
Oh, you want the real? Nah, I'm just joking. I know what you're saying.
Well, I mean, they've gotten better with the dubbing, right? But back in
Yeah.
the day, there's a
No, the
lot.
dubbing's bad. Usually.
And then the dubbing, like with all the woke crap with that stuff, right? So I'm like, dude, man, screw you guys. So I'm glad, dude. I take it raw and uncut. So,
No, I know what
but
you're saying.
but the thing with the show is my friend watched it, dude, and he's into tanks and battleships and stuff like that.
Hmm.
So he's like, dude, he watched it because of that, and he's like, but there's like, just to let you guys know, if you guys are looking this up, right? You get
Yeah, it's on
there's some fan,
Crunchyroll.
it's on Crunchyroll, right? But there's
Yeah.
fan service. There's fan service. There's some weirdness in it. As Japanese
Hmm.
are kind of, they do the way they do their things. There's a little bit of that. If you can get past that,
I don't know though, man. It's on Crunchyroll. It's owned by Sony. I'm
oh
just kidding.
yeah, I mean that's the one thing that Sony does well. So that's the
Well,
last
they keep them
bastion.
alive. Yeah.
Well, I
Or
mean their
because
production. That's their bread and butter right there, dude. That was a Sony Music, Sony Movies.
yeah, but I heard Crunchyroll wasn't doing too well, so that's why they sold.
Well, yeah.
Which is good. That's good. Sony saved them. They should. I
Well,
mean,
I mean the only problem, of
you know what I
course,
mean.
I had was it split everything, right? Like
Yeah.
it was better when it's just Crunchyroll in a sense, right? But
See, is Crunchyroll part of PS Plus?
I don't think so. I could
See,
be wrong.
if they were smart, they would do shit like that, and then
Yeah, they
I
can't
might
do
be
it. They need money
what?
though. They need money
No, I know they won't. But I'm just saying, if they were smart, they would do that, and I would sub to it. But
because if they were
and I would
smart,
actually, yeah, if that's if they were smart, but they're not. So
their service is only reaction to Game Pass.
it's so stupid. See, that's the stupid thing. I don't. These make no sense to me. I don't,
They can't compete on the level. That's why you can't take these guys
that's why we
seriously.
want them to die. That's
Yeah.
I don't care
No,
what.
seriously, like because what they should do is what Xbox is doing, and they want to do it, but they don't have the money to do it.
Yeah, that's a whole. I mean, there's things they could do. Do you do you ever listen to? You've heard of the On Sea Point? What is it? Their channel.
Oh,
This is
on point for
another
games.
you On
Yeah,
Sea. They kind of got blow up on Point for gamers. Have you
on
heard of
point for
them?
games. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
they
something.
got big recently.
Yeah,
Like they weren't mainly Xbox, but they're pretty cool. They're really good actually. I think the two of them, they're married couple.
yeah, they're awesome. I like
They
them.
know they get it. For a newer Xbox channel, they like rewinded to their old stuff. Yeah, they knew about Xbox, so they know their stuff and they kind of get it. Whereas other Xbox channels, because they're always like, why are people complaining? That's why I like them. So, but anyway, they were saying, wait, what was I going to say now?
Crunchyroll.
Well, yeah, because they were talking about what am I? Wait, what were we talking about?
We're talking about PlayStation, putting Crunchyroll on PlayStation,
Yeah,
and
they were talking about because they were talking. They every once in a while they did a show like, what can Sony do? Like, how can you sell it? Because in the long run, they look bad. They're just not going to be able to compete. You know, and that's like the only show that really took it seriously. They're like one of the only shows that take it seriously to talk about that subject because that's
but,
a reality.
but
You
anime.
guys too, and you guys too. But outside of your show and like Unlimited, they talked about it for like 2 hours and they made up some like. And I said in chat, like, they got to mix their multimedia if they want to survive because that's what they're good at. Because they're not
Well,
going to compete.
Sony, and how they.
Sony,
Yeah.
yeah, that's
Okay.
what I said about Crunchyroll and offer that as a package because that's the only thing they can offer. Because in the long run, Microsoft's already beating them in games. I mean, you don't see, most people don't see it yet, but it's obvious by
Most people
5 years.
they don't want to see it.
Yeah, because they're babies, they're stupid. But you know what I mean. We already know that
Yeah.
because they bought all these companies. So there's no way for. I mean, unless you're a really super hardcore pony and only care about one game a year, then you're happy. But I'm saying most people don't. They're gonna know that they don't have enough. So my point is that they were saying on the show, how can Sony survive? And I said that's like do what they got to put those things all together and sell it. Otherwise, because they're not gonna in the long run they can't beat Microsoft if it goes on the same trajectory. Do you know what I mean?
But that's their problem, right? That's why I said earlier in the show they that was their bread and butter because
Hmm.
they were that's what they did in the '90s. I seen it
Yeah,
and I experienced it, and I was on that side at the time. So this is why I said like they're a '90s company, but that's living in 2024. There's
exactly.
other
Yeah,
stuff that they should have done where they put themselves in that position where they could do it. They're basically GameStop right now, is what they are.
that's so sad. Oh my god,
Yeah, but I mean, it
like the
is. But it's their own. It's of their own accord. It's
still
of
their
their
own
own.
thing. Yeah.
So they can't really feel bad for them. I mean, they
Oh no, I
and then
know.
some of it they took a bet. They took a chance, and their game plan is not working out. A lot of it was dumb, but then sometimes businesses make decisions, and now they're suffering. I mean, they can buy whatever they want to. Like they can't afford to roll this stuff up because it won't work out for them in the long run.
Like Concord, like people are underplaying that. That's a big game for them. You know,
Look, I
Concord.
mean, if it depends on who you talk to. Like I said, you can't trust the media, right? Because they're all ponies, and
No,
you
they
can't talk to
can't.
a
Of
pony
course.
because they're blind. They're blinded by their loyalty. Um,
Well, you know why I'm saying you don't buy a Concord because if you look at Concord, look at the videos they made for it. Those are
mhm.
not cheap. Those are like Blizzard level movies. Do you know what I mean? You
Well,
know what I'm talking about? Did you see the videos, the action videos they did for Concord?
I did only because my daughter was checking it out. Um,
They're very high quality. That's my point. You don't. My point is that when they made those are like millions of dollars to make that. They put a lot of money. My point is they put a lot of money into the game, and that game is already a flop, and it's not even out. That's terrible, and nobody's talking about it like in the media. They don't. I'm like they are kind of because I think they kind of know because I mean this is an interesting subject, but we can go long on it. But I didn't want to because it sounded like you were going to end. But my point is, they were saying that uh, uh, they canceled a lot of games for this game. Like they canceled Factions, they canceled like that Spider-Man 2. They canceled all the other Sony games for this game. This was supposed to be their big game. One of their big games. They probably thought this was going to be bigger than Helldivers 2. Do you know what I mean? And Helldivers 2 held its own. It did good, but they killed it. But
you know what? You know what's so awesome about this?
it's awesome.
What's awesome is
We're like so
die,
happy.
die. Yeah. Like
But
like
I'm just saying,
what kind of thinking do you have to think that way? This
oh,
is not your
hubris,
this
your
is not your
arrogance.
forte. Yeah, this is not your forte, dude.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly. They think it's easy. Yeah, that's what I. It's funny too. It's
Yeah,
awesome.
it couldn't happen to a nicer company
And a group of fans.
and a group of yeah. Thank you. That's awesome, right? Because you see these guys talk about this stuff, right? And it's just like and then they play it up, right? Yeah, well, we got this game and this game, knowing damn well that these guys do not play these games. They don't
Yeah.
even play their regular games,
But
right?
even the games that if they do even play it, it's like those are not games that make you money. And I'm not saying this because that's the only thing, but that's just business. You have to make money. You know what I mean?
I tell you this, man. Once the writing was on the wall, so everybody talks about the negative side for Xbox for the 2 years. Nobody talks about the negative side to Sony for the 2 years because it
Hmm.
gave them the time to come up with this ingenious plan to
Hmm.
try and replace COD, which they never would have been able to do. Like there should have been somebody in their board meeting. Like if I was there at Sony, I'd be like, look, dude, this is not going to work out. We're going to have to course correct, dude. We cannot replace COD. Right? Microsoft found that out the hard way. I
Yeah.
talk about this all the time. Right? I was on
That
the
yeah.
360 era. right? And this is what happened. I saw it real time, right? A lot of these Microsoft thought they had fans, and they
Hmm.
found out real quick they did not.
Yeah, it's just COD. Yeah,
Yeah, it was
it
caught,
is.
right? And then stuff shifted, and then the ponies would not be denied, and the media played along with them. So it's going to be beautiful. I'm going to enjoy every single tear that's shed on that day of judgment when these guys are stepping off the precipice into the abyss, and I'll happily kick them off the ledge and wave and smile at them as they're going down into the dark, dark
For
blue space.
Sparta.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. This is Xbox,
This
dude.
is Xbox. Boom. In the while you go.
People think I'm nuts, dude. I am gonna actually do. I'll probably use my
Trust me,
camera,
I
dude.
feel the same way. Don't worry. I'm not. I'm with you because when I hear these ponies, it's like, dude, you don't. It's like you're in the. What world do you live in? Even if I was like a PlayStation fan, I would be worried too. That's why I'm like, you know what I mean? Like if I was on their side, I would be worried. Not worried, but I mean it's just video games. But I mean I would be concerned about my favorite console.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, man. Judgment Day is coming, and when it hits, when that
Yeah,
trumpet blows, when that trumpet blows, man, and
yeah,
everything is revealed, right? And these
yeah,
guys, there'll be a gnashing of teeth and
yeah.
weeping of tears.
They're waiting for Death Stranding and Wolverine, whatever.
But I see them like, look, your game plan has been turned upside down because
Because
of a purchase.
I think you know what I think happened is that they were probably talking to Bungie before ABK,
Yeah.
and then they were totally blindsided by ABK. They probably heard rumors and they were like, "Yeah, they're not gonna buy it. Yeah, no way, that's not gonna happen. Yeah, for sure, they're not gonna get it." And then they heard that they're like, "Oh my god, holy shit, we're gonna lose COD. They might even make it exclusive." They're like, Bill, we gotta call Bungie. We need Destiny now. We need their game, the game that they're making, that Overwatch game killer, the Overwatch killer. We need that game.
Well, this
That's
is
what I
why.
think happened.
Yeah, I agree with you, and this is why they're not the industry leader.
Exactly.
If you're the industry leader, you don't do reactionary things like
Yeah,
this.
something that big. Yeah, you gotta plan it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Microsoft has a plan now. I mean, they're slow moving though. Let's be real. It took them a while. I think they had a plan, but they didn't know how to do it in
But
2018.
the problem that Sony and Nintendo will always have with Xbox is Microsoft, right? It is
Yeah.
they're able to course correct. They're able to do things because Xbox can fall back on Microsoft. And I'm not just talking about the money. I'm talking about the planning, the businesses legally,
Hmm.
right? How they're able to
Yeah, they're a
replicate.
good business. They're
Yeah,
top 5 in the world all the time for a reason.
they're a conglomerate. So
Hmm.
it goes way beyond just plastic boxes for these guys, right? And this is what they
Yeah.
have to deal with. They're lucky. I mean, I disagree with Microsoft's game plan. I think they should have put these guys out of their misery 2 years ago or 3 years ago. I would have wanted them to do that, but obviously they're looking at a bigger picture. I don't care. I'm just like, dude, I can't stand these guys. They need to be gone.
Yeah.
Because for me, what it is, and I'm not saying that just to hate on them. For me, it's just like I say this all the time. They are literally holding us back. Like we should be so much more farther ahead in gaming.
No,
Whether
I know what you're saying. I agree. That's one of the reasons when you say stuff like that, you get it. I mean, because
it's,
you're kind of seeing what they're doing is like for the forest from the trees type thing. You know what I mean?
it's not true 4K. We're still stuck in this. You know what I mean?
Nobody
Frame
cares.
rates, with Digital Foundry. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude, you guys are so stupid.
No, it's content, and then affordability. You want to sell to people that want to buy it. It's already selling. It's just you got to give them a reason to move, and they are.
And you know what's funny about this global man? These guys actually, they actually have to function in the real world. So the real world dictates these things to them. But for some reason, when it comes to video games, especially in Xbox, right, the whole world freezes. It's just like that scene in My Cousin Vinny, he's the
Oh, with the
with the stove. That scene with the
oh
stove.
oh when he's in the hut, the small cabin.
Well, he's on the he has the guy on the stand, and
Oh
the guy
yeah,
says that he saw it because at the time, and he said he was making grits, and then he says, "Oh, okay, so something." Then he's like, "The grits take so whatever long," but so then it gets to the point where they're going back and forth, and he goes, "So does the law of physics not apply to your to your stovetop. Like he starts breaking it down on that level, and that's how I feel sometimes.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
Yeah, go back
I
and
was,
watch it. It's
I
a
was
great
thinking of
scene.
the tire wheel scene because his girlfriend, she knew about the
Yeah,
tires. Yeah,
that whole movie is just a classic. Dude. I'll go back and watch it.
that's a great movie. Yeah, it's
That's an
funny.
amazing movie. You can't make it nowadays, but it was still an amazing. But
Yeah,
the two
but
youths, right? The two
oh
youths.
yeah,
The two
he's a
what?
good actor too. What's his name? He's
Joe
so
Pesci?
old now. Yeah,
Yeah,
Joe Pesci. They
yeah.
don't make movies like that anymore.
Yeah, you can't. You can't. It goes everywhere. Everybody be so offended. You know what I'm saying?
Why? Because of the girl? The girl, she's too city or what? I don't. I know what you mean. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, why would they think that? It's so stupid.
Well, there's people in perpetual offense, and then of course you're gonna have the cross offense
Yeah,
of other.
because it's a stereotype, but sometimes
There's stereotypes
stereotypes.
all in that. There's stereotypes all around that movie, man. It's
Yeah,
so
but they're just stereotypes are reality sometimes, and I don't. Yeah, it's a subject that people you can get in trouble for. But I mean, it's like
yeah.
people know what it is because they see it every day with people they know. So anyway, yeah, I don't want to get.
No, 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 no. The world is perfect, right? Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, so anyway,
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, like, look, like they made the bed. They gotta sleep in it.
yeah,
It sucks to be them, but I don't care. And just just waiting for them to die,
yeah.
and
I don't.
hopefully we can move on.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna die, but what do you think's really gonna happen? Okay, let's just say, let's make a guess. Do you think they're gonna come out with a PS6?
No,
No, you really don't think they're gonna come out with PS6?
no.
Do you think they're gonna end, or they're just gonna say we're exiting consoles, or they're just gonna continue with a PS5 and not say anything?
I mean, it's kind of since I have some theories about this, but it's all in flux because of the economy. I
Hmm.
always thought that somebody was going to purchase them, their brand.
Oh, you think they're gonna sell it? I think that might
Um,
happen.
well, I just find it ironic that everybody can say this about Xbox not
Hmm.
existing, and nobody
Well,
can
no,
say it about PlayStation. And I'm like,
I think
well,
Sony might want to sell them. I think that's an option they probably thought of. They've sold other parts before.
when they go bankrupt, yeah, of course, right?
I mean, so PlayStation itself, I have a problem with, but the other divisions of Sony, I don't. Outside the media, I'm talking about like the camera side, like cameras. I don't mind that.
Yeah, Sony can
They're
and that's
they're
so here's
electronics. They're
this
electronic
is
side.
this is the problem Sony has right now. They're not that big dog anymore, and there's
No,
other
they're
bigger,
not.
better companies out there
Hmm.
that they can honestly sell every piece of the company as it is now to those companies. Right?
Exactly.
So
They probably do already in some one way or another.
yeah, it's and like I said, that'll be a glorious day on every front.
You really hate Sony.
I
Yeah.
I don't like their business practices anymore,
Nah, they're.
and I just
But
can't
see,
stand their fan base.
I don't blame the Japanese Sony as much as I blame American Sony. Because when they bought the media companies in the early 90s, what
Yeah,
was it? When did they buy all the movie companies? It was like late 80s, right?
yeah,
That's when they changed because they picked up all those executives, all those dirty Hollywood types in the music industry. I was reading about it,
hmm
and like about Michael Jackson, because they were Michael. There's the conspiracies that Sony killed Michael Jackson. I don't
yeah,
believe it,
I
but
heard it.
I think they gave him a hard time, and because they wanted his music catalog, they were playing hardball with him by ruining his. I mean, he's a pedophile, but my point is they were making it worse, even worse for him by like putting stuff out to the public. That's why he wrote that song. But my point is, yeah, but that's not the original Sony. That's American Sony. Do you know what I mean? That's the Sony
Um,
run by the West. I'm not saying Sony, but the Sony have agreed to it. You know what I'm saying? It's
well, they're international Sony. How about
yeah.
that?
I it, because a lot of the if you read about the music industry, because I listened to this podcast and they were talking about how the music
Mhm.
industry at that time and
Yeah,
it's run by the mob, and that's where you heard like terms like payola.
yeah, payola. Yeah,
They would pay like
hmm
certain records to get more play than others, and it would work,
yeah.
because you
It's
just
a
even if
captive
it's
audience at that time, right?
yeah, it's the same thing they do with video games. They pay off people, but see, they don't pay them off by giving them money. they flower them with gifts and stuff.
Hmm.
And I was talking to a game writer, and that he said that's what they did. But he worked in gaming journalism from like 2000 to 2008, and they would like flower them with a lot of stuff. But these people don't get paid a lot. Well, at least then. And they would just give them like free games, free consoles, free TVs, stuff like that. They would send TVs to their offices.
Are you trying to say they became corporate slaves? Hmm.
No, they were trying to buy them out. Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
That's payola. But see, that's a dirty tactic. I think Microsoft used to do that with the early Xbox, but then I think they grew a spine around Xbox One. They're like, we're not gonna play that game because it's stupid. You
I
know?
don't think. Yeah, I don't think they. I think there was an industry standard that you could do that because you want to cater to the people that's going to get the information out.
Exactly. Yeah. So
I,
I don't.
the only reason why I say Xbox doesn't have because there's so much chaos surrounding them. I don't think they had the ability or the time to do that. When they're trying to build a console. So, and I remember when Xbox came in, nobody liked them. I
Nobody
remember
liked them.
nobody liked the Xbox, dude. It was so when they coming in there because everybody associated because every
Yeah.
the big guy was Microsoft, and you remember they went through that. And this is
Are you
like an
talking about,
experience.
are you talking about Xbox the console?
Yeah, the original Xbox. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm old enough to remember. Yeah, it wasn't. I'm trying to remember what I thought about it. I was excited for it because I was like, I wanted an American console again.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. My experience was different. Everybody associated it with Microsoft, and software and computers and stuff like that.
Yeah. So you didn't like it at first, did you?
I didn't care.
You didn't
But
care. Yeah.
I mean, not that I didn't care. I knew they were coming in, but oh, dude, you don't understand how hardcore Sega I was, bro. This is why I hate Sony guys the most. It
Oh
really has
yeah.
nothing to do with Xbox, honestly. If I'm being honest with you,
Uh,
it just extend Xbox is an extension of it.
yeah.
This is why I love Xbox and Microsoft, and especially that Microsoft supports them now, because they can't do to Xbox what they did to Sega.
Yeah. They killed Sega
Yeah, by all the stuff that you
very
talked about.
hard.
Yeah.
No, because Sega. Yeah. No. 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 I know. I remember. I wasn't really following consoles as much then, but I knew of them because I had a PS. I had a dream. I never had a Nintendo. Well, I bought them as gifts, but I never had them owned them myself, like to play on them because I don't like. That's when the Game Boy was popular, starting to get popular,
Yeah.
and the Nintendo 64. That just didn't interest me. But the first real console that I really played on was well, it was the PlayStation, the first one, but I didn't play it that much. I played just a few games, but then the Dreamcast I bought, and then the Dreamcast and PS2 I bought, and I played more Dreamcast actually. Uh, Also, I had a Sega Genesis. I forgot that's the first console. But anyway, yeah, I hated. Yeah, I thought the Dreamcast was awesome, but it was obvious PS2 was kicking its ass because everybody I knew was like, "Oh, they play Madden on." All of my friends were playing Madden on PlayStation, and then you know what I mean. They had
Mhm.
all they owned it. They owned all the games, but Dreamcast still had great games. Like because I liked a lot of their RPGs. I liked Skies of Arcadia and Grandia. Do you remember those games?
I had them all. Yeah.
Yeah, Grandia. I loved them because there was something about the look of the games, the color on Dreamcast. Because I think it was an NVIDIA GPU. I knew I was into building into computers at the time. I could tell the difference between like a startling difference. Dreamcast was a better machine. I knew that even then. I was like, oh, Dreamcast is a better console. Do you know
Yeah.
what I mean?
This is another reason why I don't. I can't wait for them to die because these guys are gamers.
Yeah,
These
I
guys
thought
are
the
brand. I
PlayStation
say this all the
2
time.
was.
These guys are brand gamers. They're about the brand. They never really care about the
That's
games.
what it was. Yeah, that's what Sony's good at.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
and
brand
they're
gamers.
annoying,
Yeah, it's like
but they were
Coach.
never. What?
It's like when people how people like Coach or Louis Vuitton or stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what I
That
hate
has
about.
no place in the sanctity of video games.
Well, it's. I think it's already dying. It's already dead, actually.
They need to be gone.
Well, what's happening right now is that outside of America, there's. This is how I see it. I don't want. It might sound racist, not racist, but like regional. I think outside of America, there's a group of like people, like professionals that live outside of America that
Mhm.
see Sony PlayStation as a brand that's popular. Like it is, but I mean they see it as like status. Do you know what I'm saying? This is what Hebot was talking about, and he was right.
Right.
But it's so meaningless because these people don't buy games. They just buy it because it's something to have. You know what I mean? I could totally see that because I see that with relatives in the Philippines. They talk about stuff, not about consoles, but like just certain things. They'll say they have Air Jordans. You know what I mean? Or everywhere. It's like that with anything. Like what you said about like purses with you know,
Mhm.
so it's another thing. That's all it is. It's not the console itself. It's just another brand. But that brand is dying already, I think, because people realize it does nobody games on them. Well, this is the perception. It's not that popular anymore as a games. People play on computers, or they're starting to learn that everything's on Xbox. That's the narrative. I'm not saying I think it is. It's true, but that's the narrative that's slowly coming in now, right? As we speak, you know,
I
because it
mean,
is true. People
I think
start.
it's
Hmm.
I think it's like a perfect storm almost, right? Because you have
It
so many
is, yeah,
going on
it
right now.
is.
So that it's again, this is why I'm in the Xbox ecosystem because of Microsoft,
Yeah,
and it's not a brand thing; it's a consumer thing for me.
exactly. Same here with me.
It
Yeah,
pretty much weathered the storm. So all my time and money that I've invested in a console, I chose to go with Xbox, and that's one of
but
the reasons why.
it's not
So
just a brand, but they make. I literally like their console better. Like if they had the same
mhm.
games and you just had to choose the console, I'd
Yeah,
always choose Xbox. You know what I mean, right?
yeah.
Like the if you just chose based on the UI and like the how it works, I've always liked the Xbox better since between PlayStation and Xbox. I've liked first I would choose Dreamcast of the first three, then
Yeah.
Xbox, then PS2, and then 360 for sure. PS3 was garbage. That was shit. They had the stupid sparklies, but 360 was like awesome. It had everything you needed right on their screen. Some people like PS3, but I love 360. And I thought Xbox One was a big step up. Their UI and all that. They made it clean and efficient. I loved it a lot. I actually liked it more than 360. Some people love 360 the most, but the blades. But I actually liked what they did with, which is how it is currently. So right now is like perfect. I love it. I like how it is now.
No, I mean
Where you could,
they ran into a buzzsaw with the
mhm.
signing with the ponies and with the media, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, we know that. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you had to choose, because you were saying you chose the brand because you like Microsoft, but I also like it because they
No,
made
no,
a good.
that's not what I choose.
Oh,
What I'm saying is, if you're comparing it to brand,
hmm,
PlayStation or whatever brand, right? I would the brand if I was choosing it on brand, it would be Microsoft, just for the simple fact that I know that they have longevity.
yeah, exactly.
But I mean, the reason why I've said this before too. When it came to choosing, I knew I wasn't going to be a multi-console owner. I didn't like the PS3, and then when
Hmm.
I saw what Xbox had to offer, then there was a lot of hate on the one.
Yeah,
They don't have games. It looks like a VCR, all that stuff, right? But then when I look at the launch lineup, I was like, oh, dude, this is amazing. Killer Instinct. I mean, just the games that they're
yeah, it
showing.
was a great Xbox One lineup was awesome.
And so I went to my GameStop, dude, and the GameStop was like, oh, you know what? We're not gonna have the Xbox. I want to pre-order. And I'm like, what? And then he goes, yeah, but we have PlayStation. I was like, no, I want to get an Xbox, dude. And he goes, well, what you can do is there's a Microsoft store above. And that's how I found out we had a Microsoft store.
Wait, did they really do that?
Yeah, yeah, I'm not lying.
Is it because they didn't like Xbox or that they didn't have
Yeah,
any?
Hawaii, like people here in Hawaii just like Sony. So, you know what I mean? And for good reason, man. They have a footprint here, especially at that time, right? When all this
Oh,
stuff
I
was.
could see that. Yeah, because it's Japan. It's part of Japan. It's part
Well,
of.
they like do they have a Sony class. Well, they used to have a Sony Classic. They donate, they do stuff like that, corporate stuff.
Yeah.
And so, we have an affinity for Japanese stuff. So, but then I went to the Xbox store. They actually had a Microsoft store. I was like, oh, cool. I never experienced that before. And then I pre-ordered there, and I never looked back.
You know what's funny? It's like when you think about because like you live in Hawaii, but like I'm thinking of Japanese products now. It's like I don't even. It's all Korean that I like. I don't even or
Yeah.
Taiwanese. I don't like any Japanese. They're like behind. It's weird.
No, they are the problem. What Japan did is they outsourced. They
Yeah,
followed us. They followed
they
America.
turned it America. Yeah, that's so ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's true because you know why? Because I saw this number like I think 5 years ago
Hmm.
where people would always say, "Oh, the Japanese work the hardest," and then they had a list of hours worked, and America beat Japan.
Yeah. Nobody outworks us.
Yeah, because we're crazy because we got to pay our bills and we want to spend our money. You know what
Oh,
I
we're
mean?
capitalistic and we have
Yeah,
drive, and
yeah.
it's
We
it's
work hard and play
antithetical.
hard. Yeah,
It's antithetical to their culture. Not to work
exactly.
hard, but their values, I should say, are
No,
different than
you're
ours.
right. Yeah,
Plus we see it like instantaneously. If the
yeah,
system is running the way it's supposed to, right?
yeah,
Which is not right now. But yeah. So that's a mindset of the West. So
yeah.
there's nobody that outworks us anywhere. I'll put us up against anybody.
I think yeah, like the gaming revenue of America was if it was like say it's like 8 billion
Yeah.
or something around there, and then the rest of the world was like 9 billion, 9 or 10. That's how much America. So it's half, almost half
And then also
the
you got to
revenue.
factor in how we work
Yeah,
and what we get out of that work, right? Because I was
yeah.
watching this, there's articles been written about this about Japan, and I
That's
saw this group video where they talked about with Japan. Yeah, they work longer hours, but how productive is that work,
yeah.
right? Because it's almost like you get, it's just like a government job sometimes, right?
Hmm.
There's a purpose to a government job. When that purpose goes away, the job doesn't,
It's
and
like
then you're not getting the quality.
it's like that video. Remember we were talking about it last time. That's that guy. It opens my eyes. They kind of treat their jobs like a family. It's good and bad. You know what I mean?
Oh
It's
yeah, yeah.
it's like a
But
lot of nepotism, but it's not. I don't
I
know.
mean,
I can't.
that's what's happening in South Korea right now, dude. That's the
It's true.
troubles. It's people are trying to that stuff looks like it's going to go topsy turvy. I'm not saying it is, but I mean they're kind of they have the
Another
big
cycle.
well they have their big businesses there that's family run
Yeah.
and they run the economy.
Mm.
And
Isn't Samsung's a private company? They're not on a. They're not a. They're not owned by.
yeah, most of their big companies are family
That's
companies, right?
crazy. That's crazy.
Well, I mean
Think about it.
I mean especially from our perspective, right? This is why, dude. Every time this is why I'm tired, dude, and people get pissed at me because I get political. I'm like enough already, dude. I'm tired of hearing.
Why?
I'm tired of hearing people bitching and moaning about this country.
Which
I was like, dude,
country?
America, dude. I'm like, dude, if you think you can do better somewhere else, I dare you to try. Step on a plane, fly over someplace else, and then get that rude awakening that a lot of people get, dude. I had a friend who's in the military, dude. He was in the military, but he was pretty much anti-American, right?
Hmm.
Then he's a corpsman, and he got stationed with some Marines, and he went to the Middle East. When he
Oh
came back,
yeah.
he literally kissed the ground when he landed.
Oh yeah. Because like yeah, we. It's how it's weird. It's like we take it for granted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even in America, even the. Yeah. I don't want to get into it, but yeah, there's just things that we take for granted,
Well, I say this much: the rest of the world is kind of catching up. So it's not that one
which is
for
good.
one.
That's how it should be. Yeah.
Um, good and bad, right? I mean, they're losing
Well, but
too. Yeah,
well, no, but I mean, you want everybody to be living a better life. I mean, in general, I'm not talking about like competition. Yeah, we want to be the best, but
well, but some people aren't. Look, so I'll go back on South Korea because I was watching this documentary. I found it fascinating.
mhm.
But it's actually having a pull on their culture, and I don't know if they realize. Like, I
What
understand
their family business run type thing.
everything,
Yeah, I heard
patriarchy,
about that.
all everything like the cultural norms and everything like that. And to me, I'm watching them do this. And Japan the same way. I'm watching them do this, and I was like, okay, this is one of those things where I feel this is my own opinion, guys, my own personal opinion. Right? This is one of those things where I'm looking at it and I'm like, dude, I don't know if you guys want to do this. I understand because sometimes the grass looks greener on the other side, right?
You mean how
And
they run their businesses? Yeah,
how they run their businesses,
in the country.
their social structure, their social
Yeah,
norms. Like their version of feminism. Like our version of feminism does not equate to their version of feminism. I know that much, right? And
in
so
Korea or Japan,
in
which
South Korea, or even in
yeah,
Japan, but South Korea
yes,
specifically, right? Because
yeah.
there's
South Korea is different. Yeah,
they're having movements there, and to me, I'm kind of like, I don't think you. Again, I'm not saying they're dumb or anything, but I'm just like, there's going to be consequences and reactions and counter reactions to this kind of stuff, and I don't know if they realize that, right? Because it's kind of new for them, to do that.
hmm
There's a reason why their society has been able to function the way that it has. And of course, they're in a situation now where they're not the country of old. They were like 3, 4 generations or decades removed from
Hmm.
poverty, right? They were a third world country, I believe, like 60s,
You
especially
know
after.
what's funny? Uh, In our lifetime, like in my lifetime, the Philippines was ahead of Korea in GDP
Yeah,
until
GDP.
I think till like the mid '90s, early '90s.
Yeah,
Obviously, because Philippines is a banana republic. But anyway,
yeah,
yeah, they took advantage because they got Kia and they got all these companies starting to come up.
yeah. And then of course, I mean, with their whole, they had a coup and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, but one thing I think that solidifies them
Hmm.
is something I think they should. What solidified them to be where they are now. Of course, if this is what's
You're saying is
happening,
destroying them is probably might destroy them.
it could be right because that's what this country is going through right now, America. Right, a lot of the things that put us where we are now,
You're saying
people are
an oligarchy. It sounds like right, like
where. Well,
like a concentrated power in Korea that doesn't have the interest of all the people, right?
well,
Or at least
I
the
mean,
public. When I say, yeah, I'm not saying it like communist. I'm just saying there's a general consensus that even in America, you have to think about the greater good, not about giving your, you know what I mean,
yeah.
like joining the military, like a patriotic duty, instead of being selfish and only worrying about. Do you know what I'm saying? There's a word for it. I forgot the name. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, so their culture is just so different, right? They're
Yeah.
they're homogenous by nature. Their structure is a certain way, and if you
Hmm.
start removing some of the foundational stuff of that structure, I'm not saying that they can't change. And when you listen to the situation that's going on, I understand, right?
Hmm.
Because there needs to be justice, right? But I think they need to be careful. Same thing with Japan.
So, like,
Everybody's
what happened? Where did you get? Did you see something happen there? Because I have no idea about South Korea. I just hear about that they do have. Oh, the only thing I know about South Korea is that they do have like there's like a group, like Gangnam Style. That group, that song Gangnam Style, the
oh,
big
Gangnam
song.
Style.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, yeah,
that's
that's
like a considered like that location is like Beverly. It's even higher than Beverly Hills.
yeah, yeah.
It's like the elite of Korea, and it's like only like 1,000 people. They said like a few families live there, but it's like all the biggest companies are owned by these few families, and they're all related. That's what I heard. I don't know how true it is, but I could see that. But they're good at it, so if they can be good to the country, that's what I mean. It can change fast. I understand what you're hinting at, right?
Well, it's such an anchor there that I think if you try to remove it, it would have ramifications.
It would,
So look
yeah.
at it this way: it say like your say Ted and Nancy who owned a local mom and pop store in your town, and they
Hmm.
started expanding and they created Walmart,
Yeah.
and then Walmart became this big, the behemoth that it is, and they stumbled off. So in the climb to do that, they did a lot of good for their community, for
Yeah.
their state, and then that would reach to many states and then they become a power in the country. So that's what I'm saying. Right?
Yeah. Because they're
So
above the government. Yeah.
oh no, so they've created this, and then because they created it, and then it got passed on to their kids, and then the kids' kids, and then so you see that in small business all the time. I'm making the Walmart thing because I want it to be on that grand scale. So it becomes such a big company that it employs so many people that it
It
has
affects the whole economy. Yeah.
yeah, it affects the whole economy, affects the country, and
Hmm.
so it affects the country so much so that they actually have a say in politics. See what I'm
No,
saying?
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
So that's what it is. So my point is like I understand why they're doing what they're doing, and again, dude, I'm not Korean. I don't live there.
Wait, what are
So
they doing now? Something changed or
well, they're looking at the companies now and thinking about actually,
breaking
uh,
them up?
yeah. And I'm like, uh,
Oh wow, then that's not going to happen because it's
um,
their bread and butter. Why would they do that? They have
no,
to. Maybe they have to. They did that in America with the Big Bell. Remember, like
yeah,
in the
but
'80s.
unfortunately for them, they're not like us,
No,
right?
I know. So it's
So
monopoly. You're saying they're going to break up the monopolies.
but I don't look at them as monopolies. I mean, they are, but they aren't.
No, I understand. I mean, I'm not saying it bad. I'm just saying
Oh yeah, yeah, I understand. I'm not saying that either.
because
What I'm saying is like if it
yeah,
happens, there's things that there's dominoes are gonna fall, and
yeah,
when
it's
I
a
look
big
at
thing
it,
that.
yeah, it could really damage the it could
Well,
damage
it's the
them.
status quo now. Yeah, they have to be careful. And there,
I mean, for me, to me, they should do micro changes as opposed to macro. But because of the height of everything now in the world, this is where it's dangerous. This is why I don't like. So where am I going with all this stuff? If you're listening to this video, I do not like globalism. Is what I'm trying to say. Right.
yeah,
That's
because you're yeah, because there's no one solution for everybody. It's different.
right. So a lot of times, a lot of these guys, it's one thing to look and learn, and watch and learn, but there still needs to be an application and a respect,
Yeah,
right? That needs to go with this. That if you lose sight of it, I think it'll hurt you in the long run. Is my point. Right.
and
So
I know.
So my point is boycott the Olympics. No, I'm just
Well,
kidding. Just kidding.
well, if you what's the irony is that the country that they banned is the most Christian country.
Oh, which country? Is it? Who banned?
Russia, so they're pro Christian. Like they Putin's like he had a reform. He became a reformed Christian almost. Like in the early 2000s, he wanted to make it a very Christian country. Russia's not in the Olympics. I was
Yeah,
just
yeah,
saying Russia. So it's
yeah.
kind of an irony. Mother Russia is like the only country. Well, it's also Belarus. Belarus and Russia they were banned from the Olympics, but they're
Dude,
very Christian Orthodox countries. So
I said this to my friend, man, because we were talking about
what
this,
if
and
they're the good guys?
no, no. So, well, this along the Christian line, and
Hmm.
so I was with my friend, and we were talking about it, and then the other friend was in. And this my other friend, he's kind of a wise ass, and so he's like, "Oh, what about the holy wars? What if you go back to like the IRA versus like the how how Protestants and Catholics used to war."
Yeah, like in Ireland. Yeah,
And me and my
it's more
friend,
than that, but yeah.
yeah, well, yeah, it was all over the world. So me and my friend were just sitting there, and he's because this dude doesn't believe it. He was just trying to, throw his little monkey wrench in it. And I swear to God, me and my friend stood there, me as a Protestant, him as a Catholic. I think we both stood there. We looked at each other, and we just nodded our head. I was like, good times, because, and then the point was, and then my friend kind of looked at it, and I was like, look, the reason why I say that is because at least it was about God. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I want to go back. Yeah, it is bad. There's a lot of blood spilled and stuff like that. You never want to have theocratic wars. Is just as bad as a theocracy war is just as bad as
No, I know what you're saying because it is weird. This is a different time. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, the
I think
fact that Russia has the moral high ground is
they
very telling of where our
it
world
is.
is.
They kind of do. I mean,
Yeah, they do.
people
They have the
people
moral.
don't know what happened in Ukraine. The war didn't just start in 2022. You know this already, right?
Yeah, yeah.
They were trying to fight for Donbass because they wanted to secede from Ukraine because they consider themselves Russian, and then they just beat the shit out of them, Ukraine. So anyway,
It's funny to me because it's kind of like the guys who claim to be the moral arbiters of diplomacy
hmm
and reaching across the aisle and they justify the UN are the ones causing all the problems right now. You know what I'm saying? So I look at this and I'm like,
yeah,
dude, because I'm looking at this, I'm like, look, dude,
the
you guys.
Democrats,
Well,
Demerit,
I mean, on a global scale, right? I'm like,
yeah,
dude, how can I take you
neocons.
seriously when you're talking about Russia in that way, but you still buy oil from these guys, right? So you guys have a, you
Yeah,
guys, and I'm not saying that you can't have a relationship. You have a relationship, right? But it's kind of like if like your friend and the wife is fighting, dude. I don't want to get involved in that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like they let them handle their business. If your friend wants to come and cry to you about something,
exactly. That's none of your business.
that's
It's none
not
of our
your.
business.
Right? And then people call me hypocrite because I support Israel. I'm like, yeah, dude, they're our allies, though.
I understand people supporting Israel. I get it. I kind of support Israel too, but I just don't like the way they're doing it. That's all.
I
I
mean,
think they're making it worse. They've already made it worse. I mean, it's really bad. But
it's all to me, it's all propaganda. Not on Israel's
I
side
think
either.
some of it is. I agree. I mean, I think some of, but I think it's really bad enough that I've seen enough to make a judgment. I might be wrong, but I think that they've fucked it up so bad that it's already over. It's already over. I mean, in the long run,
Hmm.
people will not give Israel the due anymore because they're already seen as the bad guy.
They're all, but that's the problem, right there. I mean, that's part of the course. They're always the bad guy because the
Nah,
people,
I
well,
didn't. I don't
if I
think
listen
they're.
to
But I'm
people,
not saying I think of it. I'm just saying in
oh yeah,
general because
yeah,
not not Israel, but like Netanyahu. Yeah,
what do
that's
you
all it is. I'm not. I you probably seen some of my posts. I've posted already, so I
mean?
don't know if you muted me about that because sometimes every once in a
No,
while I'll put.
I don't mean, dude, I don't mean anybody.
Well, I do, but
I'll
I'm
take it
just
back.
I don't mute you, but I'm just saying I mute because that's okay if you mute. I don't mind if people mute because sometimes they just want to stick to games. But I would say one out of my 10 tweets will be something with Ukraine or Israel mainly Gaza, not Israel, but just Gaza.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've been following that since the '90s, and it never gets fixed. It's just bullshit. It's like, dude, just give them their fucking country, or I don't know, just do something. Don't. This is getting out of hand.
Yeah, you
And
can't,
so I'm not.
you can't give them a country. They tried that.
Well, I don't. Whatever. That's not the point. The point is you don't kill people like this. What they're doing now. Now I don't
Okay,
want to. Yeah, we don't want to get into that because I know you're very pro-Israel. I get it.
it's not
But my
about,
whole.
it's not about being pro-Israel, right?
Well,
It's just for everything, right? It's all principle, right? If you want to be treated with respect, you treat people with respect. There's
yeah, but
people in the Middle East that absolutely just hate Israel just for existing, right? And what
yeah.
can you do about that? What
Well,
honestly,
first off, I don't even think they should be there. But that's another subject. So,
yeah,
but they're
well,
already there anyway. So I get it. They already got the country. Do you know that country is just there since the '40s, right?
it's the promised land, bro. It's the
See,
promised land. It's
that's
biblical.
why. No, I understand, but it was the promised land for 2,000 years. It wasn't Israel, though. You know that, right?
No, I don't know.
Yeah. No, there was the Ottoman Empire before. So the
Yeah,
Ottoman Empire ended. I mean, the history. I'm just saying the history was. I get it. You, I've heard it from my sister and my brother-in-law. So
they
and long
predate the Ottoman
talks.
Empire.
I
They predate creation.
Who creates the Israelis? You're saying?
The nation of Israel. That will be the future kingdom of heaven.
Okay, yeah, that's you believe that, but not everybody believes that. Is what I'm saying. So,
Yeah,
and okay,
yeah.
we don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into it
No,
because
I mean, dude, look, you can have your opinion. I can have my opinion.
yeah, we could. That's exactly. So I understand your opinion. You understand mine, though, right?
I do.
You don't agree with it. I get it. You don't. I don't agree with yours. You don't
Right.
agree with mine. That's all we have to know. But we understand it. That's all I ask.
For
That's
me,
all.
so for everybody that like how we talked about the Olympics and all this kind of stuff, dude, this
Yeah,
is all predestined. All of this stuff is
it
predestined.
is.
I sit
But
here and I talk to people politically on my side
yeah,
that are talking to me about
but you
Trump,
can't.
what he can't do. I'm
But see,
like, dude, go ahead.
but the only problem is that you can't put religion in the issue because not everybody's a Christian. That's the issue. The world is not. It's still half Muslim and half Buddhist, so they don't believe. I mean, my point is, but they respect it. That's all we get. My point is, you can't come at it as it's the end of the world. I understand your point of view, or that it's a sacred land, because some people don't believe that. China believes that Taiwan is sacred land. Should
Mhm.
we give it to them? That's their land. They really believe that it's the same as Israel.
Well, but what you're talking about, dude, this is why the
My,
world.
I'm not saying, but I'm giving you an example. Like if you put religion, then you could say that about like history, about the rights of a country, like their beliefs of what this country was. They own that. They believe they own that. Do you know what I mean? Like
Like
Chinese
China.
believe that Taiwan is China. They literally believe that's part of China that should be China's, and it was actually Hong Kong. I'm not saying that Israel's in the same boat, but it is similar in terms of one is religion and one is national identity. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So Israel,
Taiwan's never been a part of China, right? Taiwan's never been a
no,
part of.
it was part of the Chinese Empire. Yes, it was.
No, so China. The reason why there's Chinese in China in Taiwan is they fled. They
Yeah,
fled the communists.
they fled the communists. Yeah, I know. But
Right.
my point is, I'm not saying I agree with that. But I'm saying, but some people believe that is what I'm saying. But that's what Israel believes. But Israel wasn't there for 2,000 years. They haven't been there. But I understand their. I don't even want to get into this.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
So the point is that we got in this because of about what was the original subject we were talking about the Olympics, right? The whole point is that you can't put religion as
No, it
the
was Russia.
reason for an argument. Oh, Russia, yeah. So
Yeah.
but ultimately I said because if you would put it on a religious scale,
Hmm.
I would say Russia is a more Christian country than America.
I
It was
agree.
probably the most Christian. You know what I mean? Because they put laws. They outlawed homosexuality. You know that, right?
Well, they're flirting with being a theocracy, yeah. But
Yeah.
they're very orthodox, yes.
Yes. So in your eyes, that's better, right? Be
No,
real. Be
no,
honest.
no, I don't believe in theocracy. No.
But see, then why don't see? That's why if we argue about this, that's what we have to make lines of. If you really believe, then you would say a good government would be a theocracy if you're a
Why would
Christian.
no,
But see,
no.
that's the argument I have with my relatives too, with a lot of my relatives, because you
Well,
either
you
believe,
guys, you're,
yeah,
you're
I know it's not a good argument, but that's the argument
no, no,
because
no.
where do you put the line?
No, no. What I'm saying is your family's Catholic, right?
Yeah, well, it has nothing to do with just Catholic. It's about where do you draw the line of making a secular decision or a religious decision? Because I was saying Russia is it's not a complete theocracy. They
No,
just
it's not.
outlawed. So you're saying you agree it's okay to have homosexual marriages?
No,
Okay, so you don't agree with it, but you're okay with the country having it. Agreed. It's okay.
no, I'm not. I'm not. No, because it's a sin, dude. So here, I think you're putting me in a box. Okay, so
No, I'm not putting you in a box. I'm saying the reason I bring that up is because it's a lot of gray where I know you want to be able to make it simplify certain things.
no,
No, okay. So then, what you tell me then? Like, what do you mean by if you really truly believe that homosexuality is wrong, then you should think that there's nothing wrong with making the law of outlawing homosexuality.
no,
Not outlawing it, but I mean marriage. That's what they
no,
did.
no.
So you're saying homosexuals should be
So
allowed to be married,
I don't agree with it.
but you're saying they could make a law for that, right?
If the state decides yes.
Okay, that's all I'm asking. That's it. Now I would say then why would you make that okay, but Israel, no, it really is. It's really theirs. You see what I'm saying?
No, that's weird. I don't know where. I don't know how you're trying to connect that. So,
Because
wait,
you're making
I'll tackle.
so you're
I'll,
saying the no, just hold on. Just let me just make this point because you're saying if you believe in in your religion that homosexuality is wrong, but you're okay. I'm not saying this is just
well,
but then it's okay because the state decides. Then if the state decides that Israel shouldn't be there because it wasn't there for 2,000 years, then why should it be there? You see what I'm saying, right?
I
You see
think
the argument, but you're
you're
saying because it's always been there and they
no,
deserve it,
you're
right?
conflating a lot of different things. Okay, number one, it's not my religion, right?
Okay, then
It's the word of God.
that's
It
your
is the word of God.
religion. Some
No,
people don't
no, no,
believe
no, no,
that.
no. Stop. It is the word of God as it is written. Okay. Now, I was raised right this way.
But that's
I wasn't raised this way because I'm a Baptist, dude. This is just reading the Bible, right? And
okay.
this is where the hangup is, right? Because like when you're talking about Russia, the reason why I don't agree, because I don't believe in theocracy. Theocracy is man-made. Religion is man-made, right? I am a Baptist and I'm a Protestant technically, but I am a Baptist, right? And a Baptist, nothing's more important than your relationship with God, right? The reason why I don't have a hang-up, right? I have my moral and my principles, but at the end of the day, dude, the only person you're gonna stand before when all of this is said and done is God. You will be
What does
judged on
that have to do
everything
with
you did
Israel?
because that's His chosen people. It is written in the Word of God, right? And then when I stand before God, regardless of what I believe or how I
Who
feel,
told
right?
you?
Stop. Okay, let me finish, please. What I'm telling you is right, and there's a lot of people who read the Word of God that believe this. This is why we're such staunch defenders of Israel. It has nothing to do with the politics, dude. It is because it is written, and that's what God says. God will not forsake His people. Everything that the Christian faith is based on, right? Whether people want to
Hmm.
believe it or not, everything is the promise that God made. To not believe one of his promises is to unravel the whole thing, the whole word of God. This is why I don't. I understand what you're saying, but trust me, I do. Right? I know there's politics involved. I know that there's religion, institutionalized religion, theocracy. That's all little different things of it.
No,
But at the
I
end of
don't.
the day,
Yeah, go ahead.
as I've gotten older, and I wasn't always like this. Trust me, man. It's just that I've
No,
gotten.
I'll
And I,
tell you what I think, and don't be offended. But go ahead.
no, okay. So that's what I've always fallen back on. And as I've gotten older, that's the only thing I can rely on. Right. So for me, supporting Israel, right, is because the same way that I have promises of God for my eternity. Right. So God does not lie. God will always fulfill his promises. This is why you see a lot of this talk about end times right now, because people are seeing prophecy. I think some people are reading prophecy wrong. I think people are writing too much stuff into prophecy. But at the end of the day, what
Hmm.
it is doing
But
is
you're
it's
saying it is prophecy.
no. So people are, it's how you interpret it, right?
Hmm.
So what people at the end of the day, what I do see is people coming to try and understand it, right? Which is very key, right? And this is why I said the Olympics, right? And on the flip side of that, you see the world responding in kind, right? This is why you have the world in upheaval. This is why you have people doing the things that they do, right? Because they're it goes against what the Word of God says, right? So for me, everything is centered on that word, and that's what it
Hmm.
is. This is why if some it's like I have people come to me and says, "Oh, how can you support Donald Trump?" Right? Because he said A, B, he said this, he doesn't support pro life, he doesn't, or all the kind of stuff people say about it. And I just look at them and I'm like, dude, he's not my God. He's not my king. He'll just be my president. Right? That's not how I see things, dude. Everything is kingdom focused. Everything is kingdom ready. Everything is rapture ready. So when I look at what goes on with Israel and the Palestinians, right, and then the history that exists, which goes back to
Hmm.
Jacob and Esau, right? This predates Ottoman Empire. This predates the 1940 and how Britain got involved, and then how America supports it. All this all predated, dude. This is BC, dude.
What's
This is
BC?
all back in the day, right? And I mean, we can take it all the way back to Egypt if you want to, right?
Uh, no, I don't believe that. But I understand what you're
Well,
saying.
that's fine. You don't have to believe it, but
No,
if you're
I know.
asking me, that's why.
No,
Like,
I understand that. I don't believe it, but that's fine. No, you believe what you. Yeah, that's you believe that it's written that they're God's chosen people.
yes.
That's what my sister and my brother-in-law believe. I don't think they're God's chosen people anymore because they didn't accept Christ. So
Yeah,
I they're
so
just like the rest of us now. After that changed, the Gentiles actually became everybody. The Jews became everybody. This is what I believe. I could be wrong. You could say, "Oh, you're completely bullshit." That's wrong.
I want
But
to
that's
say
what I believe. So after that covenant was broken and formed a new covenant with Jesus, and it became everybody, the whole
yeah.
world. That's
Well,
why it's the good news.
so
So the point being, they are not the chosen people anymore. It's the Christians who became the chosen people if you believe in Christ. So it could be anybody. God didn't want them just to be the only ones. That's why it changed. So, but I understand if you think because they were the original chosen people. I get it. Trust me, I get it. I'm not denying
so where do
they have
you
special status or whatever you want to say. But
so
I
you
think
have
it
to
changed if you truly believe what I believe. But people have different beliefs. I get it. I'm not asking you to believe what I believe. I'm just saying you told me what you believe.
mhm.
I believe that ever since Jesus crucified, he's became our savior. Everybody in the world was given a chance, not just the Jews. And it was like a reset, basically. That's how I see it as because the good news was spread to the world, and that's how I see it. But the
I,
Jews do have special status in my eyes because they were the original chosen. But they don't get the choice to do the wicked things that everybody does. They're just human, just like us. After that, that's how it is. That's what I'm not saying. I do want there to be in Israel though, so I'm not saying Israel shouldn't be there. But this is about you know what I mean. So yeah, that's all. We don't have to go deep into it. I don't want to because I know you believe in that, and I trust me. I had to. I'm not even sure if I believe in what I believe anymore because sometimes I doubt everything, you know. So,
I mean, for
but
me, I've had discussions with other
yeah,
Christians,
Yeah.
about.
So this is. I mean, you have to understand the point of view of why people are protesting. This is not a political thing. People are seeing people die. Now, whether you believe it, there's some people who are pushing it up, but there's people dying. Now I understand they should get these. They got to weed out. They got to make a deal to stop it. They're not. That's what it seems like to me. Because they want to completely demolish them and get them out of there. I get it because they're tired of it. I get it. Trust me. Do you know what I mean? Like if you're tired of somebody you don't want there anymore, you just want them to fuck out, right? You want them to stop. But the thing is, they were there already, so you have to work with them. That's it. That's the hard part. That's how it is. But anyway, I don't want to. Yeah, I understand, and I'm not. In some ways, I agree with you, because they're from that land. If you really believe in, Israel and Judaism, that's their original homeland. I get it. They have a right to be there if they want to move there. Well, that's another issue. But I, they're there now, so it doesn't. The fact is that they got the land, so they should work together. I don't know how to do it. They've been trying to figure it out, and it's not working. So what happens now? That's the point. Where do we go from this? After terrorist attack last year, what do they do? They're still there. It's like, do they just kick them out? What's going to happen now? I mean, what you have to think about, is it the end of the world? Is there going to be a nuclear war? Let's just fuck it. Let's end the world. Wait for God to show up. It can't work that way. You don't want your kids to live in a world like this, broken. I mean, I don't know. It's just fuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, dude, I mean, obviously, look, I think I know that you said you discussed this with your family and
Yeah,
stuff
of
like.
course. Now I understand your point of view. Trust me, I do. I've been screamed at. Trust me, I've been screamed at. I screamed back. So I don't want it to get that hard, but
It
you
won't, dude.
get it. You understand my point of view. That's all I asked. You
What did I
understand
tell
it.
you?
So
I told you this in the beginning of the podcast, dude. It doesn't.
yeah,
It doesn't matter.
no,
It's
no,
because
but you get.
Yeah.
But
So I
I
because
can
I'm
tell you're very fervent about it. I can tell.
It's
I'm gonna
not.
be honest.
Yeah.
That's okay though. I get it.
Well,
I'm not saying.
let me say this. Let me say it's not fervent. Okay. Right. It's just a business. Right?
Yeah, I
Fervent.
know,
Like when you say fervent, it's just like I'm going out there whipping.
but I don't
And
think
I don't
that.
believe
No,
it.
no, no, no. I don't. I'm saying that's a good thing. I'm not saying, uh, but I'm just saying people don't think that way. You know that,
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
so you have to meet in the middle sometimes, and
No, I won't.
that's that's how it is. That's just
Yes, that
that's
is.
if you can't meet in the middle, then what's the other option? To kill them to death, to destroy them,
Or we could
right?
just walk away if they allow it. See, so
What
here's
do you
the
mean?
problem. This is why there's so much stuff going on, dude. It's because for me,
So
it's
how do you
always
do that? Let's
so.
be
Okay,
specific
I'll
then.
explain.
What do you?
Let me explain this. So for me, right, this is what I always get from people. Well, can't you stick your hand up? Can't you meet halfway? Done. It's over already, dude. It's done. Right? Because there is no
This is
end.
not. This is yeah. This is not like council warring. You know that. This is life and death. This is not. I understand. You know what? Let's that because I don't want to argue because I'm gonna start arguing even more and
Dude, you
it's
can
not
argue
worth it.
whatever you want to, dude. I don't. It won't
No,
affect me.
I'm not. Look, I don't. I completely understand your point of view. I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm just asking you to understand mine because when you speak about the point of view I'm trying to make, my point of view is like pretty much like a lot of people too. There's a reason these people are protesting is what I'm saying. They're not just doing it because they like it. You know what I mean? They're not going out there. People they're demonizing these people because they think that, oh, it's because it's a liberal thing. Oh, they don't care. No, they actually think that people are being killed for stupid reasons. You know
So
what I mean?
because they feel that way, then everybody else has to suffer. They're allowed to break
No,
laws.
because it's gone beyond. It's gone beyond that. It's gone beyond just the normal. Dude, they've been fighting this fucking war for like fucking since the country began. It just is getting worse and worse. So what do
Okay.
we do now? There's only no. My point is, okay. So if you really choose that option, then they really should just kick the fuckers out, just kill them,
Okay. So
or
here,
just destroy them.
let me give you a scenario. They wipe out all the people in Gaza.
Yeah, which
Okay.
they're already doing. Yeah,
So
they're basically leaving because they have
they
no other
they
choice.
they wipe out the people in Gaza.
Hmm.
They take over the Gaza Strip. they become that full thing becomes Israel.
Yeah.
Will the attack stop on Israel?
No, of course not.
Well, why not?
Because people are already mad. They're already pissed off. It's already past that. That's why I think it's already broken.
But why are so? Who would it be?
Okay,
Who would
just
be
put your
affected?
shoes. Just put your shoes as somebody who lived in Gaza. You're a Palestinian.
Hmm.
Okay, you're not a terrorist. You're just a Palestinian. You grew up there, and you see like an apartheid state. You know what I'm saying? Like an unfair state where you're just stuck like in this part of the world for like blocks, like 20 blocks up and down.
Hmm.
If you put yourself in that view and you've seen your whole family, what do you think you're gonna? How will you feel? I mean, what do you expect? That's
So
all I'm
you're
saying.
saying,
You
so you're saying it's Israel's fault.
no,
That's all I'm going to say. Is
no, I'm not
that
saying
what
it's
you're saying?
Israel's fault. I'm saying that they're making it worse by bombing the shit out of Gaza. That's it. I understand there's like terrorists, there's terrorists inside there. I get it. Trust me. I'm not saying, there's people there that want to harm them, that want to harm the citizens of Israel. Of course, I know that. I'm just saying they're doing it the wrong way. Like it's not easy. I understand it's not fucking easy because they kill the 1,300 people. I get it. Now the numbers are what 30,000 civilians have been killed. So it's already in a way it's already over. It's you know what I'm saying? It's like that's if it's like if you got in a fight with somebody and you just beat the shit out of them near death and their whole family and you beat the shit out of their family too in the middle of the fight. What do you think anybody who's sympathetic to those people are going to fight back eventually? So it's like the only way to have I don't know. You understand what I'm saying? I don't have to explain it, right?
I guess. I think like it doesn't matter what they do. The people that hate them will hate them, no matter
Yeah,
what.
so what? That's life. People
So
don't like me.
no. So well, where it's different is right is like I sit like we sit in this country where we don't have to worry about somebody sending drones or
People hate
sending.
America. What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, but they can't do anything to America, right? On that
They
level.
can if they want to.
If
It's
they
just
wanted to, but that's a bad
yeah.
idea. Why? Why is it a bad idea if they did that?
Well, because we'll fight back. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
So
That's what. So well, the same
okay.
thing
So
happens to Palestinians. If you, what do you do to if because you're it's an immeasurable response is what I'm saying. So if
well they can't. So they can't
you
respond
understand what I'm
because
saying,
they
right?
don't Palestinians can't respond because they don't have the ability to respond. So how they
Of course.
respond, right, is that they do terror attacks.
Yeah.
And then so what Israel does is like, okay, look, we're not going to have this anymore, so they're going to clean it all up,
Yeah. So,
right?
but
So
then don't be
they
surprised if it doesn't end. It's never gonna end.
yeah, it's never going to end.
Yeah. Then that's it. That's
Yeah,
you're never gonna be in peace.
yeah,
There's
it's
always gonna be a
perpetual.
war.
Yeah, it's perpetual. Yes,
It's constant war. Okay. I mean
yes.
that's what they want. I mean that's where it's led to. So it's we've already lived through it. Well, not us, but you know what I mean. That this
Well,
it's
kind
never
of.
ending.
We did it one time, right? We lived through this one time. I mean,
Look, I mean I've already told you I don't I'm not. I want them to be. I want there to be an Israel. I respect Israel. I respect Jewish culture. You know what I mean? They built this country. They're part of this country, huge. So it's not like I'm like blind, and it's not like I hate Jews or something. You know what I mean? I'm just saying they can't. The way it's working, if you just follow the logical, there's a lot of pissed off people now, and they have to. They have to play. I know it sucks. It's hard. They know this too. I mean, Netanyahu's not stupid. So I don't know. Maybe they can turn it around. I don't know. Just the way it's going, it's really bad. You know. Now,
I put the onus on their
I
enemies.
agree. Well, they did. They fucked it up the response is not to destroy the whole country, the whole city. Anyway, they yeah. I mean, what they could probably do if you wanted, what I would do, I would give like an offer to I would just let them have it. Let Israel take the whole country, and just see if they would find another country for Palestine outside of that country. Give it
Nobody
to
wants it.
Israel.
Nobody wants it.
So what do you do with them?
No, but you know that, right? This has been floated millions of times, dude.
That's my point. So then what do you do?
Palestinian. Palestine, the people who occupy Palestine, or the
Well,
Palestinians.
my point is, what do you do then?
So
So so
okay,
what?
well, so let me explain. Let me give you some history. Okay,
No.
give
You
you
don't have to give me
let me give
history
you
because I
history.
already know. I know what you mean. I'm saying, what do you do then? What do we do? Not we,
Well,
but
what
as
would
a
be
world.
great? What would be great, right? If Palestinians would stop doing terrorist attacks.
Okay,
How about that?
but
How about
they
them
already have
merging
reason.
into?
If I
How about
punched you in the
merging?
face
How
like
about
20
merging
times,
into? How about merging into the culture? Right,
they
assimilate into
don't
the
even allow.
culture.
Are you crazy? They don't allow that. They will never allow that.
Well, they're not. They don't want to.
Ugh.
Israel itself has a lot of different. There's Arabs, there's Christians, there's Jews, there's a lot of different people that are in Israel, right? But Palestine is separated, right? Because they don't want to do that, right? They don't want to assimilate into that culture. Will it be hard? Yeah. Will there be some bloodshed? Probably.
But not, they're not. They are. They have assimilated though. There's Muslim Palestinians, Christian
Yeah,
Palestinians
yeah,
that live in Israel
yeah.
already.
And the other Muslim countries won't take these guys, and there's reasons why they won't take them because that experience is with them too, right? And so you keep them in Israel because that also gives the benefit of them using that as a whipping stick on Israel, right? Did you know that when Trump was in office, right, they had the first. What was supposed to happen this past year was they were supposed to have Saudi Arabia and Israel was going to sit down and have a treaty.
No, I don't. No, I understand what you're saying. They've heard this argument before. My sister told me this
It's not
argument.
an argument; it's truth.
It is an argument. It is an
It's not
argument.
an argument; it's truth. So then the
But
prince is
so
because the prince is running
okay,
Saudi Arabia right now. He wants Saudi Arabia to modernize, right? This is why they're doing a lot of the stuff they're doing in Saudi Arabia to attract. They want it to become more of a tourist destination, right? So he's willing to reach across the aisle. Then all of this stuff went off, and then he pulled back, right? Because he is Arab at the end of the day, and he also agrees that the U.S. puts too much emphasis on Israel. He has his reasons, right? But that was a possibility. Now, just so happens when this is supposed to kick off, right? Then all of this fireworks go off,
oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Right, right. I mean, don't you find that suspicious at times? Why this
What's
particular day?
suspicious?
Don't you find it funny that you have a real chance at peace in the Middle East, which I don't think will ever
No,
happen.
there was never a real chance of peace. Not with the
Well, so the facade of it, right?
government. What?
So these guys are not dumb. These
I
terrorists
don't.
are not dumb. A lot
Honestly,
of
I don't
people look at
care.
these
I
guys as
don't.
a lot of
I,
people look at these guys as like they're freedom fighters. They decide, no, they're terrorists. They hate Israel. They want all the Jews dead. They talk about it, right? And not
who
everybody, right?
cares?
But
I
it's at
mean,
least a theocratic arm of there,
I
right?
first off, I'm American. I don't care about Israel in terms of. I care about them in terms of that they have their own country. But why should I care about them compared to like? I understand what you're gonna say because they're chosen people. But
No,
if I wasn't a
I wasn't going to
Christian,
say that. So
if I wasn't a Christian, I wouldn't give a shit. Why should
hey,
I give a
we
shit
just
about
spent
Israel?
we spent like what 45 minutes talking about this. So obviously you do care, right?
No, but my point is, I'm trying to come. Okay, the reason I keep telling you is because there's people who don't believe what we
That's
believe.
fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so that argument goes out the window then.
No. It doesn't go out to anyone. They have
It's just
no. See
the
here, listen. That's their belief, and I have my belief. My belief doesn't go away, right? Because they don't believe what I believe. I believe what I believe, and this is what I believe. Right? And if they don't like it, then fine. They can tell me to pound sand. I can tell them to pound sand.
no.
It's
I
fine.
know. I understand.
I'm fine with it. So
I'm
so
saying
my
I'm not arguing about
so my
that.
belief system doesn't disappear
Oh my
if
god.
somebody else doesn't have the same belief system. This is what's wrong with the world today, right? Because people don't want to have belief systems, right? They're like, no, let everybody we're all going to get along. Let's do this, and then it doesn't work.
No, I don't want to like start going into. It's simple. I get what you're saying. So what you're saying right now is what they're doing is right. So this is what. Where does this end? How long is this going to go on? This war.
Well, I think it's necessary if they want to survive. Yes.
So what should they do? What's their plan? What's the plan for the greater Israel? What do they need? What do they need America to do for them? What should we do?
Not get in their
What should,
way.
okay, so would you be willing to send American soldiers
We
to
don't have
fight
to.
there?
We don't have to
No, but
send
would
them.
you be willing to?
We don't have to, bro.
No, but would you
No,
be willing to if they had to?
no, you don't have to. We just need to stay out of their way.
I'm
But
saying
the
if you
stuff that
had
the
to.
stuff that we do as a country is to impede them, right? Like
Okay,
when
so say
how Netanyahu comes over here and they want to ignore him. Mostly
okay,
people
so
are like,
say let's say Israel is attacked by Russia, China, Iran, and
why
all those
why
other countries.
why
Would
why
you
would they be
then
okay? Wait, why would they be attacked by these countries?
I'm just giving you. I'm saying my. You know what I'm trying to say? Would you go there yourself to fight? Is what I'm saying. How far? That's my point. Is how far do we go with them?
I see the point that you're getting at, but I can't subscribe to what you're saying because it doesn't have to get to that point, right? Because
Okay.
you're saying so. So here.
So
I'll
you're
set it.
saying they can solve it themselves. We just got to keep supporting them, right?
Yeah, there are allies. So here. This is how I'll set a different scenario. Okay.
Okay.
So they wipe out all the Palestinians. All the Arabs get into scuff. They form a league. They form a loon union. Now the reason why World War III and the Middle East is such a big topic, right? Is because these countries have treaties with other countries who are not friendly to us. So it'd have to be something in a domino effect, right? Like China would get
Yeah.
involved or Russia would get involved because we got involved, but it would be on a more grander scale.
Okay. And
So I could see yes, that happening. Yes.
yeah, I don't. I don't want to even argue about this. I mean, I understand your point of view, and part of it I believe it. uh, The angry part of me, but I'm just saying, there's the reason people are pissed off, at least on the other side.
Mm,
And I don't even think it's they agree with a lot of people about Israel that they've
mm.
been treated like shit, like they don't help them to make the country better with the Palestinians. It's like 'cause some people have a vested interest, maybe, to keep them fighting. Who knows? I don't know. I'm just saying it
Oh, that's a
doesn't
whole
help
nother-
to beat the shit out of them. That's not the way to do it. They should stop. I get it. Trust me,
mm.
I get it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to put anything else out there. Like, no, they don't deserve the country. First, I don't even know. I don't even study it enough to really make that call. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying the more they keep trying to push them down, it just pisses off people more. That's it. And that's not good. That's all I'm saying. Okay? That's it. That's it. You don't have to agree with me. You might think they have to do that. I get it. So from there, that's where we just differ. That's all. Or I understand too. So I don't. I just don't want to be on a bad. You know what I mean? We're not. We're okay, right? I'm not because of
Dude, yeah, we're fine. We're perfectly fine. Dude, I
yeah.
mean, you
So
can
that's
say
all.
whatever you want to say
Yeah.
on the
So I mean,
comments.
yeah. I'm not. I get it. I'm not. You know. I don't. I just hope things get better. That's all. And then it
That's true.
sucks. You know.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, dude. Like, I have kids, dude. If things pop off, dude, and my kids get drafted, of course, that's going to bother me. I
Yeah.
don't wish for any world war. I hope that cooler heads prevail. I think we need a better person in office, right?
Yeah.
And that can
Well,
keep us
I'm
out
not.
of this.
Trust me. I'm not. I don't even know. I mean, Trump is obviously. There's no other choice for me right now. I don't have any other choice.
Pretty much, yeah.
So that's. I mean, that's sad. I mean, I don't hate Trump. I think he's not bad, but I mean, think about it. We have a country of almost 400 million people. These are the best options we have. Come on.
Well, we've kind of created, we've made our bed, now we got to kind of lay in it.
No, no, no. I know that's my point.
Mm,
That you know what I'm saying, though, right? That's it.
yeah.
I mean,
I remember,
I,
I remember, I remember in 2016 watching him run, and I wasn't a fan of his. I mean, I knew him because we're both old, but the Trump that I knew and I grew up with, man, like I said on my other video, champagne wishes and caviar dreams.
hmm
You looked at him as a person you wanted to be because he was rich, right? He was successful, right?
hmm
So the
yeah.
American dream, so to speak. Never in a million years would I think that he'd run for president. Even though I've seen clips of people sharing stuff, which
hmm
makes a little bit more sense. But the day I knew he would win, at least a Republican. I didn't know about the. It took me a while to come along to the actual national,
I probably, yeah.
but I knew he was going to win the Republican primary. Was when he got interviewed by Anderson Cooper, and Anderson Cooper. The media just has a way of
hmm
twisting, turning stuff on, especially if you're a Republican. But number one, these guys are politicians, so they'll throw something on there. It's like, in the statement that you said, or back in here, do you actually believe that minorities are worthless? Like they do their little song and dance, and he's the only person. And I remember watching this, dude. It's like as clear as day. It made that much of an impression on me. Where Anderson Cooper tried that on him, and he just looked at Anderson Cooper and he just said, Anderson, nobody likes you. And it was so much that it took Anderson Cooper back. And it's the
Yeah.
first time I've seen anybody that number one
Oh, he
immediately
was.
put on the hills. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's the only time that I saw, and then the word salad he used, and he just basically Jedi mind trick later on in the interview because Anderson Cooper had to recover because Trump just wouldn't let him get an edge news-wise. And then look, Anderson Cooper's not the brightest, the sharpest doing shit. It's just that's how bad
Well,
Republicans
he's
are.
rich.
Yeah. And so and then Trump would kind of point this stuff out to him. And then the coup de grace, when he did it, he's like this, like, look, dude, the people don't like you, Anderson. Look, Anderson, I like you. You're a nice guy. I like you. But the people, they hate you. When he did that, I knew it was over. I was like, dude, this dude's going to win. Because there's nobody on the Republican side that would do that because they're all
No,
politicians.
nobody. That's what made me vote for him in the first place.
And then on top of that, when I saw his best Rust Belt, because I was taking this class, dude, and we had to dissect this because it was a sociology class. And I thought sociology was some hippy dippy crap. And then it blew my mind because I was like, oh, there's a science to this, there's patterns, and I loved it. It ended up being my favorite class that I took. And so when I started, so one of the things the teacher said is like, look, you guys have to break this down, but keep check. The whole purpose of the exercise was not to let your bias get involved, right? Because if you're going to be an analyst, dude, bias can kill.
Oh,
Right?
of course. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
So I was learning how to do that, and I was happy, man, because it made me realize. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I worked with people that were like Obama supporters, and they were just irritating to me.
Trust me,
And
I
so
work with them too.
yeah, so I was just like for finger in the eye to, especially one of the guys.
Yeah.
To put a finger in his eye, I would say stuff. Because I said something like this. It was, you can't, you Trump. He's Trump is this and this. And I said, well, I'm not voting for Trump. I said, wait, you said you vote for Trump. I was like, no, I'm voting for Ivanka Trump. And then he'd be like, what? Because I thought, I think
Just
she's
joking around.
Yeah, joking around. I thought she was beautiful. That's the point I was making.
She's cute. Yeah, she's not bad looking.
Yeah. And it's just be facetious, right? And then that would drive
I know.
And that's why I knew these guys were off the rocker, right? Because you couldn't, we just had a conversation where obviously we disagree with something, but at the end of the day, then we can still talk.
Yeah.
But these guys, you can't do that, right? And so what ended up happening was I had to like do this, but you have to present a report, and then you had a discussion about it online. And I just was blown away because you have this thing called the Rust Belt strategy. And then it blew my mind that all these top political people, all these top political analysts, all these people that they rely on could not see what he was doing. And at the end of the day, when he won, and that's why everybody was shell-shocked, right? Everybody lost their mind. This is why Hollywood sucks now, right? Because they were all in on this. 2016, dude, that Trump derangement syndrome like changed everything. It destroyed a lot of stuff. Right? Because people couldn't deal with their feelings. Yeah. But these guys couldn't deal with their feelings, deal with their emotions. They couldn't reason.
It's still continuing now.
Yeah, to this day.
I'll tell you, 2004 to 2012, I voted Libertarian. I never voted. The last Democrat I voted for was the one in 2000, and then I voted then Libertarian. Then I voted Trump because in 2015, when he announced his thing, I watched very closely from work. I'm making some coffee, but then he was smart. He knew, he exactly said what people were thinking, and he was tired of the swamp. He was saying this stuff, and it made a lot of sense to a lot of people. And I'm obviously a little more to the left than most. I don't think I'm far left, but I'm pretty close to the left. So that's when I knew. This is like probably like when he went to Iowa. I don't know. I think that was like right before the Republican convention. I knew then he was going to win because everybody on the internet that I talked to, I could see he was getting a lot of people that were left like for him. And this was like in 2015. When you can get somebody on the left to vote for you in this country, that's pretty big, I think. And it's still the same. It hasn't changed. And now the difference this time is he's getting the black vote. There's like what?
Yeah, hopefully it'll be
and he's getting the young vote too. The poll numbers they're fixing him. The poll numbers he's winning already. That's why they changed. They changed because they know he's gonna win.
Well, I think it's and it's also because like if you're young, right, you have worries about the economy, right, because there's no jobs.
Yeah.
And then you also worry about if stuff does go south in China or the Middle East or even Europe. Right? You have the possibility of a 3-war front.
Yeah. See, I'm voting for him even knowing he's pro-Israel, so I understand that. So, but I know they're not completely crazy. I'm just trying to make an argument, but I understand why they're doing what they're doing. I'm just saying they have to let up. But I even will vote for him for that because I actually like that choice they made. What's his name? Vance is a good choice. He's young.
Vance was so critical of him. That was funny.
No, but that's good. That shows you that he's not. He is towing the party line, but he's his own person. I didn't.
I'll have arguments with people on my side about this,
Mhm.
and I told them the reason I never had a problem with him too is because he's not a Republican. He's just
He
not.
isn't
He's not a
exactly. You said that
conservative.
last week. That last talk we had. Yeah, exactly. He
He's
voted
not even.
Democrat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think today he's like he said he was a Christian. I mean, that could be debated.
No,
But
I think he's
I don't need
Christian.
really. I don't really need any of that from him.
He
You know.
believes in
And
God. He does believe.
yeah,
He's not.
he has a very like a just the understanding
Yeah.
like a
That's.
common everyday
Yeah.
understanding, right? And then so people get mad at me about
Yeah.
this. I'm like, look, dude, at the end of the day, and this is what I've been trying to tell people on my friends that are hardcore
Yeah.
like me. I was like, dude, don't. He's not any of this. Because they were like, no, dude, he's going to change it all. He's going to do this. He's not that. Dude. He's a populist. He's a
Yeah.
populist. He's always been a populist. Right? He even tells you, dude. I would tell my friends, yeah, go read that Art of War book that he did,
Yeah.
The Art of the Deal. Go read that, dude, and it'll give you insight into who he actually is. Because I
I've
know,
read some of it. Yeah.
well, I know because a lot of guys who are hardcore like me that can't see, like they'll get disappointed, right? And this is why you have some of the guys like, oh, I'm not voting for him again. He didn't build a wall. He didn't do all this kind of stuff. I'm like, look, dude. And one of the dudes, and he's a really smart guy. We kind of were
Hmm.
going back and forth on it. And I was like, dude, at the end of the day, bro, at the end of the day, I mean, what are you gonna do? You know, I mean, he's like you're saying, dude. He's the lesser of two evils for a lot of people.
No. Yeah. No. Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
what's her name? I don't. I don't want to piss anybody off, but I mean, I don't.
that's fine. Just say it, dude.
She's a career politician. I mean, I don't. I've worked in. Okay, I've worked in government. I told you where I worked before, and
Yeah.
every once in a while I'd have to go to the parties, the get-togethers, and there'd be like, it was a hardcore Democrat because it's a Chicago. Chicago's purely Democrat, hardcore, and so they're not bad. It's just they toe the party line. They, even if it might be bad, they'll still always toe the party line. I don't think Republicans are that strict when it comes to the party line. I don't think they are these days. They used to be. They're not, which is good.
Um.
I think that's good. That's my opinion. Maybe they're not. I don't know, but that's how it comes off to me. Because if you look at the Republican side, they're all different. They're very different because it's a new age group. But the Democrats are still the party Democrats since the '90s. You know what I mean? The Clinton. You know what I mean? Anyway, my point is that I never liked that type of Democrat. So I and then plus I'm not really that political, so I've always voted just on the person. So and I think Trump is a good guy. He doesn't seem like a people call him racist and all that. I don't think he's racist at all.
No, I don't think he is.
Yeah. He's kind of sexist. Yeah. He might have some stupid stereotypes in his head, but who doesn't? Everybody does.
Well, I mean, what I tell people when they tell me that is like, you gotta look at his age. He comes from a different home.
Yeah, he's a different generation. Exactly. Even Biden, I would say Biden's even more racist. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Biden.
but I don't hold that. I don't. But see, that's not a reason to vote for somebody. Everybody has faults. So it's like it's more about if they can get things done, who they appoint. And I don't even think he's the perfect candidate, Trump. I just think he's better than like you said. Not, but I don't think he's evil. But I think he's good
Hmm.
from 20. I don't think he finished what he wanted to start. That was the problem with his presidency. He was being attacked everywhere, and I think it's important that that he wins because it shows that we don't want. They have to get somebody. We want people who will represent this country. You know what I mean? And so, will we even vote for Trump again? Even if you give us a robot, you know what I mean, like some puppet. I don't know. You know what I mean, right? So I would
Hmm.
never rather make the choice of like. It's almost like a. I'm not saying that I don't believe in Trump. I was saying I would even if I didn't, I would still vote for him because it's a protest vote. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
There's people
but
doing it
yeah, there's people who are voting for him because of that. Yeah.
because all
So
the stuff that's gone on with him too. Because I've seen people do videos on it. They're like they weren't on like they didn't hate him. They weren't on board with him, right? They're just kind of going to vote, and then after he got
yeah,
shot, they're like, well, that's it. I'm voting for him. Like I mean,
that's
it's just
true.
so that
It made him
context.
look like a martyr more. Yeah.
Well, and then at the end of the day, right? Because it is America, right? At the end of the day, everybody looks at stuff like that, and they look at it like this. They're like, dude, if they do that to somebody like him, what are they gonna do to me? And it's you get that moment of clarity.
Yeah, you don't want to live in that type of country.
Yeah, you don't
Why do
want
you
that.
think there's a conspiracy for that assassination? We didn't discuss that. That's okay.
Yeah, well, we can save that for another video. I gotta
Yeah,
go.
save that for no.
And I'm fine with it, bro. And I'm not trying to brush you off, dude. We can
No, no,
talk.
no, no, no. I agree. Yeah. I mean,
The
it is
short
a
answer, yes. How
it's
about
a touchy subject though. I mean, because I know
that?
your point of view, and you know mine. You kind of get where I'm at. So
Yeah, dude, I
that's
understand.
all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
So yeah. So it's cool.
I mean, but just to preview the trailer, yes, I do. We can talk
What
about
tri-
that. No, no, no. For the what you asked me, do I think it's a plot? Yes. There we go. You can.
Oh
I'll leave it
yeah.
at
I
that.
think
So
I don't know. Yeah, I would. Yeah. Well, it's a preview. Yeah. So
that's a preview. Thank
I
you. That's
think
a
it
better word.
is.
It's a
I
preview.
think he's a patsy, that kid, because they shot him. They killed him right away. Yeah.
Dude, I was way worse than this in 2020, bro. I think they cheated too. I'm all of that. I'm all of that in a bag of chips.
Oh, I think I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if they cheated. I'm just saying I don't know. That's all. But I agree. I mean I wouldn't be. I mean I wouldn't. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Completely.
Yeah.
I think they did fix it,
Yeah.
but I can't say they did.
Like
But
I know
I
where we
haven't
can
really looked
find
into it. Yeah.
I know where we can find common ground on the Middle East
Um,
and even Ukraine and stuff like that is yeah, dude, I think it is business transactions and we need to stop that at all
yeah.
costs. That's why he needs to be in office. He needs to take on the military machine.
Yeah.
That's why I think they cheated
It's
to intel the deep state, all of that. I believe in all of that stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, and
It
if he can,
sucks.
I don't know if he can, dude, because what in his
It's
first
hard.
tour, I knew he said the swamp. He knew it was bad. I don't think he realized how bad it was and how deep it was, and that's
Exactly.
what and that's
That's
and that's what
scary.
cost him. Yeah, it's scary. So that's what cost him, dude, and that's why we went through these 4 years of hell with this puppet that's been propped up in the presidential office.
Yeah.
And this is why the country is the way it is. And this is why you're paying $13 for bread, ladies and gentlemen. So
Yeah, and we've seen in Olympics with the transvestite Last
yeah,
Supper.
yeah. At least on that end, dude, we can definitely agree. I think he'll
There's
bring some
something
good.
happening. Yeah, I think there's things happening that they
Well, at
want.
least with Trump, I think we can agree on this. It'll bring some normalcy, hopefully, to the world, and that's all we're asking for at this point, right? Like people
Yeah,
just,
I hope
the
so.
reason why people are waking up is because they are being affected. Like I said, all politics are local, and it's affecting people where they live, like as far as where their house being able to pay their mortgage,
Oh yeah.
take care of their kids, pay the, like you said, living paycheck to paycheck. That's rough in this economic time. So,
Okay.
yeah,
I bought bread,
yeah,
some hamburgers, a couple bag of chips, and some Coke. It was $50.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
That 2 years ago that was like 25,
yeah.
25, 30. It's ridiculous. And I'm like, I was kind of surprised. Like, oh, I thought it'd be 60. That's how I'm so conditioned now to expect it to be even higher.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm if it was in Hawaii, dude, I'd have to put back the hamburger and just eat plain bread.
Yeah, I'm not there
No
yet.
chips.
I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, I have to get bologna and just get bologna and bread.
Yeah, I have to lie to my friends, man. It's like, man, you're losing weight. Yeah, I'm
That'll
doing
be
that
a good.
fast.
Yeah,
I'm doing
yeah.
keto. I'm fasting. I'm doing keto. It's just like, nah, I'm broke, dude.
I went through that after college when I thought I could
Yeah,
be.
everybody does. I mean, not to make light of what you said, but that's kind of our rite of passage. Being as old as we are, we have
Yeah,
to go away. That's why I have no sympathy for.
I understand. No, no, no. I get for the millennials. You're saying.
Yeah, but yeah, let me roll out, dude, and we can say our goodbyes.
Okay. Yeah. It was
But
good
yeah, dude,
talk.
look, dude. You can share whatever you want. You can say whatever you want, dude. Trust me.
No, I know. I know. I just didn't want to. I mean, because like sometimes when I talk to people I know with this subject, especially Israel is the worst subject
For the
in my
time.
family to talk about. It used to be woke stuff. No,
Yeah.
because one of my brothers, he's completely on the opposite side. He likes Biden. I haven't talked to him recently though, but
Right.
he's
Yeah.
he's a pro Democrat. It's him and his wife because they're very liberal. They go to all the functions. Successful though, but I love my brother, but he's what I mean. He's
It's your brother. It's family.
yeah, it's
Understand.
family, and he's but they chose a side, and that's their side. So I mean, I get it. So
Yeah,
and
I
some
have
I
that.
agree with them on some things. Yeah. So anyway,
Well, they're like my dad, man. My dad, like
like your dad, exactly.
when I go to visit my dad at his house, dude,
Hmm.
I walk in, he goes, "Did you hear what Trump did?" That's the very first thing he said. Did you hear what Trump did? Did you hear
That's like
this?
with my mom when
People
she
in
was
jail.
alive.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no. She would always say something about she liked Hillary, but then right after that, that's when she stopped being a Democrat, and then she became hardcore Republican. It was a
Yeah.
weird, yeah,
No, that switch is, dude. That switch is potent sometimes. Man.
yeah.
Some of your best Republicans right now in the party, not even Republicans, man. They're,
No,
they're
it's
like,
true.
they're
My
like,
mom
they're
was.
like Democrats.
I think it was because she decided she heard someone talk about abortion on the Democrat side, and then she's like, "What am I doing?" Because she's a very
Religious,
Catholic.
Catholic.
Anyway, but yeah, so
Yeah, dude. I know.
yeah, it's
Dude,
weird politics. Yeah.
yeah, dude. That's why. I mean, it's. I find it. Look, dude. At the end of the day, dude. The reason why is, but I do find it interesting. Like I like seeing all the little stuff go on. You know.
Hmm.
And dude, I know you, dude. I've known you for a while, so I'm fine.
Yeah,
We don't agree on everything like that. So
we've never met in real life, but we kind of get each other's personalities. That's pretty cool.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. I mean, this is how we know we're Gen X, dude. Because it's like, okay, all right.
Hmm.
So I'll see you tomorrow on the Jungle Gym. We're like, yeah, okay, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
But back then, we used to fight about like DC,
Yeah.
Marvel, or stuff like.
Yeah.
The
Not
Hulk,
not
the
about the
Hulk could beat
world.
Superman. Yeah, not about that. Yeah, dude. I remember those days. Those are good times, though. I miss those times.
Yeah.
But this is better than like, dude, because right now, dude, people just can't talk at all, and I think that's even worse.
Yeah. I've been listening to some. Do you listen to Twitter Spaces?
No, no, I tried
I
to,
just
and it was kind of weird to me. I was like, oh,
yeah.
I didn't know what was
Well,
going on.
yeah, I listen to it like in the background sometimes, and it's interesting. And there's a lot of people that think the same way we do. It's just you could tell though, like it's a lot of people want to talk about it though,
Yeah,
which is good. But it's just kind of weird. There's a zeitgeist of people, and
yeah.
there's
As
some
long as it doesn't become that way in a way, right? That's one thing I like about at least. So it's like we just had a podcast where we disagreed about something. On
yeah,
the other side, for like some of the guys I know that I hang out with, well, I don't really hang out with them. I just know them. But dude,
yeah.
you can't have an opinion other than they're like it's all groupthink, right? They're like
No,
they
I know what you
all,
mean.
yeah, dude.
I would,
And I couldn't function like that.
yeah. To be honest, oh, my brother and sister aren't listening to this, but my conservative side of the family, I think, listen to me more. My
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think because I yeah, they get really mad when I say something to my brother. So you gotta watch what you say. It's like, oh my god.
I don't know. You don't trust me, man. I can't talk anything on my dad's house. And I wouldn't, because I understand how my dad is. Oddly enough,
Yeah,
I guess because I understand why he doesn't like it, right? Because my dad,
yeah. But you guys don't fight about it, do you? No.
I don't fight with him because I understand him.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't. It's not worth fighting with
Well,
parents.
I mean, I guess I gotta understand. Like when he says certain things, it's like, yeah. Plus, he's like the most honest person I know, which I
That's
respect.
good. Yeah, that's a total.
Because yeah, like in this world today, like my dad. I mean, he retired, which was a good thing because he's old school, man, and they would have let him go.
What
But
is he? Is it he's in '70s or '80s?
he's like 60s,
Oh, he's still young.
pretty much. I mean, I think he's like 67, 68.
Oh, so he had you when he was young then.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
So
That's cool.
but I mean, when he was working he was working for the city before, man.
Hmm.
Dude, it was like I remember one time dude, he went into this place. This dude was giving him a hard time because he was in charge of this crew. They used
Hmm.
to do the road division, man. And these guys, like they're not the best and the brightest, right? And a lot of them just have issues. Like they have problems within. So this is kind of like the last gasp, or this is where you bring in the new recruits. It's like that kind of stuff. So my dad was
Yeah.
basically like the drill instructor, and so I had this one dude. He's a big dude. My dad's a big guy too.
Hmm.
And they were disagreeing on the site, man. And the guy he just had his attitude, didn't listen, didn't respect my dad. So they get back to the yard, man. The dude goes to take a crap, and he goes to the bathroom. Dude, my dad busts open the door and just beat him right there.
Wow.
In the this is like a long time. This is what I mean by
What year was this? Like when he was younger?
yeah, it's the 70s, man.
Oh
So
wow. So he's younger. Yeah.
yeah, I was a little kid, man. I remember that because of some.
Oh,
So
you were
we was
there.
we well, I knew what happened, man. Because my mom was there because we used to take my dad
Oh
lunch sometimes.
wow.
Or so,
So
and
what
even
happened after that? Did he get? Did he? Was it they would side with your dad about it because the guy or
well, the guy was a piece of trash. So
yeah
he didn't do his work.
exactly. So they okay.
But there was scrap right on the job site.
No, I've worked with yeah. I know you're talking about like some like vagrant type workers, right?
No, no, no. This is city. This is city job.
No, no,
So
no. But the guy he beat up was he like some
no, he was
like
a city
asshole?
employee. No. Oh, he was just lazy, and he didn't
Oh,
want to do the job. Makes excuses for not showing up.
he's an asshole.
Well, because it
Piece of
was
shit.
hard labor, man. They back then they didn't have weed eaters, bro. They had sickle and cane knife.
No, I know what
Yeah.
you're saying.
So they would use the sickle and cane to cut like tall weeds and grass. Like you
Oh
see people.
wow.
Yeah, because that's how it was back then, right? They didn't have that
But he
stuff.
didn't. So he didn't do his share. Is what I'm saying. You're
Yeah,
saying right?
yeah.
Yeah.
My dad didn't take any excuses because my dad was like he grew up
Oh,
in
it's
or
tough.
well because of the people that he was under.
He has to deal with. Yeah.
Yeah, so you had to pull your weight, and these guys didn't do. So that I believe, yeah, that dude got fired. Yeah,
Dude, I remember. I had
because
to
at the
deal
end of
with.
the day, my dad's a supervisor. So
No, that's hard. It's a hard job. It's when you're dealing with people, especially if it's a very physical job,
hmm,
like any job. But
yeah,
any job, if you're a supervisor, can be hard. I hate being a supervisor. It sucks.
well,
It's
especially
it's
back then, right?
I respect what you know what I mean because
Yeah,
it's you have to know. It's like being a boss, but there's different types of bosses, like the type of job it is. But when you're dealing with people who have to do hard like labor, I had to do that like what's in the late '90s in a what's it called again? Anyway, a warehouse. That's right. And I was a contractor there. Just it was just a temp job, but they knew I was good. They're like, "Oh, this guy's good. He can do the job." So they left me there. These from out of the state. They're like, "Just do all this inventory for for all this stuff," and then we hired two people to help you. And the two people they hired were like these redneck drug addicts. Hello?
yeah, yeah. No, I'm here. I'm
And
listening.
so they were like the worst. So I'm like, I was only like 24, 25,
Right,
and
right.
I was like, this is like probably like the first job where I was serious, like had to manage people. And these guys would get stoned right before work, and then they would get.
Mm,
I think actually they did cocaine. They were doing something harder than. And then they got so bad. I think the second week they were fighting. They're like, you didn't give me any of this or something. They were arguing, and I was like, the lady's like, you should call the cops because they're getting very violent. I'm like, should I? Like, yeah. So I just called the cops on them, and I felt bad because after that, then they lost their jobs. I was like, oh, shit.
I mean, you have to do what you have to do, right? It's the
I had to
job.
do it. Yeah, no, they were really bad. They were bad. Oh, they were threatening me too. I took them out to lunch. I was trying to be nice, and it's like, dude, these guys were like, anyway. That's what I mean. It's like if you have to work with hard people, it's really hard. You know?
I mean, and that's kind of was like what it kept my dad around. Dude. He was kind of the
Yeah.
hammer. So
Exactly. I'm not a hammer. I'm
yeah.
Mr. Nice Guy.
I mean, it's kind of funny, like thinking about it, that's how it was back then. If you told like somebody of this generation
Yeah.
that
I'll
they would,
fight though. I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't fight, but my natural instinct is not to fight first. Yeah.
oh yeah, dude. I mean, that. I mean, Hawaii was different back then. That was the go-to.
hmm Yeah.
Like,
You know what I
like,
mean? Yeah. I don't
yeah.
understand what you mean by your dad though, because that guy was just
Well, and that's the way my dad was, dude. My dad was like a volcano, bro. Anything would set him off. Like he was ready to erupt. He was constantly ready. Like, I just
what's
remember
his
growing
birthday?
up.
What sign is he?
It's like March.
Fart.
Is it
Oh, really?
March? Yeah.
Late?
I want to say fifth, March 5th.
Oh, so he's Pisces. He's got a lot. Is he emotional? Does he what? Like, does he have a lot
No,
of emotions?
dude. He's all action, bro.
Yeah.
He's all action. I mean, he had a rough upbringing. Dude. That's why everybody has this ideal. There's a Hawaii.
Yeah.
Um, that's why I like to say it's not like the postcards, right? And then he grew up in that, dude.
No,
He
I
grew up
understand.
in, and so anytime like he was always ready to And I seen him knock dudes out. It was crazy.
Yeah.
I used to be, I was young, dude. I used to be scared of him. I didn't want anything to happen to him.
Yeah.
But I mean, looking back, I'm like, I didn't have to worry. Even to this day, like when I came back in '97, and then like some dude was acting dumb with them. Dude, he just laid him out.
Yeah.
But I mean, that it's just a different time, dude. And I
It
don't.
is a different time. No, I know. I mean, I know what you mean. It is. It's weird that because your your parents were not baby boomers. They're more another generation. So
Yeah, they had a hard life. My grandmother was the big influence. So I mean, it was a hard, like when I talk about stuff like growing up.
hmm
I don't know, and the great thing about it is like you didn't know you were poor. I didn't know I was poor until I went to the mainland.
yeah,
When I
I know
went
what
to
you mean.
Florida, it's usually those really nice southern people.
Yeah,
You're
you
like,
don't
oh,
know how your life is going until you see other kids because you'll see what other kids have stuff. Like I was always jealous of kids who had like Atari or Nintendo.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I had no like my grandmother kept me on the street and her own stuff, dude. But I mean, yeah, I had friends that had stuff that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
You got to play with stuff as a dam. But yeah, it was interesting though. Like the social economic order in the mainland was so different, right?
hmm
Because you would live next to people, right? But they were all the same, and it was different in Hawaii.
Yeah.
You live down like where I was staying with my auntie and my grandma. So we stayed in their house. My auntie had a really nice house, and so like most of the people on the street was local, but they weren't Hawaiian. In fact, most
hmm
families were Japanese,
Oh,
and
really?
yeah, so they had a lot of stuff. Like
Wasn't your ex? Isn't she Japanese? Your ex-wife?
yeah, yeah, she's born
Yeah.
and raised there too. So
Oh.
but it was funny. I remember we go to one person's house and they had like croquette. I didn't even know what
hmm
that was. So they were playing and I was playing with them. And then like they had stuff like they took their dogs to the vet. They had stuff like that, right? Like barbecues. And they would
So is
order.
so you live in a neighborhood that had Japanese too and Filipinos, or is it all natives
No, so it's all mixed here.
mixed? Yeah.
Yeah. So in that part, like Kailua, like that's where I was. Kailua Kaneohe side. So I
hmm
would have to say now though, like you hardly see like natives are like they're kind of dying out. If I'm being honest. But like you see like a different mix now. You see more Micronesians,
hmm
um, and then like we still have a contingent of Filipino, Japanese, Chinese, but then you have the local version, right? Because everybody
Yeah.
grew up here, so they have a local style of government,
Oh
which they
yeah.
find weird. Like, cause sometimes like they'll go to the mainland, like people from here go to the mainland, and so we
hmm
have this word called katonk.
I heard of
Um,
that.
yeah, so what it means is like you're like when they like because when people come to Hawaii and they're Japanese or they're Filipino or they're Chinese or even Hawaiians, man. Like I was that. Like I came back, but I grown up in the mainland so long, dude, that I was not local.
Oh, so yeah, that you lost.
Yeah.
Wait,
So
how old were you when you left Hawaii? And then
this,
after the military, right? You came back.
yeah, I can't remember, dude. It was like 85.
Oh, so you. Oh, wow. So you
Right?
really. Oh, so you really were more. You might consider yourself Floridian in some ways, like half
Yeah.
half.
Yeah. So I always considered myself, no, I'm Hawaiian until I came back here. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Then I got that
So
rude
it's
awakening. Dude, my family was the worst, dude. They was calling me Holly Boy.
true.
Other local people was like, bro, you could talk, bro. Nothing better than having like the Filipino Japanese coworker. They're like, bro, you could talk, bro, you could talk. That's what they tell me.
Yeah, because you said so. You played basketball in Florida, not in Hawaii.
Yeah, in Florida.
Yeah. Are you ever gonna go back to? Do you ever go back to that or no?
I think I would die if I went back there.
No, I mean just to visit. Oh, so no, there's no relatives back there, back
My
in.
uncle, my uncle. I
Oh,
have plans to move back there, but dude, I can't even. I can barely handle the humidity here in Hawaii. I think I would die in Florida.
yeah. It's actually. Oh yeah.
I'm just way bigger now too,
Why is
dude.
beautiful the weather? Oh my god, isn't it? It's like it's not that. It's. I think like the Midwest is probably some days would be more. It gets really humid because it's supposed to be swamp. But
Oh yeah, I can see
yeah,
that. Yeah, swamp, because
because you
that's
get.
what Hawaii is. Hawaii swamps. They just built them on.
But you get like you get probably a lot of wind. that carries off the breeze. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That's what I would guess. You know how
Well,
I
we,
know that? Because I play
yeah.
that video game, and it seems like
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You telling me that? Yeah, the
Motorfest.
trades. Yeah, trade ones are real, dude. Sometimes
Yeah,
they're so strong, dude. Just like you have to go outside and put some stuff away, tie some stuff down.
yeah.
But yeah, dude. Yeah, but yeah, we can. Yeah, I
Okay.
got. But
Yeah.
yeah, that was like,
It was a
dude.
long, nice talk. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. We can always talk about it, dude. Even if we disagree, bro. Look, I understand.
Yeah. Well, you know what I like about that? It's at least people have strong opinions meet somebody who cares. That's how I
Like,
look at it as.
well, look at the guys in our group, man. I mean,
Yeah, you
dude,
all care. Yeah.
well, we have strong opinions that we don't agree on everything.
No.
I mean, we have a, but I mean, I think one thing that helps is that we're all of one generation.
Yeah. Well, we're adults too. We're
Yeah.
mature.
Well, I
So
don't know. Some of these adults nowadays, I always look at them like, oh my gosh.
I know ponies are children. I'm joking.
Dude, my daughter works. She does a summer school. She does the summer program, so she watches kids,
Hmm.
and she's like, Dad, I was trying to read books with the kids, and they can't read. They can't
Oh,
read. They don't
how
want to
old
do.
are they?
They're at
Or
7, 5 to 7.
oh wow, yeah,
Oh,
it's
'cause they're so used to like they can't do anything because they want their phones and their iPads. Of course, which they don't have in the program, so they're always in
no, I
bed.
know what you're saying. Yeah, it's weird because all the like all my nephews and nieces, they're very like smart, but they don't read. They're very music because my brother-in-law and my sister and my other sister,
Mhm.
they're like musicians when they were younger. They're
Right.
all good musicians though, but they don't read or anything like that. They don't really touch a book or a comic or nothing.
You probably listen to stuff, right? I'm guilty of that. Well, it's not that I don't like reading; it's I get sleepy when I read, so I just listen to
Oh
audiobooks.
yeah, I mean I'm the only one in the family that was a big reader. I read That's my degree. I have an English degree, but
Oh,
I
nice,
read
dude.
a lot. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Since
English was my favorite subject in school.
oh really? Yeah.
English and
Yeah.
history. Yeah.
Yeah, I started off comp sci, but then I went to English. But I was gonna go to. Well, that doesn't matter. I was thinking of. I was like, maybe I'll be a professor of English, but then takes like another 6 years of school. Like, no way.
Dude, it's funny, man, because it's like because I'm divorced now, right? But so I take care of the history English part of the curriculum, and then the mom takes care of all the sciences and math.
Oh really?
Yeah, she's
Oh,
super.
you guys homeschool?
No, no, no. Like when they get homework or projects,
Oh, you
they
come
do
back.
that. Yeah. So at least she trusts me at least with that.
That's cool.
And then
Are you guys are still like you guys are on a good terms, right?
I mean, we're cordial. Yeah, we have the kids. Yeah.
Oh, that's
I
cool.
mean, it's like you have kids, so you can't be that way. Plus, I'm on an island. It's not like we can get away from each other.
Yeah. No, I had an uncle that was divorced. Oh wow, that was bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the one thing I remember, dude, like she would tell me stuff sometimes, and then one day she was telling me something, and I just said, "Okay, bye," and hung up. Right.
Oh
And then,
really? Oh, you mean after or before you were divorced?
yeah, like a couple. It's been like a year we were divorced, and then she's like, "Hey, you
Oh,
need to do this, this, and this," and then I was like,
oh
"Oh."
yeah. Well, yeah. It's not you're divorced now. Yeah.
Well, I said, "Oh, I said I'm busy," and she's like, "Yeah, but so what are you doing?" And I'm like, "Okay, bye," and I hung up the phone.
Oh my god.
And that's the
You
first
mean
one.
she
Then
wanted to
it hit
get
me.
back?
It hit
Yeah.
me. No, so we're just talking. So it hit me when when I hung up. I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's right. I don't have to listen to it."
Yeah. Well, how long were you
And then
married?
the next thing they do, this is another thing. The next thing they do, then they try, and this is a woman thing. They try and use the kids.
Oh no, I know women. Yeah.
So
I wasn't married.
I mean, and I'm not saying that's bad, right? I love my kids, and I'm like, yeah, okay, so this is for the kids, as long as it doesn't bleed over into anything else, because I have my own life now.
Hmm.
So it is what it is now. But we're cool.
That's cool. That's really good. Seriously, for the
Yeah,
kids, that's
yeah,
great.
dude. I'm not. That's what I mean, bro. I don't get too. And I think it is because of my age, man. Plus, just the way I am. I'm just like, nah, dude, whatever. The only thing I have a problem with is when I drive. I really need to work on my road rage, bro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, people trip out. Like, man, dude, are you okay? I'm like, dude,
Oh no,
usually,
I have road rage too.
yeah, it drives me nuts, dude. I mean, I'm not as bad as I was, dude. I mean,
But you don't go? Did you ever get out of the car to get into a fight?
yeah.
Oh, really? You've gotten that angry?
Yeah, because the guy was really dumb, dude.
Oh wow. Well, I mean, I know that means that's like that's really road rage. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've gotten pretty mad too, but I just think about cops. I don't want to deal with cops or
Yeah.
even getting hurt. You can get hurt. Whether
I know. So
you know what I mean?
like one time I did that. This dude flew something and hit the inside of my car,
You're a
dude.
big guy though. You're like 6'2", so you can
I mean,
intimidate a
it's
lot of.
still, dude. I mean, it's still dangerous. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's dangerous.
It was just I was dumb. Dude. And so anyway, I got out of the car to this dude. Like he got out of the car, and so that's the weird thing was at the time I had a Hyundai, right? And
Hmm.
so I guess he thought I was like some Asian
Just
dude.
a small Asian dude. Yeah.
Yeah. So and I rolled out of that car, and I literally rolled out right because I was, it was an affordable car. Dude. So I got out of the car, and then
And then he's like, "Oops."
yeah, and then and then he saw me, but then he still kept on mounting. I just walked up to him. I just choked him, dude.
Wait, when was this?
This was 90. This was when I first.
Dude, I don't want to mess with you.
No, dude. It wasn't. Look, dude. I mean, it wasn't. It wasn't.
What happened? So you choked him for how long? Like, did he pass out?
Grabbed him by the throat, and I was choking him out, and he just like, then I just threw him down. And then I got him away.
Did you have to deal with cops or anything, or no?
No.
Oh, that's good.
Well, that's why it's not good to do it now, because now people get stabbed, people get shot, even here.
No, yeah.
And then, and I should have known better because I grew up in the mainland. But then, when I was, sometimes you get so mad, dude. Anyway, so yeah, but that's the one cool thing about Hawaii. When you get back there, people still scrap, people. So if you don't call the cops, dude, especially if you lost, right? You wouldn't call the cops, man.
No. I've never called the cops. At that time I called the cops on those guys is because they were fighting. They were literally fighting.
So that's how it was just a local thing. It was an understanding, but it's not like that anymore, dude. It's not worth it, right? So that's why I mean. And then of course, look, dude, I was kind of out there when I was in the military, in the Navy, and dude, I got refocused, dude. I turned back to God. I mean, not that I left God, but I knew I was having issues, and so
anger issues.
Just coming out of the military, man. My grandmother passed away. I had like a messed up knee, man. The military kind of screwed me over, and VA screwed me over, man. So I was in a certain place, dude. I mean, it is what it is, dude. I mean, but then I was like, dude, you rediscover. So I just rededicate my life to God and try my best every day. And as I've gotten older, it's been easier.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying.
When you're younger, dude, it's you don't think. Sometimes that's why I try and sympathize with younger people, right? Because I understand a lot of that. It can be emotional. It can be a lot of different things.
Yeah, it's
so. But yeah, dude, we can wrap it, bro. Yeah. We can wrap it up. Yeah, just shut yourself up.
Okay, well, yeah, thanks for having me on. Till the next time, I guess. Or I'll be in chat. So.
Yeah, dude.
I don't have any YouTube. Just Twitter. That's it. So.
Yeah, and then dude, and trust me, man, I'll never delete that stuff, dude. Or I don't. That's like how we were discussing it, dude. That's what people get, and they just kind of mute me. So, and I understand that, dude. Like sometimes we just agree, like how we do. We agree to disagree. And so, you're always welcome here, man. I never think so. Look, dude, we have Zobi on here, dude. If anybody, I should mute it's Zobi. But because that dude, he's cool, but he's like such a troll, man. You gotta be like, I gotta do Zen exercises before I have him on the show, dude. I'm like, okay.
I mean, honestly, most people in the console wars, I mean, nobody's bad. You know what I mean? It's just a game. It's like, you know what I mean?
It is.
Yeah, it's for fun.
Yeah, dude. But
although I do hate Sony, but anyway.
Yeah, but thanks for everybody in the chat, man.
Okay,
Pearson, man, glad you were here. Tool, man, thank you again. Cygnus, always a pleasure to have you, bro. Daniel Berry, thanks, man. Sorry, I'm not watching the Olympics. I would have watched if Caitlin was there, but the WNBA is racist. I'm just joking. I can't blame them, dude. She's definitely enigma, and she's shaking up the league. I understand. Trust me, I understand. People perspectives on both sides. I just love the way she plays. So I would have liked to have seen her on the Olympic team, but give her time. She'll have a chance to actually work on her game a little bit more. To get even better.
That's right. She's not in the Olympics.
Yeah, I think that was good. I liked her actually in the All-Star game. Some people thought she was kind of mediocre.
I thought she made it. Yeah.
Yeah, she was on the All-Star team. But I just looked at it as she was just having fun, and she needed that more than anything else, dude. I mean, she is the center of attention.
She's professional.
Yeah, she's very professional, but sometimes you get frustrated at it, and that showed on a couple of her games, man. She got frustrated at times, and it was just great to see her smiling, and then it was great to see people saw a side of her and her teammates because both Aaliyah Boston and I can't think of the other girl's name right now. Jeez, I'm old. But I actually like her. Some people didn't like her because they thought they were like there was something going on behind the scenes between all these guys, and now you see them in the limelight and having a good time, and that can put to rest a lot of the stuff that was being said. I'm not saying that. Look, there's always going to be competition. There's always stuff going around and behind, but some of the stuff that was coming out, I didn't believe any of that.
Yeah.
And so at least she'll get some rest, and she can come back, man. And then just because there's some points in her game that I wanted to work on. But anyway, yeah. But
Yeah.
thank you guys all for being here. Gola, man, welcome.
Yeah. Okay.
You're
Thanks for
welcome
being.
anytime,
Thanks
bro.
for
Trust me.
inviting me. Okay.
And it's anything, dude. Not just this pod, not just the podcast, dude. And if you want to do a separate podcast, we can do that. And I'm not saying it to separate it from it, but I mean, so we can talk about it more specifically. I
About
wanted
what?
to do that.
What was it?
Anything like politics, religion, faith.
Up to you. Yeah. Doesn't matter.
So
Gaming.
because when we do the podcast, right, then we can focus on more of the podcast.
Yeah, we go everywhere. It seems.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So if you want a specific topic, let me know. I'll set it up. We can talk
Yeah.
about it. I think Zoe would want to jump in.
Yeah. A PC show with Dia would still be good if she wants to. It
I-
doesn't matter. Yeah. Anything.
I'm just glad she's back. She was on the Unlimited show.
Yeah, I saw her recently a couple times in the last 2 weeks. So she's big back. Yeah, it seems. Yeah, she
so
wasn't. I didn't see her for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, I know she has had stuff going on. And then she's probably playing with her PC friends.
Oh my gosh.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. Yeah,
Nah.
smack me down for that. I mean, she might have been.
I think she was busy. She said she was
Yeah, she had stuff going on.
personal work or something.
Well, I remember she was talking about like how they grow stuff. I didn't know, where she lives and stuff right there, winter. I was like,
Doesn't
yeah,
she
I
live in
wouldn't know
Detroit
that.
area?
Some places in Michigan, right?
Yeah, because she's on Dirt Show, Dirt Griggity.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
She's a mod on that show too.
Oh, nice, dude. I gotta go check.
One of the shows, yeah, I think she's on Dirt. Yeah, so sometimes she's on there. Yeah.
All right, that's cool. Well, let me roll out, brother, and then we'll talk.
Okay.
Later. All right, guys. Thank you for tuning
Take
in.
care.
Yep, we out.
Okay, bye.